right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
We aren't late. You guys are just all here early because I changed the start time. So we are, in fact, starting 1 minute before the adjusted start time. Ran a little bit late with dinner and such. So thank you for your patience there. Today, we are going to be talking about Christmas. With Christmas less than a week away, certainly seems to be an appropriate topic. Within the last 20 or 30 years, it's become much more popular than it was at any previous time to claim that Christmas is borrowed from pagan customs, both non-Christians as a way of attacking Christianity, but also Christians who say we can do without all of these pagan things. We can celebrate Jesus whenever we want. We don't need to mark out a special day. Last week, we looked at why this first developed, the kind of the movement behind it, and as well as the December 25th date. Many claims, all different, all incompatible with one another, but somehow all true, that pagan was borrowed from this god or that god, and that the date was borrowed from this god or that god. If you're interested in that, check out part 1. There's a link in the video description, but today we're going to be looking at various customs. Perhaps the most popular thing to attack with Christmas is to attack some of our customs. Long before I had studied this matter deeply, even found it within the church, not as an attack, but statements about how the church had adopted local customs and repurposed them for Christmas. Uh, I was perfectly fine with that. I don't think that just because pagans did some custom and then Christians started doing it as well, that somehow makes it wrong, or that Christianity is somehow pagan as a result. But it turns out that even that much doesn't seem to be true. So we have Mary back today. She's done a ton of research, as always, another free college level class for you today. Welcome back, Mary.
Hello, everyone. And guess what? I learned some really interesting things this time, and I'm hoping to be able to share with you some strategies as to how I went, that's not right. And the way that you can think about things and test things sometimes whenever you run into something that seems plausible at first, and then you're just kind of like, wait a second here. So I've got some really interesting stuff today. Plus, way more about Santa Claus than I ever knew. Like where it started, when it started to, to be called Santa Claus. Like, how did this come about? It's really pretty cool, actually, and a little bit unexpected. Definitely, you guys will be surprised.
So Una says, are people still claiming the Christmas tree is pagan? Do I need to get a third Christmas tree to kind of teach them a lesson? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll get some engagement from Christians or non-Christians who will bring some evidence that Christmas is pagan. I do think we'll probably get some people saying that. I would be very surprised if they bring any evidence, however. They'll just say, it's not in the Bible, therefore don't do it, type stuff.
Well,
Anything else you want to say?
Well, they do go to a passage, and that's actually what we'll be starting about first. So if we can bring up my slide. I now have nearly 120 slides on Christmas, so we are actually going to be doing part 3 next year. Because I'm like, yeah, we can't do this in 2 hours. So we are starting on slide 42, the next section of this entire thing. And this is about like all the specific accoutrement of Christmas, right? So like what pieces of Christmas do we have around us that people might say is somehow pagan? So we're going to talk about the Christmas tree. I'm starting out here with a picture of people surrounding the tree and looking at it and circling it, because this is the kind of picture that people who say it's pagan want to bring up. This goofy staged thing that was just supposed to be charming at the time that it was painted. And we will go into it and start talking about
Yeah, well, clearly, Yeah,
Evidence.
clearly,
Pagans invented evidence, he says.
yeah, I like that. And clearly in that picture, those people were worshiping the tree. They were druids or something along those lines, I think is how it goes, who tricked Christians into worshiping trees by accident.
And we're going to talk about druids too today. So, and the very special people and the special things they say about druids. All right. So if nothing's happening, you should be, you
Yeah, except
should
it's definitely on his end, but he
reload.
won't
It's
hear
not
us.
us. I'm actually watching the stream real time. I'm watching the pre-stream as it goes out, which I'm listening to, and I'm watching the stream real time on a different screen. In the middle, I have my presentation. So it's definitely not a blank screen. So just reset. All right. Now, here's the supposed biblical reference that all the folks who claim that this is from Satan go to because they apparently don't actually read their Bibles. Let us read what the Bible actually says. Here is, I start out with, I can do all things in a verse taken out of context because if you guys are familiar with the actual verse, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me is the verse, and people use it to mean that I can do anything at any time whatsoever. When in context, text, what it's saying is that Paul is able to withstand all the trials that he has gone under because of the strength that Christ has given him. But people take it out of context and make it mean other things. So, right here, let us look at other verses that they take out of context. So it's Jeremiah 10 that they really like to pull out of context. This is about God speaking to the people of Israel about taking the customs of the people around them and that they shouldn't do that, right? So he starts out by saying, do not learn the ways of the nations or be terrified by the signs in the heavens, although the nations themselves are terrified by them. So that, and what he's saying is comets and meteorites are not portents of doom, you nitwits. That is what God is telling people in a slightly more polite way, right? So don't be scared just because you see stuff in the sky. That's something that pagans are scared of. It doesn't mean that terrible things are happening to you. Then keep going. Next verse. For the customs of the people are worthless. They cut down a tree from the forest. It is shaped with a chisel by the hands of a craftsman. So what they want to do is go, they cut down a tree from the forest. Ah, Christmas tree are pagan. Keep reading. It is shaped with a chisel by the hands of a craftsman. So, do we know what a chisel is? Do we know what a chisel does? The word here for shape basically is worked. Like if you do some sort of artisan type labor, it would be this word. This is not referring to just cutting something down. It is shaping it with the chisel, which means carving it. Now, I don't know about you, Thaddeus, but I have never seen a carved tree before. Have you ever seen a carved tree?
No, I have never carved or seen a carved tree.
Have you ever seen a tree that has any chisel work on it whatsoever that is used as a Christmas tree?
No.
It's almost like they're taking a keyword and making up the rest. So if we keep going, whoops, I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. If we keep
I mean,
going,
you can go backwards if you want, but it
yeah,
might be more productive to go forwards.
that might be helpful. All right. So the next verse goes, they adorn it with silver and gold and fasten it with hammer and nails so that it will not totter. Okay, so they're trying the anti-Christmas tree folks are trying to say that this was referring to Christmas decorations. Have you ever put literal gold on your tree, Thaddeus?
No, I'm not that rich.
And even silver, putting silver bells or whatever, very common. Even tinsel. Tinsel was invented in the late 19th century, almost 20th century. So did any of these trees before then, what did these early trees have on them? They had fruit and snacks and toys is what they had on them. That is what they had. They did not have gold, they did not have silver. These are not color words. These are metal words. Silver and gold. You do not fasten it with a hammer and nails so it will not totter. You do not toenail your tree into some wood. No, this is about carving an idol and then covering it in thin layers of gold and silver. So first you cut the tree, then you carve the shape of an idol, then you coat the idol in gold and silver to make it look really cool. So if you see a picture here, this is a metal one because nothing from wood survives that long. But this is a Baal who still Baal who still has his a little bit of gold leaf stuck on him still. So that's the kind of things that they do. Um, and this is what it's referring to. Why would it totter? Because it's a statue and it needs a base. You don't hammer toenail a tree into a base. Even medieval people were much more intelligent than that and could actually keep their little Christmas trees upright in the, well, it was really almost Renaissance, probably Renaissance by that time. So, like scarecrows in a cucumber patch, continuing, like scarecrows in a cucumber patch. Wait a second. Wait, like scarecrows? What are scarecrows? Oh, they're figures that look human to scare things away. Their idols cannot speak. Oh, look, it's talking about what it's been talking about for this entire passage, that it's about idols. So first, they do what? They cut down a tree, they shape it into the shape of an idol, cover it with silver and gold, fasten it with hammer and nails, and now they're describing these idols. They can't speak, they must be carried because they can't walk. Do not fear them, for they can do no harm, and neither can they do any good. And this is what's made, this carved gilded idol. Then let's keep going. What else does it say? That they are altogether worthless and foolish, instructed by worthless idols made of wood. Hammered silver is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Aphaz, the work of craftsmen, hands of a goldsmith. There we go. We have a restatement of what's just been described. So, we actually have a similar parallel passage over here in Isaiah 44:13-17. There's another passage in Psalms that kind of reinforces some of this, but this is the one that really talks about kind of the shaping of an idol of wood. Okay? The carpenter stretches a line, he marks it out with a pencil, he shapes it with planes and marks it with a compass. He shapes it into the figure of a man, with the beauty of a man, to dwell in a house. He cuts down cedars, or he chooses a cypress or an oak, lets it grow strong among the trees of the forest. He plants a cedar, and the rain nourishes it, then it becomes fuel for man. He takes a part of it, warms himself. He kindles a fire and bakes bread. Also, he makes a god and worships it. He makes an idol and falls down before it. Half he burns in the fire. Over the half he eats meat. He roasts it and is satisfied. Also, he warms himself and says, Aha, I am warm. I have seen the fire. And the rest of it he makes into a god, his idol, and falls down to it and worships it. He says, Deliver me, for you are my God. So this is about, very similar to this, about taking wood that you cut down a tree. You grow or protect a tree because back then there aren't that many trees in that region, and so if you want to have a tree, you kind of have to protect it from people just going on and wanting their daily fire. And so then you get the bits that are large enough for use, and you carve something out of it, an idol, and the rest used for other stuff because it's scrap, because you've only taken a part of it, and you burn it and cook food or get warm or whatever else. And then what do? You coat it in gold and silver and fall down and worship it. And you say to it, Deliver me, for you are my God. None of this has anything to do with that tree right over there, which is a 19th century, early 20th century tree, typical tree, which, what's it got on it? It's just a tree. It's not carved. There's no gold. There's no silver. This one has a few glass ornaments and some toys for kids and some candles, which is typical of the trees of this time. And the garlands
Ah,
are made of like popcorn and paper and things.
but see, this is the key here. There's candles on it. See, the passage says that he uses the tree to kindle a fire. You have fire on the tree. It's basically the same thing. You
Yeah.
see, it's clearly describing a Christmas tree.
And that's that this is the kind of logic that we have here. that we go from taking it and burning it to, oh, a candle will count. It surely will count. That works. That's logical. So if somebody told you this is a Christmas tree, then that person is not fit to teach the word of God to anyone. That person is disqualified due to either dishonesty or from stupidity and arrogance. You're allowed to be stupid. Like, God never says you like literally can't be stupid and be saved. You can be stupid. That's okay. What you can't be is both stupid and arrogant. You can't go out and allow and know that you have a hard time with basic reading comprehension and then determine that you somehow now know the secrets of the universe and you're going to tell everyone else these secrets that you know, even though you are not capable of reading texts and understanding what they mean. So you can be dumb, but you can't be dumb, deluded, and arrogant. That's the line here. So if you fell for this, you are also disqualified from any interpretation of any scriptural passage until you acquire more wisdom. God says that if you pray for wisdom, you will receive it, but you better pray in humility. You should also read the word of God. Read what it actually says. And I strongly recommend two different translations, New Living Translation, which is a thought for thought. It's pretty darn good. That means it does have some interpretation in it because it's thought for thought. And so they're going from the words to what they think the words mean, but it's pretty darn close. I'd pick that over the NIV any day. Or you can go to the Amplified Bible, which actually has things in brackets that expand on things to give you context or synonyms or interpretation. Either one of these, read the Bible at least twice, cover to cover, 3 times, much better. And after you've done that and you know what the Bible says, then you can start making like your own conclusions as to what is meant. Because if you are so baffled by very clear context that you think that a description of cutting down a tree, carving it with a chisel, coating it with gold and silver, calling it your idol and bowing down and worshiping it and calling it your God, that those sorts of things has some resemblance to an intact Christmas tree that is decorated.
But you forgot that people put presents under the tree, forcing you to bow down to the tree in order to receive your present.
And see, that's exactly the kinds of just that just shows how incredibly disqualified you are. If you make an argument like that, you desperately need to read your Bible and to stop interpreting things. Because if you think that Satan's out there tricking you into accidentally worshiping a tree because you have to bow down, you have to reach down to reach something under a tree, you are absolutely confused, baffled, disqualified. Just stop. Read the Bible, please. Until you understand it, read it in a version that you are capable of understanding, because you are not capable of understanding what you read before if this is what you get out of that. So then people say, well, fine, it's not in the Bible that it, says that you shouldn't do this, but it's still pagan. It's still pagan. Because why? Well, you get all sorts of interesting theories. You say that, oh, the Romans did this during Saturnalia. Or maybe they did this during Sol Invictus. Or maybe the Norse did this during Yule. Or maybe Celtic Druids, who for some reason are also supposed to celebrate Yule. I'm not sure how that works, but it's the Druids who celebrate Yule. The fact that it's so muddled should be a hint to everyone. If everybody's telling you different reasons why, and this is one of these interpretation things. So guys, if folks are saying that this is this because of, and you get 8 different reasons that are contradictory, then you should be extremely suspicious of their claims to start with. Also, if people are telling you that the Norse celebrate Yule and the Celts also celebrate Yule, you should also be very suspicious, because the Norse are Germanic. and the Celts are Celtic. And the Celto-Iberians were once an intact cultural group. If you go back far enough, you have to go back incredibly far for all the Indo-Europeans to be one group. So if and the word and Yule itself has no relation to Celtic peoples. So pay attention to what people are saying. Pay attention. And John V asked if the Christmas tree prostrates in a muddy pool. He
Uh,
is mistaken. Instead, the Christmas tree must go into the muddy pool, then prostrate under the throne of Allah, and then rise again on the other side. So we have to keep that clear, right?
mhm.
Yeah,
Yes, that was
Sky
one of.
apologetics. I love that. You can't drop things because if you try to pick them up, that's Satan into tricking you into the worshiping the person who dropped it. Yes, this is literally this kind of logic, right?
So you
So,
highlighted two of the comments that I had saved. It looks like you still have a bit on the Christmas tree. So I'll wait till you're done with the Christmas tree, however, to come up with the responses. I mean, they're technically responses, but they're intended to be humorous that people
yep,
have offered.
yep. All right. So the first one is the Romans, and the answer to that is just no. No evergreen trees were ever cut down, then set up to celebrate any winter Roman holiday ever. Anyone who says otherwise is making things up. I don't care what winter holiday you want. I don't care what holiday you want. There's no Roman celebration that involves cutting down an evergreen tree and setting it up again. Okay? Just does not exist. Celts also no. There are zero references in Celtic mythology, lore, or history to cutting down evergreen trees and erecting them in a central area or bringing them inside to decorate or not. The only evergreen tree that has any potential position in Celtic mythology that I have been able to find anywhere was the yew. Yew trees were widely planted in churchyards of the British Isles, probably symbolized resurrection or eternity because they were one of the few native evergreen trees and lived extremely long times. So it wasn't, yews were not central to Celtic mythology. It's just that they're poisonous. So like stuff kind of mythology kind of grows up around the fact that they're kind of scary and poisonous. And they also made really good bows. So the famous bows of Agincourt and the battles in again during the Henry the later parts of the Henrys, um, whenever they started having the big battles over in France and they were defeating the French knights with English bowmen, all of that stuff. Those were yew bows, by the way, which you don't have much yew wood in on the continent, which was part of the reason why the Englishmen had such an advantage. Um, so the very fact that the yew trees were widely planted shows that in fact uh, the yew tree was not a central Celtic religious tree because what there are stories about people going into Celtic lands and other places and what do they do with their sacred tree groves there? Take a wild guess as to what the first monks did whenever people told them, we worship our gods here in this super powerful grove, and if anybody does anything to this grove, the gods will get them. What do you think the missionary is going to do?
Cut it down and build a church.
Yeah, they'd cut it down, and they didn't build a church in the same place. They were like, nope, we're not even going to be still associated with this uh, place. We're gonna, some of them would take the very wood and build the church out of the wood, but they would deliberately not do it in that same sacred space. They'd be like, nope, we have torched this sacred space that you guys said. The reason we went there is that you guys said that the gods will hear and they are here and they will get us if we insult them here. So we will come to this place that you say they'll come and get us if we do anything wrong, and then we'll cut down the trees. Nothing happens to us. Look, your beliefs are wrong. We're building a church out of this wood. So that's the kind of thing that happened. So the yew itself did not have, it was not a sacred grove tree at all. It was just a tree that had some associations with some particular things and some bits of Celtic mythology. And Celtic mythology had a lot of tree myths with a whole bunch of different trees. Um, but they were after the churches were built. They'd be widely planted in the churchyards because there was already an existing belief that a yew would grow 1,000 years, which is actually pretty true. It's pretty um, pretty impressive. Uh, and so the the connection between the folklore concerning the incredible longevity of the yew, longevity being correct, and but just everybody thinking about that is why they planted them as a symbol for eternity and resurrection because they were evergreen and everything. But part of the side effect is this is if your graveyards all have yews in them that are supposed to remind you of resurrection and everything else, they also get associated with death. So, like, it's not very jolly and celebratory to bring a yew tree inside your house if the first thing you think of is, oh yeah, that's where grandma's buried. So, even when um, putting in boughs of holly became very common. They weren't boughs of yew because yew's really poisonous and your kid might get into it and chew on it and get really sick. So you don't really want it there. So it could kill them that way. And then it's also in your graveyard. So it just feels like death. Sort of like weeping willows. They have a weeping shape and people associate them with death and mourning. Right. So they're not really jolly symbols for celebratory time. So the only evergreen tree that in Celtic lore had any kind of association with anything kind of had a sad association by the time people were doing anything with Christmas, so it just wasn't connected to it. So Yule is also not a Celtic word for a holiday or anything. There's zero record of Celtic festivals near winter solstice time of any sort. Yule itself is Germanic, and Yule is in fact the name of one or more months, depending on whose calendar, right? So in one calendar, um, in some calendars it's only 1 month, in some calendars it's two. There was probably, it just means feast, and there probably was a particular feast, but in the pagan writings that survive, the records and of the old myths and things, no one says that there was this major festival called Yule. There were things called Yule that it may have been a particular celebration at certain times, but it would not have made the list of a major religious festival. They had them and they listed them, and Yule was not one of them. Um, and that is actually going to be next year's big stream on what Yule was, what Yule wasn't, exactly what was associated with it. So that's why. So, whoops. What was the last comment? She went in a grocery store and she saw what?
Oh, yeah. It was
Oh,
not a
the
thing that needed to
just
be
love.
responded to, but I went into a grocery store and "O Come, Let Us Adore Him" was background music. I love Christmas celebration of Christ Jesus. You too? There was a lot of you jokes
Yes.
in the chat.
Yeah, I was seeing that as it was sliding by. So I want you to take a quick look here. The Magna Germania or Germania up in the upper one, the green bit in the upper picture there. That is where all the Germans used to be, and they're the people that we get the word Yule from. And any kind of celebration that there was, it was associated with them. And then the lower picture has the Celtic migration routes, and so that shows you the maximum extent of the Celts. They're not in the same place. They don't speak the same languages. They don't have the same gods. They don't have the same festivals. That's like saying that the it's just really outrageous. I think I have a slide in the next one that's gotta kind of really drive it home. And folks like want to emphasize, oh, the standing stones. No, they must have had a winter festival because you see, if you go to this standing stone place, Stonehenge or some other place, things will line up on the solstice. Dude, the Celts didn't build those. They were like hundreds and hundreds of years old by the time the Celts showed up in Britain. And in Spain and on the coast of France. That's where, so the megaliths are in Britain, they're in Ireland, they're in Spain, and they're on the west coast of France. Okay, you know the Atlantic coast. Okay, by the time the Celts got there, these were already built by other people hundreds of years ago. They're not Celtic. They're not Druidic. So the megalithic culture that seemed to really like aligning stones to solstices, they were conquered by the Celts, and everything they cared about was forgotten. So the it's pretty clear that there's a strong continuity between Celtic traditions on the continent and Celtic traditions on the islands where the most of these stone things were. And so the Celts brought their own religion with them on top of whatever was there before, which got forgotten and lost. So all the people who liked lining stuff up, gone. If you're dressing like a late Roman like you're a late Roman in a bed sheet to walk around a pre-Celtic site to be in harmony with the earth while calling yourself a druid, that's like dressing up like a 19th century Texan cowboy costume, going to a Mayan temple with bouquets of flowers and silly sticks to wave around while chanting in Spanish and saying you're worshiping like the conquistadors who revered these temples. That's how muddled these people are. And that's one of the deep ridiculousnesses of all of these, oh, we're neo-pagans. No, you're make it up yourselves. That's what you are. You have no respect for what anyone actually believed. You just think you have the authority to put upon other people what you think they should have believed, because you think that you have the authority to control these things, and that's your right, that you get to make this up, because in reality you are worshiping yourself. Now, the actual druids were more into killing bulls and telling the future by augury, via taking their human sacrifices, disemboweling them, and then uh, talking about how they are writhing on the ground and the shapes their entrails make as they are dying, and how that foretells the future. That's what the actual druids were doing. And they weren't girls, they were men. Like, druids were men. Get over it. This is not some sort of, oh, we're all these female witches in tune with nature. No, this was a warrior society, folks. It was a warrior society, and women had much more status in Christian societies. So now the Norse during Yule, Yule actually existed as a kind of celebration in Nordic context, unlike Celtic ones. There are zero references to any cutting of any tree for any purpose in any historical text that references Yule traditions. The only things we have are vows made over drinking cups, boars, like a sacred boar, which is a wild male pig, most likely wild. It's not super clear from the text whether or not it was wild or not. But boars are usually not very good tasting. So that means that most likely, if you're going to have it in a feast, it's probably because you went out and you killed it and it was a great hunt feat, because you wouldn't have it because it's yummy, because you have boar taint. That kind of makes the meat extra gamey. And even back then, like, the super gaminess was not something that people really appreciated. So um, the so if you keep, and then I think, like, feasting in general, like, wow, wow, it's feasting. Yes, it's feasting. Good job. So you don't get anything about any kind of decorations at all whatsoever that anybody cared about for anything associated with a feast called Yule. So we are going to go and kick out Mahmoud because he is a troll, and then we are going to continue. So let's talk
Indeed.
about what the holy tree of the Indo-Europeans almost always was. So the idea of sacred groves go way back. Um, and you can find it in all of the groups that are descended, even from the Indo-Europeans, super, super, super back, way back. Uh, so, wait 1 second.
So quick,
Ah,
quick
so
pause here. So Samuel says, "Sorry, but you're wrong, Mary. Boars are tasty."
usually if they were castrated young, so typically you would castrate them young, and the ones that are kind of manky are the ones that are intact. Back then they didn't really do you didn't keep around a pig to become a big boar without castrating it unless it was used for breeding, and then you kind of have your like old sad worn out boar that you would eat. So that isn't really a celebratory food like your old milk cow isn't a celebratory food. So it was probably a hunt food. So um, and there are some people who are okay with boar taint today, and people were not as sensitive to gamey foods back then. But you'll notice that mutton never makes a top list of like yummiest foods. That mature goat in no society is number one yummy food because it's once you get the pheromones in there, they're pretty strong. So Um, if you go to the holy tree in these societies, it's almost always an oak. We know the species. It's an oak grove. If it's specified, it's going to be an oak. And the world tree is even named as an oak for the Slavs, Balts, and Finns. I found some modern folks saying that the Norse one was an ash, but I don't know how ancient that is. I wasn't able to find it in like Snorri, whatever his name is, in Snorri's works in the I didn't see it there, but there are actually some incredibly obscure folk traditions that were probably once religious. I mean, they seem like they almost certainly were once religious, and it's concerning some stuff with oaks at certain times of the year in some Slavic cultures that you can still find some people doing way out in the boonies, but nobody remembers that it's pagan. It's just that whenever you read a whole bunch of things in context and you're like, oh, and people do this, and you're like, oh, that was pagan. Yeah, that you would definitely would not be doing that if it didn't once have a religious significance. Like that is not, a folk thing that's been brought in. Um, Druid, the word itself, may actually be derived from the word for oak in these Gallic languages. So the early churches usually avoided the locations of those old oak groves with very few exceptions. Over time, after they lost their significance, so it'd still be called so and so's grove in the old language, and everybody's forgotten what it was. Then you'd build a tree there, right? Or you'd not tree. You'd build a church there. But while people still remembered that it was a sacred grove, you get almost no churches built in these places. They were instead, typically chopped down. So, um, and Dr. Merkel Williglabe is indisputably stupid. So he thinks that writing stupid things makes you right. So this has never been a position that anyone of any intelligence has taken seriously. It has been a position that certain people have taken for polemical reasons and polemical reasons only. It's not a position of intelligence. This is a position
but
of argument,
but he
which,
has
of
the
course, is
title
the only kind of
doctor.
position that Muslims have. So, of course, they would accept it.
Has
So,
the title doctor, so therefore he knows everything. Of course, he gave himself that name. So
yes. So, let's continue going on. So, whence the Christmas tree? Where did it come from? So, it's agreed that it first appeared in West Germany. It makes sense because there are lots of evergreen trees there. In contrast to traditional decor of conifer, poor England would become the English holly. The yew is phenomenally slow growing, so you couldn't like use it that way. Even if you wanted to, you could only cut little pieces from it, or else you won't have any yew trees left. But the Italian cypress is also just not very if you've been to Italy, you see that the cypresses are kind of sparse. They're far apart because it's in a dry area, versus northern Europe, not on the Atlantic coast, you have all of these really thick coniferous forests. So of course you would have coniferous trees there. And if you begin decorating with evergreens, that's probably where you're going to do it. So there isn't the slightest trace of evergreen cutting or evergreen decorating interests. Like there's no references to people wanting to cut evergreen branches for decor at all before AD 1300. And this is particularly important because uh, we would have records of all of this, because all the forests were managed at this time. We think of forests, you know, in the US as like being these big open places that are just kind of there, but everything was owned by somebody, and everybody had a desire to control who was hunting what, who was gathering what, who had what rights to what. It was very well controlled, because very soon you would have no forests at all if you didn't control them, if you just let people cut stuff because remember, wood was a major way that people got fuel. These were cold areas. You really had to manage your forests, or else you end up with no forests. So, so that in context, no evergreen decorating interest expressed in any kind of legal system, any kind of law, any kind of note, any kind of description of anything before AD 1300. That's 800 years between the beginning of strong Christianization, not the beginning of there being entire Christian tribes. We're talking about like heavy Christianization with the beginning with Clovis's the first baptism. We'll start from there, and like what was it, 511? From there all the way to 13800 AD, there's no hint of winter evergreen preoccupations. Nobody worried about, nobody wanting to gather them, nobody caring about them until then. And Alsace, is that area that is on the Rhine, that is over in, I'm doing this backwards for the chat, over in France, just on the French side of the Rhine, but it's traditionally German. And I'm sure I'm going to upset people, but it's Germanic speaking area. It's always been a traditionally German people. They've only spoken French there quite recently, and it's only been assigned to France in any sort of permanence since quite recent, right? So that's really where you start finding that peasants are suddenly assured the right to gather a cart full of evergreen tree branches on Christmas Eve from the forests. And then there are foresters that were posted there that were to prevent them from taking too much, or prevent them from taking any before or after. So just during this time, you can take some branches. And this is from Laszlo Lukács, who is kind of the expert on this particular, on the emergence of the Christmas tree in Germany. Very, very specific, small thing. And in his very long article that he has on this, and so he found it in this is kind of in order, that written legal principles and customs recording this habit can be found in many cities in Upper Alsace, which is, and then a list of cities, Sundhofen, Bergheim, and Germar, and all in the 1300s. And the earliest one being like right around 1300. There we go. So, but branches aren't trees. And so just because we have people gathering branches, that doesn't mean they're gathering trees. Now, I have seen people ask, hey, does this just mean that they were gathering firewood? Well, no, they weren't really gathering firewood, because you wouldn't be using branches that you're gathering as firewood. That would be like cut trees or dead wood or something like that. You do not use fresh evergreen branches as firewood. It's not possible. It's a really good way to not have a warm fire and to set your own chimney on fire. A very good way of setting your chimney on fire. Now, how did this emerge then? What were they doing with these branches? Well, there was a very long tradition in the Middle Ages to strew the floor with things that smelled sweet for important days. There aren't very many nice smelling things around in the middle of winter. These evergreen branches likely began to be brought in to make the house smell nice during the Christmas festivities. That also explains why we find it in areas where you have firs and spruce and things that have lots of pinene in it that smells nice, and you don't find it with like holly or yew that doesn't really smell like anything. You don't find it with the things that don't smell like, you find it with the smelly stuff. So they're bringing in smelly stuff to make their home smell really nice for a feast, which was a very established medieval tradition. As part of having a nice day, you want to have it smell nice. So the fact that this became established probably encouraged the actual Christmas tree tradition that arose alongside it. So here's the early supposed reference, and I want you guys to understand. And Mark Fish notes that pine is not good firewood. That's correct. Pine is very poor firewood. It's especially dangerous if it's fresh, and especially poor because it's very, very wet. If you dry it out enough, it's tolerable, but it's not ideal. But in areas where you only have softwood forests, you would go ahead and do that anyway. So here's the first supposed reference to a Christmas tree, and I will explain why I realized that this wasn't authentic. Okay, so here's the quote. In 1419, the Free Bird Fraternity of Bakers' Apprentices appears to have seen a tree decorated with apples, wafers, gingerbread, and tinsel in the local hospital of the Holy Spirit. And this is from Bernd Brunner. Inventing the Christmas Tree is one place it was quoted. I found it anytime you go on the web right now and you ask, what was the earliest Christmas tree? You will find this over and over and over again being quoted. And you'll find the source some places, and a lot of places it's just quoted without source. You're just like, what is this? And sometimes they say seen, and sometimes they say erected or made a Christmas tree. And so I went ahead and I bought the book because it was cheap, and then I immediately returned it because it was not well researched. He has the rare honor of being one of the very few Kindle books that I have ever returned in my life because it was very poor. And the thing was, I read this and I'm like, guys, what is this appears to have seen? In what context? And this is the quote. This is the quote from his book. Appears to have seen. I'm like, in what context would we have a record of what the Fraternity of Bakers' Apprentices has seen? Why would we have this written down anywhere in 1419? What is this document that the Fraternity of Bakers' Apprentices kept that talks about their tour events? Today we went singing at such and such a place and we saw, like, no, that wouldn't exist from 1419. What is this? So I'm like, okay, already there's something wrong with that. And then I saw the word tinsel. Now, what is tinsel? I want you to think, if you have knowledge of the development of an industry, you should go, there is no tinsel in 1419. What is the machine upon which they made this tinsel? How did they make tinsel in 1419? This is just ludicrous at the face of it. That can't be the word. So you already know that there's going to be a mistranslation, that this whole thing makes no sense. And note also that I immediately looked it up. Tinsel as a term was applied to something that was invented in 1619, but in terms of what we think of a tinsel as a garland, 1890. And that's the first time that it was ever used on Christmas trees, was 1890. So I'm like, there's stuff really messed up. So this is like the kinds of things that you just, when you're trying to contextualize what you're reading quick, with what you may or may not know.
Before you go on, whatever that statement is, seems to be, if that was supposed to be a quote, it's a quote of a source describing another source.
Yeah.
Because a primary source isn't going to say, we appear to have seen.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. And he he had no you have no idea how hard it was for me to figure out what he was actually quoting from. So I found this wonderful site here. It's all in German, but thank you, Google Translate. It Google translates very nicely. And he traced this down. This was someone else who's like, wait, this can't be right. And we find the details of this particular tree quoted word for word from a 1975 book. So it's ending up in this 2014 book that made it spread all over the internet. And it was taken from a 1975 book. And in this 1975 book, you have this date of 1419 in it, but it quoted an article from 1958 that had a date of 1599. And I have no idea how 1419 turned into 1599 from or excuse me, 1599 turned into 1419 in this 1958 article. And this 1958 article actually had a direct quote from the original source, but it showed that the description came from Strasbourg in 1605. So it quoted it, a direct quote from Strasbourg in 1605 with the description of the tree, and for some weird reason applied it to a different tree in Freiburg and assigned it the date 1599. And then somehow that became 1419 in this other book, and then becomes 20, and in 2014 becomes like the meme that spread across the internet that's just wrong. So what actually happens is that the baker's apprentice did seem to sponsor a tree, makes so much more sense, in the men's ward of the hospital in Freiburg, but the earliest date of that, according to the hospital financial records, was 1625. So the description was taken from Strasbourg and applied to a tree that we knew existed from 1625 onward somehow. And then the translation was just bad in addition to that. So this was most definitely, this Freiburg tree was definitely not the earliest tree, because it's from 1625 and not before. So it's 200 years off somehow in all of this muddledness. That's why, if you're publishing a book, you shouldn't be this sloppy. So yeah, Dr. Merck here,
Hold on.
showing what a
Yeah,
spectacularly
we'll address him in a
moronic
second.
person he is. I just want to point out.
Okay, fine. We'll bring it up now. I was going to wait, but
So he says
he says
every attempt to discredit Hislop, this is Alexander Hislop, resorts to a conspiracy.
Which wasn't mentioned today, right? I mean, that was mostly last time that you were talking about Hislop.
Yeah, well, anyway. I'll talk about him in detail like next year. Resorts to a conspiracy theory that he fabricated everything he ever said as part of a fictional propaganda campaign against Catholic immigration. Sweetheart, what country was he in, you moron? What religious group was he part of? So Hislop was part of an anti-holiday group, specifically an anti-holiday group, that you shouldn't celebrate any holidays, that they're all wrong to celebrate. And yes, he made it all up because he was part of an established group. The vast majority of Calvinists had massively walked back their stances on being opposed to all holidays. That was an early Calvinist position. Then they realized that their position was not coherent, basically, and that they could not coherently defend what they thought should be in their worship services by their own supposed methods. And so the vast majority said, okay, we were wrong about this. Holidays are fine. Just the drinking and rowdiness among the apprentices is not cool, and you should have the holidays, but pay attention to the reason for the holidays and don't use it as a time for partying. Fine, great, lovely. Hislop did not like the fact that the vast majority of Calvinist groups were celebrating holidays now because they realized that their own condition was inconsistent. So yes, this one individual made up a whole bunch of stuff. He used actual quotes from folks like Herodotus, who were wrong. Herodotus did not have actual factual history. And so Herodotus had a very muddled view of the Middle East and Middle Eastern history because he got it through telephone games. You know, the Isnad method, the way you form Islam, is the way that Herodotus wrote his history. It was through rumors and like what he heard from this person. He didn't have access to any of the texts that we have now. And so he had this confused and muddled history of Persia where he took some of the religious mythology and got it all muddled up and mixed up and applied to the wrong peoples and the wrong centuries and the wrong millennia, in fact, and said that this was just the history in the area. Now, Hislop was no historian, and this was pretty early on in the era of actually reading the cuneiform and learning the history of these places. And so Hislop took his history, interpreted it however he wished. So the wrong history of Herodotus that he got through the Islamic Isnad rumor method, interpreted it however he wished, made up a whole bunch of other things, and strung it together into a literal conspiracy theory. So, yes,
So,
he
so
in fact
Dr.
does
M,
have he you are resorting to a radical conspiracy theory that this one dude who was part of an anti holiday denomination, you're resorting to the radical conspiracy theory that he, in fact, had miraculous knowledge that nobody had ever had for generations and hundreds of years and thousands of years.
hmm hmm
This knowledge had been lost, and this one man recovered it all and put it together in this really intelligent, coherent, cohesive way. You are saying that this guy who sat in his living room and just strung together unrelated things that aren't even facts. He strung together unrelated sources and made false claims about them that he knows the truth. So you are resorting to the radical, incoherent, idiotic conspiracy theory that he
yeah.
had insight. Now, the fact that you
So,
do
so
that is understandable because your own religion is based on this kind of nonsense where so and so told so and so told so and so told so and so. Somebody found it here and it said it was from so and so. So we take it. We believe it. That's how you do history in Islam. You just decide who you like and you just decide to believe whatever they said is true. And so you end up with idiotic situations
okay,
where your great prophet is somehow
we got it.
the the son the son of the youngest son of the previous of his grandfather, like his grandfather's youngest son. He's his son, but somehow weirdly he's the oldest one of the entire generation because everybody else apparently just didn't bother to get married until then. That's the
So I
kind
need
of
to explain.
historicity you have.
I need to explain to Dr. M what a conspiracy theory is. A conspiracy is not one person. A conspiracy, by definition, involves multiple people. So one person making up stuff isn't a conspiracy theory. For for Hislop to be correct, there would have to be a radical conspiracy theory that human history, hundreds of people have covered up all this information, and he alone discovered the truth. That would be an actual conspiracy. One person making stuff up isn't a conspiracy. Additionally, beyond that, there are other possibilities. He could have been sincerely mistaken. He could just be an idiot. He could be repeating what someone else made up. There are many possibilities. We don't need a radical conspiracy theory to say that he wrote false information. You actually need a radical conspiracy for his theory to be true. There are literally zero historians of any persuasion anywhere in the world that finds his work remotely credible, and yet you cite it as fact. And you tell us ridiculous for rejecting it. And you brought up this topic, not us. This is amazing. Nothing Mary has said today is dependent on Hislop being an idiot. Why don't you listen to some actual facts for once in your freaking life?
I don't think he was an idiot. I think that he was a clever deceiver. So he was a clever deceiver, and the idiot is Dr. M here who believes him. So, Dr. M, congratulations. You are the idiot. He tricked you. You are easily fooled by incredibly obviously untrue things. Congratulations. So here's the actual first tree. Now that we know that 1419 can't be true, and I know that like most people aren't going to be like, how am I supposed to know when tinsel is realistically going to be made? Right. Like the average person is not going to have an idea of the industrial revolution that will immediately let you know that like somebody talking about tinsel and
Okay, so Mary, sorry, I'm sorry to
oh
interrupt
my
you, but
gosh, what is
Hislop and his publisher are multiple people. So any book that says anything anywhere in the world must be true because at least two people were behind that book, according to
yes.
Dr. M. So every book everywhere that isn't intentional fiction is 100% true, according to Dr. M. And if you don't believe that, then you are a massive conspiracy theorist.
He was part of an anti it was originally just a pamphlet that he published, and I think it was like self-published. And then because he duped some people into it, a publisher would be interested in
Yeah, I mean, the
filling
publisher
it
wants
out
to
and
make
making money.
money, right? I mean, what do they care, right? They just want to make
Yeah.
money. And
Yeah.
hey, if it supports their prejudice against Catholics, all the better.
Yep. So anyway, here are the best references we have to potential first trees, and it's pretty instructive to understand what these are and where they are. Okay. Um, the and Lucas, we find landowners that allowed the cutting of a tree up to 7 feet tall, and Adelsheim, and that's also in this area here. Um, that's Alsace and Baden, and you see Freiburg down here. Um, we're all we're all talking about the same region, even though the date for that was wrong. But it's also in this region as well. So Adelsheim, suddenly we find the allowance of a cutting of a tree up to 7 feet tall in 1431. So no more just cutting branches, but some people are now allowed to cut trees in this one particular town. The first good evidence for trees used, but we don't have like information. What were they doing with these 7 foot tall trees? Like what where they went? What they do? Like what did they do? We don't have that information yet. But the first good evidence for trees used as Christmas trees dates from 1492. The Leibfrauenwerk, which means like Leib means love or beloved, Frauen means women's work group. So this is like a women's charitable organization, right? And maybe associated with sprucing of churches, right? They bought a fir tree for each church of a particular city's 9 parishes, this small city. So, there are so our very first reference to like trees being put anywhere. So first we have cutting trees. Now we suddenly have trees somewhere. They're in churches. There's a 7 foot shawl in each of these 9 churches. That's our first reference. This at this point, this is nearly 1,000 years after the Christianization of the Germans, guys. Then in 1539, we find records of a tree being set up in the Strasbourg Cathedral. Excuse me. So Strasbourg Cathedral. Now we have a tree. Oh, look, it's a church again. Oh, wait, excuse me. First mention of a Christmas tree as such is in the records of the rules of Mainz. I don't know how to speak German. All the Germans are going to be so insulted. The rulers of Mainz or Mons in 1527, but we don't have any details about what this Christmas tree entailed or what it meant. So then, just a few years later, in 1539, it's set up at the cathedral in Strasbourg. Now, this is in a different source than the 1605 one. The 1605 one actually describes how it was decorated in 1605. But in 1539, we know that it's there and it's been there continuously every year. 1605 is the first time that we have a description of it. And so it says the guild set up a tree that it's the account of a traveler. And this traveler also says that the guild set up trees in all of their halls too. So each of the guilds had a tree in its hall, and there was a big tree at the cathedral. And specifically, the one the cathedral was decorated with roses cut out of multicolored paper, apples, wafers, Zeiscolt, and that's your tinsel there, sugar, etc., are eaten, is the auto translation of what it said in German, which is not massively helpful because that are eaten, because what else is eaten? I guess apples, wafers, sugar, but not like the grammar is kind of off, but it's probably because of the translation, right? So Zeisgold, fortunately, on the German Wikipedia page, has a lovely gloss for you, which they're thin-shaped metal flakes. So I guess they hammered out flat pieces of not gold, not silver, something cheap to decorate it and look pretty. Um, so and that word wafers I've highlighted in orange because we're going to talk about that later because it's incredibly significant, along with the fact that our first locations for these things are churches and religious institutes, and then also secondarily guilds, right? In 1611 we have the first record of a tree having candles on it, and that's Duchess Dorothea of Silesia, which is another one of these German bazillion little provinces within Germany. So that's our first time that we have a record of candles being put on one. And then in 1625, we finally find that these bakers of Freiburg are now sponsoring the hospital tree with edible decorations. And a later description of that, even later than 1625, closer to the end of the century, we find the description of it of having edible decorations, cake, and fruit, and then those would be distributed to the poor after the new year. So it would be there through Christmas. The hospital is a religious institute. It's for the relief of the poor. It's for the disabled, people who are workers, they're now disabled, they can't take care of themselves, people who are poor and sick but might get better, people who are crazy and are potentially harm to themselves, people who are so developmentally disabled that they can't work and they don't have a family. The Christian hospitals cared for all of these people. And so this was a way of making kind of a sad place look more cheerful. And then it was a super special treat of things that were way outside the price range of these folks for almost their entire lives that was distributed at the end to these poor people so that they could enjoy them. So it's also in this century that the first private trees appear. So, like right around this time, 1625, whenever you start seeing the guild, there's not just one tree per town, but each of the guild halls has one in Freiburg. Um, this uh, this by 1642, people are having trees inside their own homes. So this is like nearly 200 years to develop. And this Protestant preacher really disliked it at the Strasbourg Cathedral. He's a preacher at the Strasbourg Cathedral. Didn't like people having these private trees. He doesn't like them because he says that they're trifles, that they're distractions from God's word, and that they're decorated with dolls and sugar. And he doesn't know where the habit comes from. Interesting. So what does he do? Well, he doesn't say, this is a pagan tradition from the ancient times. He's just like, I don't know why we're doing this. It's a distraction from God's word, and I wish people didn't do it. But the Lutherans developed a legend. Remember, Luther started in Germany, right? Lutherans developed a legend that Martin Luther himself cut the first Christmas tree. And so it was entrenched not just as a regional German tradition, but as specifically Protestant too. By the early 1700s, it spread across much of Germany. And the early 1800s, the heavily Catholic regions had embraced trees too. So basically, you had it start in an area that would turn heavily Protestant, right? This is an area that would become very heavily Protestant. Both Catholics and Protestants in this region that became heavily Protestant um, had trees. Then it spread more quickly to other Protestant regions because it was associated with this area that had become Protestant. And then the Catholic regions embraced it too. It only arrived in Austria in like the 1800s too. So it spread pretty slowly overall. And because it was just a local custom. It was pretty cool, but it was a local custom, and so it just took time to spread. Now, you notice some traits. All the early trees were set up in public locations. They weren't like private secret, oh, we're going to do this secret pagan thing that we got from great grandma the witch. Like, no, these are set up in public locations. Some of the locations are explicitly Christian. In fact, all of the very earliest ones are. Um, they're sponsored by the church, by charitable Christian organizations, by nobles, and by guilds. That's who is sponsoring these early trees. They always have food on them. If it says who eats them, it's the poor. It's a charitable act as well as being something splendid. Thus, even the guilds and the nobles are participating in charity in this way. And you notice that the reason why these baker's apprentices were sponsoring a tree is that they were baking the stuff for the tree. They're baking the treats for the tree. That's why their tree had little cakes on them, because it was sponsored by the baker's apprentices who were making the treats to put on this tree. That's how they were sponsoring it. That's what that meant, right? So the wafer is super important. I told you, remember that wafer, right? The flour paste wafer is an unconsecrated host. So this is a clearly religious thing on this tree. It is an unconsecrated host. So that means, like, whenever, for you folks who don't know, it's your cracker. It's your bread that you get during communion, okay? And so this is a something that was manufactured for the church typically, but it wasn't blessed. So it wasn't special yet. So you put it they put it on the tree as a symbol of Christ, because it couldn't mean anything else. No one eats flour paste wafers for fun. They do not taste good. They are not nice to eat. The only reason that you would have these there is to be symbolic. And so this ties into the main working theory on the emergency of this fruit and bread decorated tree being from Christmas pageants of this era. Now, religious pageants, sometimes called mystery plays, because mystery is about the unveiling of Christ in the world, right? Um, these were very, very, very common in the Middle Ages. They were so common that the Pope in 1210 banned the clergy from participating in them, because he was concerned that it was just not seemly for priests to be doing this, and so the guilds like officially took it over at that moment. And from then on, it was on at that point, because now you have guilds not doing this, not just to teach people about God, but also to outdo one another, because each different guild would sponsor its own scene in a biblical story, like the overall arching biblical story. Different guilds would adopt different parts of it, and they would have a cart that they would super decorate up, and then they would have, they're not really actors as we would consider them actors, because there was it was a very formalized presentation. So you would have specific stands, like people would stand in a sign to bless people in this way, and then they would stand in like a ceremonial mourning sign, and then a declaratory sign. And so you'd go through different positions, and you would like declare your parts more than act them. But it was still a visual way in the common tongue to get stories into people's heads about what happened. Although they did often embroider them with more activities and events and asides and small bit parts that were not in the original, right? Um, so, uh, so the and I mentioned that it was a lot like The Chosen today, in a certain way. Like, if you know that series where it's inspired by a biblical scene, but then there's other stuff added to it, right? So the guild members dressed up, carts were as elaborate as possible. They were typical of Easter, Christmas, Easter, and then much later, after it was established, of course, Corpus Christi, much later. Then in Germany, many of the earlier stories are centered on Christmas. They date no later than 12th century in Germany. In England, they tend to be much more common of Easter, so it's tended to be like this big Easter thing. And they definitely date no later than the 12th century in Germany, because we're already able to analyze what types of pageants there were in the 12th century in Germany. So the apple and wafer are a vision of a tree from these plays, the tree of paradise. This seemed to be idealized as an entwined tree, like a double tree, one with fruit and then the other with wafers. So if you see this image here, this is a later. This is not from the 12th century. It's not from the 1100s. It's from considerably later than that. But I think it's 1400s based on her dress. But you can see on one side there is an angel holding a wafer, and then there are lots of tiny. They end up kind of looking like olives, but they're supposed to be wafers at different angles on this side, and then a whole bunch of fruit on this other side, which it's hard to tell if any particular. I think that no particular fruit is meant there. I think it's an idealized fruit, but the kind of fruit that you would have for fairly inexpensively that wouldn't completely break the bank in northern Germany at this time would be apples. That's what you would have put away after the harvest. They had storage apples that would last months and months, and so you'd be able to take them out and put them on the tree. And so, and the reason why is because you have the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil, which is the fruit that Adam and Eve ate, and then you also have the tree of life. Christ calls himself what? The bread of life. And we'll go into that in just a second. But the wafers don't taste good. Nobody's going to eat them on their own. Nobody's going to go, let's put these wafers on a tree to enjoy or something without a theological reason for this. So, supporting this is an account of a decorated tree that was in a procession later on in a particular city from which children were allowed to take goodies. So you would have one of these processions. In one of these processions, they had like a tree which had extra goodies in it that people were allowed to take at that time. So let's see, do I have? I don't really talk about that, so I'll talk about it now. The reason why you'd have the cookies put on is because it would not be so first you'd want to do something with the apples that you've acquired for this tree, and so an act of charity would be a good thing to do with it, but you don't want to have like your symbol of God being something that people don't really want to eat very much. It just isn't a good look. So you put little cakes and other delicious things on it that would be as tasting and wonderful as the apples, and it kind of probably evolved from there. And so when the trees were made specially for charity, those objects were added. So that procession tree already had cakes and baked dainties and sugar things on it, right? So since Christ is called the bread of life, he's called, he calls himself the true manna, that he's the one who comes in the wilderness. He is food for the soul and all of this kind of stuff. All of this imagery is of Christ. And then later we have the tree of life that is in Revelation, that's by the waters, and Christ promising to give those who eat of the bread of life, that is, if you participate in his death through faith and resurrection and everything else, that you come from death to life. All of this imagery is baked into having a paradise tree that has both symbols of life and death on it, and also that we live through Christ's death on the cross. So the tree is also to remind us of Christ dying on the cross, which Paul very pointedly, called a tree, and Christ talked about being lifted up and everything else, and how he became the image of sin. So he took on the wages of the serpent in the tree was applied to him, and all of this imagery is baked into the imagery that was used in these paradise trees, that then transformed into the tree that we have. So I like the comment there. Be humorous for the Jews to put a Garkad tree during the Rosh Hashanah. That would be very funny. That would be extremely funny. So, and so this is to remind us not only of the fall, but of the promised fruit of the tree of life that bears a fruit each month in the symbolic vision of the resurrection, and to remind us of Christ and everything else. It is entirely perfectly appropriate Christian and authentically Christian that this developed out of this, and is perfectly theologically sound. If you choose to use it that way with your family, you can absolutely make a point about Christ being our tree of life, and the fall together with the restoration being contained in this imagery here, and everything that Christ did for us, and what the meaning of the incarnation is. So later on, you finally find glass ornaments from around 1600s. That's about the time when the aspect of this tree as a charitable tree starts decreasing, because before that, they really were just trees for children and the poor, basically. Um, and there are different stories about why the first glass ornament came. I did not dig into it. Some stories say, oh, all the crops failed that year. They didn't have apples. And someone else said, oh, this guy was so poor that he couldn't afford apples, but he was a glass blower, so he made himself. I don't know. I don't really care. But blown glass ornaments are in fact from the German or from the fruit. They are like fruit that doesn't rot and doesn't weigh down your tree as much. That's what they are. The Christmas trees only went worldwide in 1848 when an illustration of Queen Victoria and her family around her Christmas tree went viral. Why did she have a Christmas tree? Well, the kings of England had come from Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, Protestant German area, sometime before. Queen Charlotte had also had a Christmas tree as well. She just wasn't like massively popular because she wasn't very pretty, and people are snobs and dorks, and she was, married into this German family even, and wasn't the beloved queen who was, she wasn't the ruling queen. She was instead a queen consort and stuff. And so really, really, Victoria was the first massively, massively popular ruler of her entire line. And so she was like the first celebrity. Queen Victoria is why we have, why white, she was not the first to have a white wedding dress, but she is literally why wedding dresses are white. There were a number of things before then that contributed to wedding dresses being white, but really, when Queen Victoria's wedding dress was white, that kind of established it. Boom. From then on, wedding dresses were all white. That's how popular this woman was. And so this particular image and various, often you have a little frame around it, just went wild. It went viral. The entire Anglosphere went crazy over this. And within the next 30 years, everybody had Christmas trees because they wanted to mimic her. It was still typically hung with treats for children until more recent times. You can see right there. They have kind of heavy things underneath it, but a lot of times you would have little toys tied on it. You still have Christmas poppers, Christmas crackers, Sorry, guys. Christmas crackers in Britain that have little bitty toys in them that are hung on the tree. So again, what do poor or dishonest scholars like our Dr. M here, who is a very stupid person and very dishonest, people like him struggle to grasp? They struggle to grasp linear time, thus causation. So Dr. M here thinks that Christmas trees teleported through time many, many, many centuries from no one observing them, knowing anything about them, doing anything about them. He thinks that from a distant, incredibly distant pagan past that we have no records of, by the way, no records of this existing, that they magically transported into the middle of the 15th century, so that by the middle of the 16th century, this magical secret pagan thing that nobody would have known was pagan was somehow being celebrated mainly in churches. That's the kind of reasoning we get here. Physical space. They also believe this somehow comes from literal Babylon and teleports magically through time and space across countries that don't have any kind of evergreen tree that this could realistically be used for, and magically reappears in Germany to spread everywhere. And human minds. They think that these people somehow were magically able to transmit this paganism, even though literally nobody knew about this thing because, like, there's no record of it. It never existed in the past. So, yes, Dr. M. Hislop was a crackpot in every literal shape and form. He is a crackpot, and you show what a ridiculous monkey you are to follow him. Monkey see, monkey do. So,
Now, I do want to be fair here. I think Houston's actually right. I don't think he believes it. I think that he's just trolling. He will say literally anything that he thinks will make Christians mad and doesn't give a crap how ridiculous it makes him sound because all he wants to do is get a rise out of us. And well, okay, so Daz Daz
he's a
here,
straw man. He just has some. He's so funny.
yeah, he just says this is a straw man every time you say anything.
Yeah, but he doesn't
So
even know what a
Daz,
straw man is. What is a straw man, Dr. M? Show that you have the least hint of intelligence by telling us, defining a straw man for us.
yeah, that's funny
What a
because
straw man is, or else just be quiet. So the next
your
thing you
words
say, you need
technically,
to
right?
define straw man and then
Your words
explain how it is a straw man.
your
Otherwise,
words could
be
be
silent.
interpreted as a particular logical fallacy, but not straw man. It's like a million miles away from straw man. So Daz says, who's also in the chat making some interesting assertions, who is not a Muslim as far as I know, probably is some sort of Christian. Thaddeus, I've watched your show for ages. It's the only time I've been challenged on your show. Well, that's because it's the only time you said something dumb.
So Daz,
I'm not
Daz,
afraid to-
I can actually tell you, Daz, there is nothing pagan, nothing pagan in the Christmas tree. Literally nothing. Not a little bit, not a hint, not a shadow, not a sniff. Nothing. I want you to go back to the beginning. I know you arrived pretty late, but you do need to go back to the beginning. And Mr.
yeah.
Blister, I am enthusiastic. I am always enthusiastic. But I Dr. M, Mr. Blister is a regular, and he is always this ridiculous. Daz, I'm not giving Daz a terribly
Yeah,
hard time
yeah.
because
So
Daz is
Daz, I think. Okay, so Mary probably hasn't been paying attention to the chat. We seem to reach the end of the Christmas tree, so now's the perfect time to bring her up to date and then read some of the funny comments people made along the way. So this is the first comment Daz made it when he came in. How did the German Celts decorate a tree at winter solstice? Stop misleading people.
ah! Okay, yeah,
They
he's late.
didn't.
So Daz, sweetheart, go back to the beginning. Celts aren't Germans. That's like saying, how did the Italian Assyrians decorate a tree? Celts are not Germans. Germans and Celts are literally totally different people speaking different languages with different traditions. If you go back super far, then you end up with the Indo-Europeans, but they've been apart thousands of years. No, nobody decorated a tree at winter solstice. Daz, no. Vikings are not Celts. They did not decorate a tree. Nobody decorated a tree at winter solstice. This did not exist. You have been lied to, Daz. People lied to you. Do not believe things
Yes.
just because you hear them. Now, you really need to go back. You need to
All
go
right.
back and look
So
at the beginning.
okay, yeah, we got it.
Just
So
do what needs
if he's actually interested,
North tree.
okay. So Mary, when you see the rest of his comments, you're going to know how appropriate that statement is. All right. So that's what he said first. The German Celts did this. Then Nina said that that's nonsense. Okay, like she said you're mistaken or something. She said it politely, right? And this was the comment that she got back. I'm a Celt. They did, you barefaced liar. Go do some research and pull your head out of your ass. Very nice and kind. So then I got involved and I asked him for a source. His reply was Oxford University, Cambridge University, Dublin, Belfast, Edinburgh. How many scholars do you want? I said, give me one source, one scholar of any repute whatsoever that has said this. Primary source would be even better, but one source whatsoever. His response to that was, Don't behave like hijab, bro. I expect better from a Christian. So asking someone for a source is acting like Muhammad hijab. As Sky Apologetics says, if anything, you're being hijab by not giving a source and just providing assertions. And then he says, I don't have to name hundreds of scholars for British universities about Celtic religious ceremonies. Go do some research. So I, once again, told him to do his own research. And a couple of people point out if there's hundreds, it should be really easy to point out one. Grow up, I said. Don't act like hijab. Again, asking for sources to back your claims that you came into the chat and voluntarily made is acting like Muhammad hijab. Blindly asserting blatant lies that you heard from someone you have never bothered to check for yourself is acting like a good Christian,
Daz,
I suppose.
just stop for a second. Daz, I have looked up all the supposed sources. They do not exist. So people just lie and you believed them. Daz, you have been lied to. So you need to stop being fooled by people who lied to you. Why are you so determined to believe liars? That is the question. So,
And so, Daz, I read your comment that said German Celts. That was the response to why she mentioned Germany. You said, I asked a question about paganity, whatever that is, in European church. I never mentioned German. Yes, you did. I had your quote on the screen that said German Celts.
you said German Celts, and I said that that is a perfect example of people who are deluded, easily fooled. You don't know history. Daz, you don't know anything about history. Someone told you something, and it just seemed plausible to you because it appealed to your prejudices. They did not give you any facts. They did not give you any evidence. They didn't give you anything. So, no, there are no, I think you mean migrated. No, no pagan roots migrated into certain Northern European church practices. The
But
closest thing that I can come to something that existed in in pagan times was the beating of the bounds, which you have probably never heard of. And so because there were pagan traditions associated with checking on border stones at a particular time, but you still need to know where the borders of things were. Even if you're not pagan, it's still important to know. And so that kind of became, we'll walk around the borders of the parish and pray and look at all the border stones and make sure nobody's like tried to alter their property lines over the last year. And we can do it as a group and kind of like sort stuff out if somebody's done something shady in the last year. And the pagans did this, and then did something like this and associated with pagan rites. And at a different time of year, it kind of became a tradition, but I can't even say that one's from the other because the gap's too long. And the only place where you find beating of the bounds is in, you only find it in England, and the gap between Roman times and the rechristianization is really too long to say that these things are connected. So that seems much more likely to be spontaneous coevolution of things in a different form because you had a common need that people don't muck with your boundary stones. So no, Daz, we had your quotes. There is no prejudice. We judged you on what you said. There is nothing pagan in Northern European church practices, and I'm going through them
yeah,
all one by one. So I have already shown you.
Matt, you answered. Let me answer too. It was addressed to me. Thaddeus, can you honestly say no pagan roots amalgamated into certain Northern European church practices? Yes, I can honestly say that. Nothing related to Christmas. If you saw my introduction, I was perfectly fine earlier in my life with Christians continuing customs that had been associated with paganism, because merely practicing a custom does not make you in defiance of God. It does not make you worshiping an idol or anything along those lines. However, when I looked into it, the facts of the matter were that all of this is myth. There is none of this that has a legitimate connection to anything pagan. So yes, I can honestly say that because I, unlike you, have actually done research and am not just repeating what someone told me and then getting upset about it when people ask me for a source. The reason I asked you for a source is because there aren't any. I know you believe what you're saying. I know that you think this is true. I know you think that all the scholars know this. That's what everyone who propagates these myths says. And none of them ever go and check anything, which is how they get propagated. So stop being
And
a propagator of myths and do some actual research for yourself. In this video, there are dozens and dozens of primary sources. If there is any credibility to any of these theories, there should be primary sources.
so, Daz, just because something isn't explicitly described in the Bible doesn't mean it's pagan. Just so you know, the Bible does
And
not tell
hey,
us
look, an
what
actual straw man.
substance to build our churches out of. So you could go, oh, some temples were sometimes made of stone. Some churches were made of stone. Ha ha, that is pagan. Like there are lots of things that aren't described in the Bible, and it's fine. It's up to your conscience
Including
and to the
watching
group
YouTube.
do.
Is you watching YouTube biblical? So here's an actual example of a straw man. So every practice is biblical. No one said that ever. Saying something isn't pagan is not equivalent to saying it's biblical. Nice straw man.
That's what,
And
yeah.
since
And
you're
like you
watching
said,
YouTube and the YouTube's not described in the Bible, you are doing pagan activity right now.
yep.
I think you should
And churches
sign off and
absolutely,
repent.
yep, churches absolutely can't live stream because live streaming isn't described in the Bible. Therefore, it's pagan. Like that's the kind of thing here. Dad, seriously, you when this is over, go back to the beginning and get the bits that you missed. It will help. Okay, it really will help. A lot of people get really caught up in this idea that they're the secret lurking to get you kind of thing that just isn't true. And so you need to be secure in the word. Read the Bible, read the Bible, read the Bible. So, if we want to go on, we will talk about Yule logs, the supposed Yule
Well,
logs, and if there's
I
anything
did want to read a
significant.
bunch of
Yeah,
these
go ahead.
comments. I didn't
Oh,
want to
sorry, more.
just talk to Daz. This will be the last comment from him. The only one that he said that was correct the whole time. No Viking practice, no Celt, nothing. Really? Wow. Some people are fooled. Yes, those people would be you and other people who say these things are Celtic or Viking customs. All right. So with that out of the way, got some good comments, some humorous comments. We'll be on this for a little bit. Philip Margrave pointed out that Hosea 14:8, God refers to himself symbolically as an evergreen tree. So you see, Hosea 14:8 is pagan and needs to be removed from the Bible because it equates a tree with God, which is a lot more than you're doing with a Christmas tree. Just saying. Anne says Christmas trees are basically a flower arrangement, neither prayed to nor worshipped, and unceremoniously tossed aside afterwards. Jeremiah speaks of wood carved into idols, prayed to, worshipped instead of Yahweh. Exactly.
Yep, yep.
Una has a question. Did you hear of a statue of Baphomet in Idaho Capitol building? It's supposed to show impartiality to Christmas or something. I did not hear of that. I'm not all that surprised that someone would do that. Any comment
Yeah.
from you, Mary?
That's why Babylon B said you need to put devil horns on founding fathers so that uh, the woke people want to keep them. So we need to put devil horns on all the founding fathers, and all the woke people will want to preserve them instead of knock them down. Because right now they're screaming about knocking down what they describe as a Confederate monument in Arlington National Cemetery, but what it actually is a monument to the reunification of the states after the Civil War, and has the verse there about pounding out swords into plowshares to mark the reunification and the restoration of the southern states into the Union. It is not celebrating any Southern Confederate person. So if you want to say that the rejoining of the union was a mistake and we should undo it. I mean, I would like them to go ahead and express that in all of those words. I want them to say, we hate the Bible. We don't like this Bible verse. So we want this Bible verse gone. And we think that the union was a mistake and should be abolished. So go ahead and say that, because that's what you want to knock down, just like they wanted to destroy uh, the emancipation statue of Abraham Lincoln because it showed slaves being emancipated. We can't refer to the fact that Black people were enslaved and were emancipated.
Yeah, because that might
I
trigger someone.
don't
You
even
know,
know. Yeah.
you might be triggered of seeing Black people depicted as slaves, even
And
if they're
freed
being freed in the
slaves.
process, being
Yeah,
freed,
freed
but they
slaves.
were slaves, so that will trigger you. Okay, so Marion says Jesus equates himself with a grain of wheat that must die. So there you go. More evidence that the Bible is pagan. I'm sure that pagans had grains of wheat before Jesus came. Man, this is just so bad. We destroy Christianity over and over again here. So Elohim says, what is a stream? Water. Jesus is the drink that will make you never thirst again. And what is Jesus? Life. So this is life and a stream, a live stream? This is the proof. So live streams are in the Bible after all. Thank you, Al, for correcting us on that important point. Andrew Martin, point out another way that the Bible is totally pagan. Jesus was a carpenter and he even carved wood, just like in Jeremiah. He was carving wood. Oh no, he was worshiping a tree.
Yeah, I'm sure that he actually used a chisel, unlike anyone who has ever. Like, I'm really curious as to how these people think that trees were cut down in the past. Did they think that people chiseled trees down? Like, the word is chisel, folks. Chisel.
Super chat from Trinity Matrix.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Says Trinity is the truth and Almighty God. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much for that donation, Trinity Matrix. And I saved this comment to highlight along with it. I want Mary as my teacher. Don't we all?
Sometimes my kids don't. They're like, I'm going to ask Dad. Like, I'm not going to ask her again. Not
and
again.
Artemis decided to come in for her close-up. She's like right next to the cat cam. So there you go. Nice and close up with Artemis there.
All right. So
just a couple more. Just a couple
a few more. Sorry about that.
Nicodemus says, your heart is where your treasure is. I don't think that is meant to be literal. I don't know. Maybe you are supposed to like literally put your treasure inside your body. I mean, that would be consistent with the way that some people are behaving with the Bible and finding Christmas trees in it for sure. P Kicker says, final point is those who claim dumb stuff about Christmas also have major theological issues as well. I wouldn't say always, but as Mary pointed out last time, quite often they go hand in hand. That, for example, it seems to be very popular with Unitarian cults to say that Christmas is pagan and anyone who celebrates it is accidentally worshiping, or perhaps purposely even, worshiping pagan spirits, demons, false gods, however you want to put it. Trinity Matrix asked, what about the burning bush? So you see, that is more paganism in the Bible. Una said, Muslims claiming Christmas traditions are pagan is like the pot calling ketchup black. I like that one. So far, different between the two. And I promised that I would ask, whoops. So that is not supposed to be next. I clicked on the wrong thing and now it won't let me scroll. I promised I'd ask this question for Philip. What is the star of Rephaim?
I have not heard of that.
I had no idea either. I was hoping maybe you would know. Anne in the chat said Star of Rephaim is an encircled star. Star of David has no circle. S4C channel has
Oh,
great teaching on how Star of David is based on Hebrew alphabet. So I know nothing about this. I don't know if this is an accurate statement or what, but it's the best answer I can provide.
yeah. Yeah, it's so Stephen can it's whenever Stephen's about to be killed, he says, "You took up the tabernacle of Moloch, and the star of your god Rephaim figures which you made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon." Uh, and that's a reference to Amos 5:26 to 5:27. And in the original, it says, "Cheon your images, the star of your god," etc. So, it has nothing to do with the Jewish Star of David. Jewish Star of David, also not an ancient pagan symbol. So, and
All right,
it wasn't that. It's not that old either. It's not that old.
yeah, me too, Nina. Never thought I'd hear Mary say, I don't know. All right, just two more real quick here. Well, I guess technically three, but two that go together. And that was not what I was intending to click on. Exactly. And you can't scrub the floor because you're kneeling, right? Because we talked about bowing down before the Christmas tree
There, that's a
in
nice
worship.
excuse. I can't
So,
scrub floors anymore because then
yeah,
it's
exactly.
pagan,
That's what I
so I
was going to
just need
go
to
with.
like have new flooring put down
Hmm.
anytime I might otherwise need to scrub.
Yep,
Make
you're
sure that
kneeling down to the god of the floor, which Johnston Bra said, satanic knee pads. And then last comment for now from Franz Margretti Rendon. You are disgusting, lady. Do you hate Christians? Do you? You are evil, filthy, rubbish, threatening woman. You are heckler.
okay. I think she might be.
I'm not 100% sure it was addressed to you. I assumed it probably was,
I
but
think it probably was. I don't think she really speaks English, and I think it's a kid. So I think she reacted strongly. I think it was a child reacting strongly to the title, thinking that it was actually anti Christian rather than being, as per usual, shameless clickbait.
I put debunked in the title.
Yes, you did, but I don't think I think it's very clear that that's not her first language. That definitely looks like that's probably her own photo, not a parent's. That's a little kid.
All right, so I do have some other comments, but I'll save them for a while longer. Let's get back to Mary's presentation. She now wants to take on the Yule log.
Yes, so the
Oh,
Yule
which
log is supposed to be authentically ancient and pagan, but it wasn't even a phrase or a word or a concept until people decided that it sounded charming, and I deliberately spelled it as if it's oldie worldy because people like adding unnecessary e's, thinking that that's how people spelled things to look old fashioned. So it's kind of in the same way that people write ye thinking that that means something, ye olde shop, ye olde worldy shop p, right? And that makes it like charming and old fashioned, literally invented the term Yule log and pretended it was an ancient tradition when it was in no way ancient. So um if you go back,
just
oh my
before
goodness.
you dive in, this comment from Samuel, which was made a little earlier, that will set it up nicely. But Mary, there is traditions of bringing in logs to honor Baldur in Viking traditions.
Actually, there is in fact not any that we know of. Uh there is nothing at all about any of that. The like that's it, but that's the kind of thing they make up. They're like, haha, it was a tradition because Balder he died and then like Jesus died and resurrection. So then there was this log. It's this free spinning, making up thing. So that's the kind of thing that folks say. So, whoops. So if you go back to our first references, supposedly there is this book called Yule and Christmas. They're placed in the Germanic year by this guy named Alexander Till in the 19th century, and he just made stuff up. So he propagated this lie that Yule logs are ancient. He doesn't often say a direct untruth, but he frames data to deceive. So we actually find that in his 1184 source, that everyone will say, oh, this is the first time we have a reference to a Yule log. And in his actual source he quotes, we find an edict from a Christian bishop outlining the prerogatives of the Christian parish priest of Ahlin. So these prerogatives include a tree at the nativity of our Lord. Do you hear Yule there? Do you hear the word Yule in this phrase,
No.
a tree at the nativity of our Lord?
But
So
maybe, is this an English source? Because maybe it was lost in translation.
it was in Latin, and I'm
Aha!
Arborum and nativitate domini ad festivum ignem suum adecendum. I read Latin better than I in my head better than I speak it. Aducendum Yule or Aducendum
Oh
esse.
yeah.
Excuse me, no Yule.
At first, I thought that you were actually translating it into Latin off the top of your head, but now I see it's on the
No.
slide.
I'm reading the Latin badly. So this is the literal Latin. So his prerogative is that he will have a tree in the nativity of our Lord to be brought for his own fire at that festival. So it's for his fire. One of the things that he gets as part of his pay, so that he can like survive, you would get payment and money, but a lot of your payment would just be payment in kind. So you'd be entitled to certain amounts of food. You'd be entitled to certain amounts of firewood before coal was more common. You'd be entitled to certain amounts of this, that, and the other. So in this list of things that he was entitled to, he was entitled to having a tree's worth of fire that to be brought to him for Christmas time. So, and then he even admits that we have an earlier record of a log being given to someone at Epiphany. So the same kind of edict saying that this person with this position gets this at this time, yet he wants to make the Christmas one into a Yule log somehow. No references to Yule. And it's also not pagan. It's a priest who's getting firewood for Christmas. It's not from Scandinavia, where you have Yule, but it's from Westphalia, which is in Western Germany. So all the people who want to make Yule into something pagan want to say that it's connected to the Norse, right? They want to say that it's Norse, it's Scandinavian. England's included in that because it was conquered by Scandinavians, occupied by them for a while. They don't even argue that it's from the ancient Germans authentically because they are like relying on Norse mythology, specifically Norse mythology, to try and make up this connection. And so it has to have a Nordic connection. There's no Nordic connection with Westphalia to the Norse. Does not exist. So, whoops. Sorry. So there is no ancient link to getting, excuse me, there is an actual ancient link to getting payments and winter in general. Early Germanic law sets some point in summer and some point in winter as the times when people who are due annuities get paid. So if you have something due to you twice a year, in ancient German law, the first time that's written down, we have that you should be paid this in the summer and this in the winter. Problem is, all of our records are from Christianized contexts. We don't have any pre-Christian contexts. It's ancient, but it's about payments. It's not about like anything religious. It's like oh, this is a particular time where somebody's owed something at this mark on the calendar at this festival time. Um, and so that Christmas is used as one of the dates for payments in kind should not be surprising to anyone. The first attestation in England, which was before any that exist in Scandinavia, of anyone do any kind of firewood or or excuse me, anyone do that has any kind of fire tradition around Christmas time. Okay, is from 1600. It's a poem celebrating the secular delights during Christmas, and it mentions a Christmas log to party around. It was written by a guy named Herrick, who really was kind of he really liked sensual pleasures, shall we say, did not like the Puritans at all, and wrote poetry just to annoy them. And so his Christmas poetry was all about snuggling girls next to the fire and drinking. And so the idea of having a big fire at Christmas time is mentioned in passing as part of the delights of this feast day with nothing else in context. So tells like his slam dunk, his source that proves that all this is pagan, is supposed to be this letter that Saint Boniface wrote to the Pope and Saint at the time in 742. And Saint Boniface is writing this to the Pope saying that, hey, Saint Boniface was heavily responsible for Christian education of the Germans. And so a lot of the Germans at this time were still like 1, 2 generations, not very well educated Christians into the true Christianization. And he is saying that the behavior in Rome is disgraceful and is hindering his efforts at Christian education in various Germanic areas. He says, by day or by nights, and in context, this is Germans visiting Rome, have seen bands of singers parading the streets in pagan fashion, shouting and chanting sacrilegious songs and loading tables of food by day or by night, while no one in his own house is willing to lend his neighbor's fire or tools or any other convenience. This is about New Year's Day, because New Year's Day, in the pagan context, there was this belief that if you did work on that day, that you would have bad luck for the whole year. So you needed to like not do any work, not light a fire, not do anything, and instead people would party in the streets and sell treats to people. And this is what's happening still in Rome in 742, that this tradition that wasn't like they weren't worshiping pagan gods, but still like revelry in the streets, tacky, rude, indecent songs, people getting drunk, all the store, all the stores are shut, not just because it's a party day, but also because there's an existing uh, uh, superstition that if you have it open and if you do work, then that'll be bad luck for the year. And all this stuff is pagan. And St. Boniface is saying, you guys shouldn't be doing these pagan traditions, even though you're not worshiping any pagan deities, even though this is not connected to pagan worship. It is still disgraceful that in Rome you have people doing these uh, activities that do have a descent from paganism. Okay? Till is so stupid. He thinks that what St. Boniface is saying is that he's saying no one is in his own house is willing to lend his neighbor fire, means that the Romans were practicing a pagan private bonfire tradition instead of doing the properly neighborly group bonfire uh, uh, pagan bonfire tradition that is supposed to be associated with this. And so what he's really doing is saying that it would look better to the pagan Germans if you would act like pagan Germans and have these open air bonfires, which he has no basis for saying was ever a Germanic thing. He just made this up and then made up this weird interpretation of this that makes no sense. And then, like, I read this like 6 times because on the next page, he immediately forgets his argument and then starts claiming that actually the German pagan customs were private fires. So first he builds up this whole thing about how all the German pagan customs were these public fires, and St. Boniface is wanting the Romans to have pagan public fires to help convert the Germans. And then he turns around and goes, oh no, they're all private fires because we only have references to things about having private fires. He even goes so far. One of the things he cites as evidence is one of them that says, that a certain priest is getting wood so that he can cook his Christmas roast. That is what it says in, I believe that it was actually German. That one was actually in German and not in, I'm not sure whether or not it was German or they had the original language. I'm not sure whether or not it was German or Latin. But I did double check that, in fact, it was saying the Christmas roast. And he's like, oh, they're just trying to hide the fact that this was a pagan fire. Like, they're giving this priest something to celebrate something pagan. The bishop's giving the priest something to celebrate something pagan and just lying about it in the sources, just making up that it's about his roast. So all of this is based, again, on this conspiracy theory that every single reference to a Christmas firewood is somehow reference to some ancient Yule log tradition. But I went to search for Yule log in Google's Ngram system, which is basically everything that has been indexed by Google, including lots of ancient things. It's not absolutely complete, but everything that has been indexed, right? First instance of the phrase Yule log in any context appears in 1689, not before then. I don't know whether or not this is a typo. I don't know what the context is because you can't find that out from Ngram. It doesn't show up again until 1788, and then it picks up popularity. So once, and the 1600s, appears again once in 1788, and then it picks up popularity during this age of ethnic nationalism, which predictably drops off after World War II and spiking with return of Romanticism and paganism. So this is what is going down here.
So you ready for some comic relief, Mary?
Yes, I'm ready for some comic relief.
All right, I gotta share my screen. So 1 second here. All right, so our friend Daz gave up on trying to prove that Christmas was pagan, I guess, because he moved on to saying the Triskelion is my source. I asked him about 10 times what in the world he thinks this has to do with Christmas. And after comments like this, I proved my point, I'll quit now. He finally said that it is the Celtic cross. Jesus opened their eyes. So the Triskelion is a term used for 3 spirals of various designs that was used in pre-Christian societies as a symbol, possibly a religious symbol, possibly not. This is what it looks like. This is what a Celtic cross looks like. What in the world the two have to do with one another, I cannot tell you, but this is the proof that Christianity is stolen from paganism, or at least borrowed pagan customs, because he thinks that this symbol looks just like this cross.
So, Daz, you do understand that Christ died on an actual physical cross. Like, you realize that, right? Christ died on a cross. He died on a cross. He was raised from the dead. Hundreds of years later, people used not work styles that developed very late in antiquity to also, they used their ethnic style in the making of a cross, And they also sometimes use symbols before that for their own decoration, possibly pagan. No one has any idea whether or not the triescalon was pagan. No idea. No idea. No one has any idea if that had any meaning whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like I said, it may not even be a religious symbol, but let's say it is a religious symbol. So what? It looks nothing like this freaking cross that he thinks was borrowed from it.
No, and then the idea that the three pointed symbols that are Trinity symbols that were developed later still, they borrow the knotwork style because it is artistically suggestive of the kinds of ideas that exist in that, which were not used as any kind of theological statement at the time. Dude.
All what symbols, Daz? I literally can't figure out what the heck you're talking about. It's so incoherent that I have no idea what argument you're even trying to make. That's how ridiculous your position is. And you just keep saying, you know I'm right, Thaddeus. You know I'm right.
I think that he actually means he's actually so ignorant that what he's trying to say is that the the Celtic knot, the three-ended Celtic knot that is in modern times used as a symbol for Trinity.
Yeah, that might be what he
but
means.
there's no
But
evidence that there were many different Celtic knots of many different shapes, sizes, types. There's no evidence that any one in particular had any like religious symbology in like there's no evidence that that was a pagan symbol whatsoever.
and
Knots
again, this
were a
looks
style of
nothing
ornamentation that was
like
heavily
three
used.
spirals.
No.
The
No, it's
only
not.
connection is that there's three. That's literally the only connection. Are you saying that the Trinity is pagan? Is that what you're trying to say? Because
You can
people
find
made three loops to represent the number three?
and you can find many different types of Celtic knots. They didn't have meanings back when they were used. They didn't have secret, super special. No, they didn't have meanings, Daz. People just lie to you, and you are so gullible that you believe them.
Yeah, there's no evidence
They were
that this is
ornaments.
anything but decoration, and it doesn't look alike anyway. Oh my goodness. All right, enough of that.
Yeah.
Enough of that for sure. Let me read a couple other comments here. A couple humorous ones from Jack Ray right after his super chat.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
He says, two for you, going back a little bit to the you jokes. And then he said, you see? And then he made two more jokes just now. Early programmers used the Yule log before we got log4j. The Yule .log rolled over too much to keep a good record. Programmer humor there for the two of you who in the audience who understand that.
Excellent.
John Wilson says, love the people of the chat's humor tonight. Thank you very much for reminding us that we are the people of the chat, and Mary is the mother of the people of the chat, but I am a father to no one. Never forget that.
Yeah.
That version was abrogated. It's still found in some manuscripts, but it's completely wrong. And let's do one more. Silent Night is a Christmas song, but it's clearly copied from Buddhist meditation. Can't disagree. Although that wouldn't really be pagan. We're still seeing how Christmas is just stolen from everything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll bring your presentation back up.
Yep. So again, this is this is again what do poor dishonest scholars struggle to grasp? Once again, linear time, thus causation. So again, the words Yule log and the idea that that you should light a fire and maybe we should keep it going all night. That's really from the 18th century. The phrase was made up and then adopted because it sounded old fashioned and romantic, and people pretended that it had ancient roots because it just felt romantic to them to do so. The, in this period of strong nationalism, it was about disassociating from a group identity and wanting to celebrate the ethnic uh, eccentricities of your own people and how you were different and special from all the other people who might have some things in common with you. So these folks are supposing that this concept that was made up in the 18th century, that we should travel back in time and say that every single fire that existed in the wintertime was connected to a Yule fire. Every single obligation to give someone wood, that your Christmas roast, the fact that you were cooking food over a fire is proof of this Yule log nonsense. Like, that's what they're proposing. Physical space. They don't care that he was just looking for any reference to wood in medieval records. And he found a reference to somebody getting firewood for Christmas in Western Germany and just applied this
where it was cold.
to Scandinavia, where it's cold. He applied it to being a pagan Yule tradition in Scandinavia, right? And then human minds, somehow people like magically transmitted this, even though no one knew. No one used the words Yule log ever until one time pops up in the 1600s, and then it catches on in the late 1700s, but somehow they magically knew that this was something that the Norse did through the power of their minds. So that is the kind of issue that we have there. So let's see.
You made a fire in the winter?
Yeah,
You're
I know.
pagan!
That
So
must be pagan.
stupid! You're stupid pagan! Stop being pagan and warming yourself up with fires!
But the fact that the term Yule log didn't even exist. Didn't exist. There's no references to anyone trying to keep a fire alight all night long, especially on Christmas. In general, people like to keep their fires alive all night. It's called banking a fire because it's a pain in the butt when you're really cold to light a fire in the morning. It's not pleasant. So if you can, instead of lighting a fire from scratch, bank your fire and start it up again. But that's what you do every night. There's nothing like it really took getting to the point where people had servants and they didn't even have to think about this anymore for them to make this up. Like, no one who didn't have servants would have made up something like this. You really wouldn't have, because like common people understood how fires worked. You would have to be someone who would ring a bell to bring someone in to stoke your fire to like have any idea that's anything like this, right? So if we keep going, gifts. People want to say that gifts are pagan because pagans gave gifts on the new year, and they gave gifts during Saturnalia, and they gave gifts at other times during the year. So somehow if it's gifts and it's wintertime, it must be a descendant of this pagan Roman practice, even though you don't export pagan remnants to other people. That's an important point, is that if you had a pagan remnant locally, it's not something that's likely to get exported to someone else. But nevertheless, records of Christmas charity to the poor go back to at least 1200. Distributions to servants are pretty old too, but here's the problem. There's a fine line between gift and compensation when you're talking about servants at this time. So yes, you may be giving your parents, your servants, new clothes every Christmas, but if you don't give them those clothes during Christmas time, they will take their butts elsewhere and work for someone else, because that's part of being a servant, is that you get new livery at particular times of year. And if it's the local custom that's the time of year when you get livery, if what is expected does not show up, you go somewhere else. So is it a gift at that point? Are the traditional Christmas bonuses in some countries, it is enshrined that some people get an extra 2 weeks pay for Christmas. Is that really a bonus if it's like legally required for you to give an extra 2 weeks? No, that's part of your annual compensation. The annual compensation plan is just structured so that at a feast time, at this traditional feast time, you get the extra then. Many contracts and edicts were connected to seasonal holidays of various times, not just Christmas. A lot of times, Michaelmas was a big one, and even Candlemas, and then in the spring, like at these different points of year, you would have quarterly rents were usually due quarterly. Could you say if you had to pay rent on December 25th and then March 25th and then June 25th, like, can you say that that is like something? No, it's a quarterly payment that lines up roughly with where you kind of consider the solstices and equinoxes to be. It's not a gift, it's a quarterly payment. Like, it has no religious significance at all at that point. So, excuse me, the first isolated mention, according to Google Ngram, there's probably an earlier mention somewhere, right? First isolated mention of a Christmas present in Google Ngram is in 1741. In 1762, 1764, those both have a hit. Then in 1778, it begins to be still very uncommon, but increasingly as a thing. And then by the 1830s, it's really picking up, it's really a thing by the 1830s. People know of it. Then after 1845, around the time the Victoria's tree gets really popular, it really becomes like commonplace. So by the end of the 19th century, everybody's giving Christmas gifts, knows about Christmas gifts. It's just something you do. Similarly, Christmas gift has isolated references and the 1710s and 20s, a few more in the 60s. It's established as a phrase by 1780, picks up in popularity in parallel with the phrase Christmas present. So, like, it's late, and it's probably heavily connected to the spread of the Christmas tree itself, because the Christmas tree, once it became private, was associated with giving presents to children, and then that children giving just became included more and more people over time. So first you had charity, payments to servants, obligations to various folks, and quarterly payments or bi-yearly payments associated with this date. Then it seems to pick up with kids. And then eventually people are giving things to each other in the 19th century, really, where you would expect something, a gift to between a husband and a wife would not really be something that you would expect until the 19th century, pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere. So note that the from at least the 1600s, tokens were handed out to many people as New Year's gifts, not charity, but stuff like your baker slipping in an extra treat, or your butcher giving you a couple of extra ounces, or people selling treats in the street. Lots of adults giving things to other adults, motivated by something other than charity, was a big thing around New Year's. But it really only starts picking up, appearing in the 1600s. So the idea, and so this became kind of the right around the new year, but it's exceedingly unlikely that these have authentic pagan origins associated with the Roman New Year. It was way too long ago, and there was way too long of a break. Like, this was not a continual practice. It's just something that, again, spontaneously emerged out of a certain set of circumstances. So even the New Year drinking is not a literal descendant of the Roman New Year drinking. Even the shops being closed on New Year's, not a literal descendant. We don't close the shops on New Year's because we think that it's going to be bad luck if we do work on New Year's. Because people just party, that stayed out really late the night before to see the midnight turnover. And so
Hey,
that's
I don't need an excuse to take a day off work. And I don't
yeah,
think any other human being has ever needed one either. So,
yeah.
if
So,
you want to call that pagan, be my guest.
but this shows the Christian New Year's actually moved to March 25th for quite a while, and then moved back to January 1st. So it was January. It's kind of really odd because actually the Roman calendar at some point actually had March is the first month, and then it shifted to January 1st, really, really, really ancient times. And then the Christians, for theological reasons, wanted to put it around when they thought the uh, uh, the incarnation was through the Annunciation, right? They want to put around the time of the Annunciation. So for a while it was observed then, and then it went back to January 1st again. But the fact that the common revelry and gift giving emerged in New Year's in 1600 and in the first century AD before Christ died. This shows you that people only do things in that different of a way, right? They're not literally the descendant of one another. It's totally parallel evolution. It's spontaneous appearance of similar things because of similar circumstances. So,
All right, before you go on to the next one, let me take a couple quick comments. Nina has been or not Nina, sorry. Trinity Matrix has been very busy with the super chats, so I got to get one of those in.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Sometimes people dispute whether you could really give it in 1 second, but since Trinity Matrix just used a super sticker, might have only taken a second or two. You are amazing. No, you are amazing, Trinity Matrix. Thank you for that. And More K said, whatever NOK is, that seems to be a lot. Good job, Trinity Matrix. So obviously that is the currency. Is that the Norwegian currency? I think. Not 100% sure. I liked this comment here. It was a while ago when Big Mahmood was in the chat. Carrot Jai says to his name at the time, but I like to call him Big Mahmood. That's my favorite of his many names that he rotates between. You asked, why do you block me? My answer is, it's our culture to block you. Learn to respect it. That's what I'm going to say from now on when that moron asks why I'm always persecuting him or why I'm blocking him. I'm going to say, it's our culture. Learn to respect it.
yep, I'm just gonna keep blocking him
And
every time
then,
I see him. I'm tired of him. I'm done. He doesn't
indeed.
listen, so.
And then one comment here from Nicodemus Serpico. Domestic violence peaks annually during Christmas.
Most of those things that are trying to associate Christmas with negative things are actually untrue. There are a lower number of suicides during Christmas, a lot lower. There's not more. You can't beat your wife when you're with all your relatives either. So things actually fall. A lot of negative things fall during that time. It's just this weird kind of like, oh, this people want to believe that sort of thing. So it's not.
Yeah, so I would require some actual evidence of that, not just someone asserting it. But it wouldn't like completely surprise me. It is a stressful time of year. There are an potential increase of fights. How dare you make me go to my in-laws? I'm all stressed out about this. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, but you're not going to beat up your wife right before she shows up at relatives' houses.
Right. Well, as long as you're going like the whole season as opposed to the exact date, I could see it as plausible. However, I would want to actually see this evidence because, like Mary said, these things are often made up. But even if true, it really has no relevance to the discussion of whether or not Christmas has pagan origins. Yeah, Norwegian krone. That's what I thought. I was even thinking krone, but I didn't want to embarrass myself by making up a currency name. So I guess I don't get any credit for that. But I was right of the country anyway. All right, back to you.
All right, let's go to wassailing or wassailing. And uh, so they are actually, so caroling actually is a descendant of what one might call wassailing, but didn't actually get that terminology until pretty late. They are descendants of Christian charities slash actual extortion. So part of Christmas was to do charity. And so there would be, beggars would really want to be there at, the disabled beggars, right? Would want to be at places where charity was given out. Uh, and also the poor would do things like show their involvement and things to kind of earn their charity by singing. So it would show their piety, everything else, and that kind of devolved into these roving bands of mostly miscreants who would go from place to place singing and trying to shake you down for some drink and some treats, money, other things, right? And so, like, the we won't go until we get some. We wish you a Merry Christmas with the figgy pudding. That you bring it right here, and then we won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring it right here. And all of that. That was actually, it's kind of joking, but it actually does have a root in people basically going from door to door in bands of sturdy young men demanding drinks and treats or otherwise threatening to curse you or vandalize your property or other things that are not so nice. So it went from something that was pious into something that was criminal, and then again now to something that is nice through caroling. And so the actually, excuse me, the actual word wassail or wassail does come from an old Norse toasting phrase that entered into English at the time that the Danes lived in England. It was washeil, which is be health, like be in good health, to health kind of thing. In Middle English, it was a phrase. And then the English reply back was drink heil, which is to drink to good health. And it does not seem that the reply was actually ever authentically Norse. It was just this weird, all these drunk Vikings would say this, and so we absorbed this and changed it around into our own thing. And it kind of became this old-fashioned custom to say these things by the 1200s. It was considered distinctively English for people to toast each other in this way over their drinks. And then by 1300, it had kind of become this thing associated with spiced drinks at Christmas. Like people had just stopped saying it. And so it was associated to a certain drink that was very popular during Christmas time, which is the specifically the spiced warm uh, cider. Mulled wine was very popular in the wintertime among the elites. And what it would have in it are spices. And remember, you don't get spice stuff until you have the Crusades. Crusades are where a lot of Western Europe learned about the spices that are outside of Italy and the Mediterranean, like farther afield. And then they started having spice wines for the super elites, and then it became cheaper and more common, so that it became something special but not like super expensive, and you could put it in cider, which what we'd call in the US hard cider, right? The distilled apple drink, Applejack. for common people because that was cheaper than wine, and it just became associated with this particular drink. And because this was a Christmas drink, that's what people would go around demanding, like the figgy pudding. Figgy pudding does not have a pagan root. Neither does spiced cider. Spices did not exist in the West during these pagan times, but because it was a warm winter drink, it became associated with this particular time, this particular custom, and then with the roving bands of extortionists who went around demanding it for a while. So Shakespeare first used the term to mean carousing generally around 1600, which was about the time that many English customs got completely out of hand. 1600 is where you start seeing like the football games among the English apprentices that would end in death around Lent. It's where you start seeing massive riots around feast days where things just kind of went off the rails, and the youths especially were really getting up to stuff is around this time. That's right when Shakespeare first uses the term to mean carousing. The verb to wassail or wassail, it's only from 1742 when it's referring to going around house to house. It refers to a practice, but it's referring to a practice that was probably emergent in the late 1500s. So people were probably doing it in the late 1500s, and then people started calling it, oh, that's wassailing in the 1700s. Now, there's this practice of wassailing the trees, and it was first documented in 1585 on Epiphany Eve, and it sounds very much like it was made up by drunken teenage boys. It was only at one place at this time, and thus was a new custom. So it was a particular custom to a place that somebody remarks on it. Hey, there's this weird thing that they're doing here. They're going out to the orchards and they're singing to the trees and doing weird stuff and asking the trees to give them more apples to make them drunk again next year. And that, it sounds like what a group of frat boys would make up. And it kind of spread from there as a part of this whole going around extorting people. And then you go to the trees, the local tree orchards, and you thank the trees for their apples that just made you drunk, and you ask them to give you lots of apples next year. And then after a while, some people made up like goofy frat boy hazing ritual-esque types of rituals to do at that time. If you want to say that's pagan, that's fine. You can say that's pagan to talk to trees. Say it's pagan. Great. But it's not ancient pagan. It's new made up pagan. Okay? This is stuff that teenage boys who are drunk made up, and then now it's part of English folklore. It's a folkloric tradition. No, it's the equivalent of drunken frat boys making something up and people deciding that it's charming and deciding to keep that bit of it, and not so much the folks with stabs that they might beat you with if you don't give them treats.
But John Wilson has a point here. He says, Was Heil sounds German to me. So you're proving that Christmas is Nazi propaganda. Because, time order doesn't matter. You can just time travel, as you've pointed out. So, Was Heil, all about the Nazis today.
Someone mentioned that that they think that the Protestants made up Krampus, but Krampus is actually authentically Catholic, but it's very, very late. It is from a time when the Protestants already existed by the time our Krampus shows up for the first time. All right, so another thing that people like to say is definitely going to be super ancient pagan is that on Epiphany, it became a custom to make a cake, king cake it's sometimes called, and inside the cake you have hidden a bean. These days you have like a plastic baby Jesus if you get one from New Orleans. And then if you find the bean, then you are the king of the bean or the king of the day or the lord of misrule. Not a ton of study has been done about this, but I spent a while hunting around. It's absolutely not ancient. There was no previous choosing of a human sacrifice by lot associated with New Year's Day, a time after New Year's Day, the winter solstice, anything else did not happen, did not exist. All of these associations are just totally made up. The earliest reference is probably in France. And I have a quote here from somebody who is typically, or I have a quote here from a source that did have some other things that I was able to verify, but I wasn't able to verify this particular one, right? They have a bunch of citations on the page, but they don't tell you which bit is from which book. So I couldn't figure it out in any sort of not 20 hours type of thing. So I didn't. But this is a quote from the site on the 12th night cake. And it says, on the 13th century at the monastery of Mont Saint Michel, a king was chosen from the monks by placing a number of cakes in front of them. One contained a bean hidden in it. The monk who got that particular cake sent matins, high mass investors sitting on a special throne, probably meaning that they sat on the bishop's throne that they aren't supposed to be sitting on. Kind of sounds like the kind of stuff that monks did sometimes. They would get up to things they weren't supposed to. Particularly in the 13th century was a time whenever there were crackdowns on the monasteries for people being bad.
Sorry, I gotta pause you for a second.
Oh my gosh.
Una for the win here. Who ate the bean? You ate the bean. But one bean, you had left it. And you put it in the... She said earth. Oh, no, it is earth. I was going to say it's ground. But
you put it
in
the
the earth.
And
love made that bean into how many beans? Thousands.
Thousands of beans. All right.
Oh man, that might be one of my favorite comments ever, Una.
Yes. So, in another source, I found a quote that said, "In Les Crères de Paris, in the 13th century, we find the Rastel à fèves oros, which is mentioned, and it basically means the cake of the bean of the king of the bean, basically, which is described as a cake with the bean in it for the fête des rois, because it's associated with kings. And I think that this had to have merged in Western Europe, because it's only in Western Europe that associated Epiphany with the three kings. And it seems like the idea of there being a king is associated with these three kings. And so, like, from this vague, the kings came, interpreting magi's as kings is also a Western interpretation that isn't really correct, but that they came to the real king. And so, like, oh, it's a changing of kings kind of thing, that it really kind of grew out of that, it being a king related thing. So you have a king, like that entire association seems to be culturally bound to associations of Epiphany that you only find in Western Europe. And that are from that time. And I did actually find, and that it meant the cries of Paris. So like the vendors, when they went around Paris, what did they cry? What did they cry out? Because they would have different groups of people would have particular shouts that they would give, and special things that they would say. And so this was an authentic 13th century record of the shouts of different vendors that you would find in Paris, who was talking about the shout of the person who is selling a cake with a bean in it for the celebration of the kings, which means Epiphany, the King's Day. And so I actually did hunt this down in a source. It is authentic. The same book that has this in, it's called Christmastide, It's History, Festivities, and Carols by William Sandys. He said about Edward III, we find an instance of presents being given to Roger Trumpany and his companions and minstrels of the king in the name of the king of the bean. Maybe Roger Trumpany had actually gotten the bean, and that's what was meant by it being given in the name of the king of the bean. But he was very careful to say that the record said that it was being given in the name of the king of the bean. And we also find that in 1563, Mary Queen of Scots had a 12th night cake in the Palace of Holyrood. Remember, Mary Queen of Scots, her dad died when she was really young. She was engaged to be married to a king, or she was actually married as a child. It was unconsummated, so it was like a betrothal to a king uh, of France, and she grew up in France. So she brought back French customs. So she had a 12th night cake in the Palace of Holyrood, that's in Scotland. Her maid, Mary Fleming, found the bean in the cake and was dressed in the Queen's own clothes for the rest of the day. And that's from my first source there. So this appeared early on to be a tradition of kings, nobles, and rich households, and resulted in a king of the bean getting special gifts or treatment. And that really seemed to be the extent of it early on. The phrase Lord of Misrule, it emerges before King of Misrule. It emerges just before 1650, and the same century that all the traditions went nuts and people were misbehaving all the time. So right around the time that everybody was losing their minds and doing really ridiculous, inappropriate things, you suddenly have this character called the King of the Bean, this character who had always previously in any language been called the King of the Bean is now suddenly called the Lord of Misrule. And suddenly, which is kind of interesting, you have something that looks a little bit like Saturnalia, which had the inversion of roles with outrageous aspects. So it wasn't just that you got treated specially and then got some gifts, but you got the outrageous aspects that you saw in the Saturnalia festival. But this is another instance of coevolution, because at best, maybe some folks in the 1600s, they started having interest in previous things, thought that aspects of the Saturnalia festival were amusing or funny or charming or whatever, and consciously decided to adopt them. But there is no link, there's no ancestral link. Something started to appear in the 1200s, and then it slowly evolved. So then the 1600s, it's much more popular and a lot more people are doing it in England and in France. And then it didn't hit other areas of Europe until much later. So again, there's no connection between these in history. You have to have a connection in time. You have to have a lineage. You have to have a genuine paternity for these things to be actually from this pagan thing, if people aren't consciously going, let us be pagans now, right? So if you want to say that you don't want to have, you don't want to do this because it's inappropriate or disrespectful or distracting or whatever, then fine.
Speaking of inappropriate or distracting, Muhammad actually reminds me of Mr. Bean.
Therefore, it connects to this. Therefore, it connects to Saturnalia. But do notice that there's no idea in Saturnalia of a bean selecting method. Did not exist then. So again,
sorry. I just wanted to say real quick that Mr. Bean is actually one of my favorite shows of all time. So, Muhammad reminds me of Mr. Bean. Oh man, too much fun tonight.
So this is a chaplain of the English Navy recorded in his diary that while they were on a ship out to sea, didn't have much to do on Epiphany, said that we made much mirth on board, for we had a great cake made, in which was put a bean for a king, a peas for his queen, a clove for the knave, a forked stick for the cuckold, and a rag for the slut. So this is obviously this taking on different forms, because first you just had a bean and whoever got it got a bean, and then you had a pea added, and then that was for the woman typically, but they were just doing it for laughs here. And this shows how flexible this tradition was and how easily it changed, because it wasn't long established. It's just stuff that people did. It wasn't this big established tradition. It says the cake was cut in several pieces in a great cabin, all put into a napkin, of which everyone took a piece as of out of a lottery, and then each piece is broken to see what was in it, which caused much laughter to see our lieutenant prove the cuckold. So The lieutenant, which was an officer position, got the forked stick that proved that he was a cuckold and so on. So basically, it was just a silly made up thing that was easily changed and easily flexible because it wasn't all that entrenched. All the traditions early on are in France and Britain. Considerably later, Germans got in on the act. So it does seem like, and Mont Saint Michel is on the coast. It's like this island monastery, like literally in the ocean, that gets separated from the land whenever the tide's high. So it's kind of a really boring place. So it does seem pretty likely that that's where it's made up, based upon where it spread from, essentially. So what about mistletoe? This is even later. Here's the argument we got, and I believe that our buddy Daz here actually mentioned mistletoe or mentioned druids at one point. So druids, here's the argument. Druids were recorded to cut a piece of mistletoe in a ceremony that involves sacrificing a bull to the gods. Therefore, mistletoe is pagan, and kissing under it must be pagan. Like, druids touched mistletoe at some point in a ceremony, therefore everything that touches is pagan. Well, in reality, it seems that teenagers have invented kissing under the mistletoe between 1720 and 1784 in England. The earliest recorded reference is from a song in 1784, while two exhaustive books were published by an English physician on mistletoe in 1719 and 1720, with a section on superstitions and customs associated with the mistletoe. So there was this huge section of this ridiculously enormous book about mistletoe that was on superstitions and customs. Did not mention it. And Mark Forsyth is the historian who has done all this research. So thank you. He makes it very, very easy. Charles Dickens, the bestseller, The Pickwick Papers, in 1837, and that Charles Dickens is from England, and the Washington Irving's equally popular American book, The Sketchbook, in 1820, they would have spread that custom far and wide because they both described it in quite detail, and they made fun of it. Basically, what they said was, the boys go and try to kiss the girls, and the girls shriek and protest until it appears that the boys will give up, and then suddenly they give in before the boys will give up because they actually want to get kissed. And they both describe it pretty much in the same way. That this was something that the unmarried kids did, where they were like, no, Tom, don't kiss me. Don't kiss me. Oh, no. Oh, wait, you're going to give up? Oh, all right, fine. That kind of nonsense, right? So, yeah, I don't know how they put the plastic into the king cake. I assume they
presumably after it's already
it.
baked. Yeah, they presumably slip it in and then cover the hole with some icing or something.
It's kind of a braided cake, so that's probably what they do. Anyway, so here is the poem. When all the men, Jim, John, and Joe, cry, "What good luck hast sent he?" and kiss beneath the mistletoe the girl not turned of 20. So that's the first reference to it. So decorating with greenery for Christmas became common in the 1700s, and England used what it had: holly and mistletoe. Mistletoe is poisonous, but it's not as ridiculously poisonous as you. So I guess and that's probably part of the reason why it was hung up high, so that kids wouldn't try to eat the berries. Holly is very, very mildly poisonous. Mistletoe more poisonous, but holly, the berries apparently taste nasty. I haven't ever tried them, but they apparently taste nasty enough kids won't even make themselves sick with it. But you'd hang up the mistletoe so kids can't get into it, but still be pretty. But for the most moronic take, I give you live science and article. The tradition of kissing under the mistletoe started in ancient Greece during the festival of Saturnalia and later in marriage ceremonies. So now Saturnalia is an ancient Greece festival, and now for some reason it has mistletoe, and somehow it's in marriage ceremonies somewhere. What is the source? I made it up. That is their source. I made it up. For an average stupid take, I give you Garden Betty. Some historians believe that the tradition of kissing under the mistletoe goes back to the Norse god Balder, god of the summer sun, because he was killed by a arrow made out of mistletoe because the mistletoe didn't promise not to kill him. Stop. Stop. You're making an idiot out of yourself. While some historians at some points, assuming that this was ancient, would spitball a connection. There's no connection. The actual historian who actually researched this, rather than farting something out like, well, maybe if it's ancient, but it'd do, right? Rather than farting words out of their mouth, Mark Forsyth, who actually did the research, was like, yeah, teenage boys totally made this up. That this goes back to horny boys and gullible girls was basically what he said. So that is what he said. So
All right.
we can pause now
So
because the
yeah,
last
but yeah,
section
before
is Santa
Santa,
Claus.
yeah, we definitely want to pause before Santa and get some of these comments in because I think it'll probably take a little bit to go through. Santa and Trinity Matrix and Jack Gray were spamming super chats. They got like a bajillion of them. I'll do most of them at the end so that people don't have to sit through them all. But I do appreciate both of you so much. Start with the oldest from Trinity Matrix.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Don't forget, the more you give, the more you get, because Allah's math guarantees that you get more than you gave. As long as you give it to Mufti Mank and his bank account grows, Allah is very generous.
Oh, and
More K.
before
Okay.
we move on to Santa Claus, I also want you to pull up the image
Oh,
I
yeah,
sent
yeah.
you. We forgot to pull that up at the beginning. I forgot about it.
We will definitely do that. So More K says, stop commenting, all you anti-paganers. English is pagan. And that's true. I mean, the pagans were using English long before Christianity was brought to the region. So everyone here is practicing paganism today. I'm ashamed of you all. You need to repent. Zahir Sukur, presumably a Muslim, came in briefly. I asked him for some evidence and he left immediately, but he said, Christians defending Christmas? That's full of paganism and Roman traditions. I've seen it all. Actually, what I said is, you clearly haven't seen any evidence. I suggest you look at some. And he left because he wanted to stay Muslim. So that is that. Snoopy wanted to know if they would call popcorn tinsel.
No, so tinsel actually was a term that it's one of several terms that are made up to specifically describe um, the garlands made of metal. Tinsel before that was apparently invented to decorate statues with and was a metallic thing from the beginning. So no, they would not have called popcorn tinsel. That's why I knew immediately that there was something off with the translation because it could not be referring to metal tinsel. It ended up being hammered flat pieces of base metals decoration that were supposed to look cool that were on it, but it wouldn't be anything like tinsel. And obviously it wasn't made of real silver or gold. Trust me, the baker's apprentices did not have that kind of money.
Hutchie says, so what about deck the halls of balls of holly? You see, Christianity, Christmas, very pagan. I think it goes along with the mistletoe and or bringing greens in general.
Yeah, I think that bringing greens in England was really not much of a thing until the 1600s. Got popular in the 1700s. They used holly because that's what they had. And yeah, people say that, oh, holly, the Druids used holly as decoration. No, they didn't. Like, do you people know what the Celts lived in? They were not big on home decor. Let me pull up a Celtic roundhouse. These are not people who are big on. Here we go, images, and I will share this because I just want to point out how absurd
We're still
this kind
seeing
of
the
claim is,
slide
because it's like,
up there. There you
hang
go.
on one second.
Yeah.
Like,
As I say, you must be sharing the
yeah, I'm sharing the other one.
thing rather than the screen.
Okay. So
All right.
this is what the Celts lived in. Boys and girls are these people who are into home decor. Like,
I mean, their house is like literally made out of plants, right? So they're going to use plants as decoration.
it's just like that's it was a working place. They didn't even have a tradition of painting their walls very much. The only thing that you're going to get maybe on the lintels, like the parts that are exposed, like this one I think has some. Like here's some carved lintels, and that's about as decorating as you get. These are not people sprucing up their house for festivals. That was nowhere in their brains. Like, the everything to do with decor for an event is so much later. It's medieval, because the people in the Middle Ages actually had much more wealth. And for the common people to be doing it, that really only emerged after the Black Death. Could not have emerged before because they didn't have the money. Like, they did. You have to have rights to an area to get stuff from that area. You think that you can just like go into a forest and get it? No, you can't just go in and grab stuff in a forest. People had something to say if you were cutting wood in their forest. So you had to obtain the rights to it. Like, okay, maybe they had decorations painted on their walls as they imagine here. Okay, that's possible. These are not decorating people. They just aren't. They're not bringing in festive trees. Would not occur to them.
When it
So,
says huts are pagan, Mary, you've proven that huts are pagan. Cheeky says grass is pagan. John says houses are pagan. Andrew Martin says roundhouses are pagan. Leah Nicole says shoes are pagan.
my gosh.
And Una says real estate is pagan. But then Cheeky Shaky tops them all by saying that pagans are pagan. This is the proof. This is all the proof that you need. But Johnson correctly states that God loves the pagans, and he does. He desires salvation for everyone. And before you go on, I did want to take one other comment here because I wanted to comment on it. Hutchie says, please don't sing Here We Come a Wassailing. It makes my ears hurt. Well, any of my singing would make your ears hurt. So no risk there. But I did want to say that the only time I've actually ever heard the word wassailing, as far as I know, is from that song. And the first time I heard that was on, I think it was the Muppets Christmas special when I was a little kid.
That keeps it alive.
And I thought they were saying waffling. So I was like, waffles? What do waffles have to do with Christmas? So
yeah, I knew it from I don't even know when. I picked things up weirdly as a child, but I had this absolutely awful little electronic book that had these tiny buttons, and whenever to make like a tiny piano, and it would give you the notes above so that you could learn to play songs on this little nee 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 nee, and whenever it ran out of battery, it went flatter and flatter. It was so terrible. That was one of the songs that was on it.
Two more. Agriculture is pagan and living is pagan. For real.
Yes.
The pagans were living before Christianity came along. And then let me just take one other super chat.
One thing that I do want to point out is that I forgot to say this about Christmas trees. So the guy who originally wrote the stuff in German about Christmas trees was like, well, the word Baum in this German dialect can sometimes mean a pole, so you can't be absolutely certain that it's not a decorated pole, and like try to connect it to maypoles. The problem is maypoles didn't exist in Germany and were not an ancient tradition and seem to have been invented like in Britain much later than later than this. There would be no reason for them to have a pole. Like there was no kind of pole tradition. There's no reason for it not to just be tree, which is what you would assume the word to mean, because its normal meaning is just tree. So just to add on to that, some folks think that maypoles are like authentically anciently pagan. Almost everything that people think is some sort of pagan folk thing tends to be stuff teenagers made up in like the Renaissance or early modern period. So.
Mm-hmm. So I assume that was an answer to Wright Johnson's question here. Do you know who named it Christmas tree? Because
Well,
it sounded like an answer to it.
Well, it emerged as the term Christmas tree, or like as soon as it Tanner Knightsbaum, which I just completely butchered. All you German speakers, don't come at me. But that it was since German speakers call Christmas winter nights, so it's winter nights tree makes it Christmas tree. It was also called Christ child tree. It was called um, uh, lots of things associated with that. So Tannenbaum, it doesn't actually mean Christmas tree. It means like fir tree. Um, but for it to be a tree of the nativity, stuff like that, it wasn't called Christmas until it's English, of course, but it was called things like Christmas tree in German uh, from the 1500s onward, and then in the 1600s it was well established as being a term.
All right, so let me just take a quick super chat and then we'll go back to the presentation. This one came from someone else. This one came from Sir Dr. Whitemeat.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Says, here's my contribution for the pagan practices. Hey, how appropriate for the wings of Gabriel taking you to Allah. Pagan practices indeed. And Wright says, Allah needs a loan, so please donate.
Yes, he does. He definitely does. Yes, Morris dancing certainly looks silly, but someone else mentioned Morris dancing as pagan, but that's another thing that actually isn't pagan. It's like back to these brotherhoods of guys who did weird stuff because that's what young adult men do when they're bored and they don't have internet connections. So, like,
yeah, so
almost nothing.
That's actually a good point,
all
right?
That
So we're making a lot of jokes about everything being pagan. So for something to be actually pagan in the sense that people really mean, it would have to be involved with religious practices, and not just something people did during religious practice, like say sit down or something, but actually be tantamount to worship.
Right. And I do have something. I've got something for you. Everybody want to hate on something that still exists today that was authentically, anciently pagan. Okay. Kitchen witches, which I had not even heard of. Kitchen witches are authentically, anciently pagan because they show up in quite early English wills and also in Germanic tradition and survived in Germanic tradition. So because of when they showed up and where and how things could have spread from one to the other, the kitchen witch which is like a doll, a little poppity doll made out of straw or something, who is supposed to be like a mini kitchen god to make sure you don't burn your stuff, seems to actually be a Germanic pagan thing that stuck around for some reason, because I guess the churchmen didn't go into enough kitchens to go, why do you have that pagan idol still hanging around there? And people now think it's charming. So Don't have a kitchen witch. It's not cool to have a pagan, like literally a pagan idol hanging in your kitchen. Like, don't do that, guys. So there you go. That's something that you can still find in some places that is almost certainly authentically pre-Christian pagan. So, and you guys can look it
All
up,
right.
and you can still buy it in German craft fair type things. As teehee, isn't this a cute German thing? So, yeah,
So
I
Mary
hadn't heard of
saved
it
the
till recently
best.
either.
Mary saved the best for last. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. You just rearrange the letters slightly of Santa and you get Satan. It's clearly pagan. I don't know how Mary is possibly going to refute this, but we'll see.
Yeah, some people are really that special. So, historic Saint Nicholas was a Christian bishop of Myra. He was called the Wonder Worker because of the miracles attributed to his intercession. He was known to be wealthy, but had given his wealth to the poor. The earliest stories give these tales. They saved 3 girls from being forced into prostitution potentially. He was just worried about that might happen to them, not that their father had any such plans. He was just worried about it, right? By dropping coins to the window each night for 3 nights in succession to pay for a dowry. And the stories go that he dropped the coins in one night. It was discovered by the father, who was like, "Oh, somebody's given this to us," and immediately arranges for the marriage for the first daughter. And then, according to the story, just like the very next night, he does it again. And the third night, the Saint Nicholas got caught, and then so that's how everybody knew it was Saint Nicholas who did it, because the father laid in wait for him to find out who was his wonderful benefactor so that he could thank him, basically. And this, given what the stories were, like not necessarily their forms, that there were necessarily 3 daughters, there was 3 nights in a row, et cetera, et cetera. You have reason to doubt that, but the overall context of these early credited miracles, or miracles, these good deeds, generally, these are not particularly hugely miraculous, but that these good deeds occurred is quite likely and credible to the time and place to which they are ascribed. They're fairly early. Something similar to this probably happened. He probably did something very much like this, one way or another. Another time, he was traveling somewhere. There's a storm at sea. He prayed to God. The storm calmed. There were 3 innocent soldiers who were going to be executed. He found out that one of the jurors had been bribed, stopped the execution, accused the juror, and the juror confessed, although he had enough authority that you could have basically shaken him down and found the money, right? And then another frequent thing, chopping down a tree possessed by a demon. So a lot of the surviving sacred groves that people had thought before had gods in it, people after were like, this is a demonic place, and when people go here, bad things happen. And so they would go to their local bishop or priest and say, hey, can you deal with this demonically possessed area? And the bishop or priest would go and chop it down, and this happened quite frequently. So there's no reason that this would not be the case. Now, a late legend says he was ejected for slapping Arius at the Council of Nicaea. Another said he resurrected 3 children who had been murdered and pickled by a butcher to sell them for pork during a famine. There is strong reason to doubt these. They're much, much later. So sorry, even the Nicholas slapping Arius probably didn't happen, guys. Even though
Which
is funny.
I do like that, and I do like it when people say it, but Arius wouldn't have actually been allowed to be at the council, so it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's
in
not.
reality.
He wasn't a bishop, so he would not have been allowed to speak. So,
I mean, I guess he could have possibly, snuck in, so to speak, and was an observer.
yeah.
So, I mean, it's theoretically possible, but it's not that likely, but it's still a great story. I still like it. Jason says, Saint Nick against Christmas trees?
Since he chopped down a tree. Well, once again, it was almost certainly an oak tree. So it's going to be an oak tree, because that's what everybody thought even in Myra, it was probably an oak or relative of the oak, because it's the oak tree that was really entrenched as kind of the sacred tree in there. All right, so um, his body was stolen in two parts by the Italians because they were big body stealers. Most of it was taken to Venice. Then parts of it were taken to Venice, parts of it were taken to Bari, Italy. So you'll find his grave in both those places now. So it's that first of the stories that associated him to, or led him to be associated with gift giving in children, that he probably really did attempt secretly to pay for dowries for poor girls, and however many there were. And it was discovered that he did this. That probably really happened. And that's how he got associated with gift giving in children. His feast day was the same day as Epiphany, because everybody is going to be placed, or um, every saint got assigned a day, and the fact that it was also Epiphany didn't matter. He was still assigned to Epiphany. So he wasn't assigned to Epiphany for theological reasons. Most likely that was the day that he died. Typically, if your date of death is known, you get that becomes your saint's day, right? So yes,
Oh, so
George
is that
Washington and
so?
St. Nicholas chopped down trees. Therefore, George Washington is really a saint. Dr. M here, with his usual show of intelligence, thinks that chopping down any tree shows that he's against Christmas trees. He honestly thinks that, because he is literally
Or
that
he,
stupid. So
right.
thank you for representing Islam here, becoming our representative of how clearly and intelligently Muslims think. You are truly a credit to Muhammad, and definitely his equal in intellect in every way. So people saying
Well, I
there's a
can't deny that
possessed
one.
tree, will you deal with it, is absolutely the same as that proves that he was against Christmas trees. Very strange.
So, actual relevant point here. So, is this how St. Nicholas became associated with Christmas? Is that he coincidentally died on the day of Epiphany?
Yeah. He coincidentally was assigned to Epiphany because he probably actually really died on Epiphany. Um, and he was associated with uh, generosity to children. And so those things together. And then you already had the Christmas tree where in Germany, you already had the Christmas tree where you had gifts tied to the tree and sweets and things. At first it was just sweets, and then it became other gifts that were especially for children more than anyone else. And so the whole thing, it's like more of a children thing going on. You also had the Magi being associated with that, and oh well, the Magi are bringing gifts, and then you have Nicholas, who likes kids and gifts, and just kind of these ideas getting in there. Yeah, I like that. Wait till they hear about the real St. Valentine.
Uh-huh. Coming up in February.
So Santa Claus is in fact a folkloric descendant of St. Nicholas. So Saint to Santa. Nicholas is Niklaus in German, and Klaus becomes Claus. Claus is short for Nicholas, so it's like a nickname. Um, so they really are associated in that way. So his saint's day was on Epiphany. In the West, this became, again, I said that this whole bringing children gifts thing kind of gets mixed up together. With this double gifts to children association, it became common to give small gifts to children on this day. Those gifts over time were specifically credited to St. Nicholas, who would sometimes be represented by a man in a bishop's outfit. I can't tell. I could not find out when the earliest date of someone dressing up as St. Nicholas was. I think it was actually pretty late. So I think it was more things were given to kids. I think it was like 1600s. I can't find anyone in a costume of St. Nicholas before then. But still, it kind of, for the day of St. Nicholas, who gives things to children, here are some gifts, is probably how it started. Protestants wanted to get rid of the cults of the saints. I'm not insulting Catholics here. That is the technical term for reverential devotion to a particular saint. Not just because it was Catholic, because they saw it as idolatry, that you would address a prayer to a saint or particular attention to a saint rather than God himself. Didn't want to have that. So well-developed saint cults really only date from the 7th century. If they are paganism, they are devolution to paganism, not a continuation of paganism. So there is a break there where this didn't exist in any form. So anyone who's like, well, Artemis became so and so, became so and so, became so, whatever. No, there is no continuation. If people are treating saints in a pagan way, it's because they're reverting to paganism because they are fallen people, not because there is any connection between any particular saint and that's developed out of any particular god or goddess. It just isn't there.
Did I hear you say Artemis was your example goddess?
Yes, like your
Our
cat.
Artemis right here, sleeping on stream.
So in the 1500s, the Lutherans instead invented the idea of Christkindl, which is Christ child, as the one bringing gifts on Christmas Eve. So, because there was this association with St. Nicholas, they wanted to kind of like usurp St. Nicholas. But this kind of introduced two competing dates for kids getting presents. You have one on Christmas, and you already have the tree that's with Christmas. Before, the tree would be revealed on like Christmas Day, but then stuff would stay on it till Epiphany, and then you take the stuff off and have all your treats. But then now you're actually getting gifts on Christmas itself. And then the Christ child, excuse me, Christ child became Kris Kringle, is literally from that term Christ child, who magically becomes Saint Nick again. So that figure kind of wins out overall, but the Christmas date won out, at least in the Anglosphere. So if you go to places like Spain today, it's the three wise men who are credited with bringing gifts. Still, Santa Claus isn't that big of a deal, and it's still the three wise men who are like have become folkloric figures, basically. In the Netherlands in the 17th century, we get the first clear evidence of St. Nicholas putting treats in shoes and being associated with chimneys, whether coming down them or dropping presents down them. There are late legends that the act of that St. Nicholas dropped something down a chimney with his charity, which of course is physically impossible because there were no charities or no chimneys at the time of St. Nicholas. But there was kind of this idea that he dropped instead of through a window, it's like he dropped charity down a chimney instead. And here is a painting that shows a bratty child crying because he got like switches or coal or whatever, probably switches or something. And then you have a girl holding a shoe because she had special gifts in it. Another child cradling a doll, and she has and then in the back, you see boys pointing up the chimney. So you have chimney, gifts, and shoes. And this Dutch painting is actually the first evidence of this tradition, and it's from the 1600s. So it probably emerged then around the same time all of these things emerged, because it really is a descendant of a particularly German. Remember that Dutch is very closely related to Germany, and there was no Germany at that time. There were German dialect speaking places. Netherlands was just one of them. So these traditions kind of, some of them had reached this point at this time, but not the Christmas tree, but the gifts had. And that's when we suddenly see shoes showing up, right? So how did the St. Nicholas, who put things in shoes and had something and either dropped gifts down, probably dropped gifts down chimneys, honestly, become our Saint Nick? Well, the Saint Nicholas prevailed. How did it become Santa Claus? Saint Nicholas prevailed as the main figure over time, was exported to other countries. Father Christmas is absolutely another Protestantized St. Nicholas. The phrase appearing sporadically in the 1600s, but only gaining traction in the that should be 1670s, not 1970s, 1670s.
Yeah, just off by 300 years there.
Oh wait, no, excuse me. It gained 1770s. It gained traction in the 1770s.
Okay, 200 years.
It
then.
didn't even. It wasn't even that popular. There's no such thing. So you'll hear that the first time that Father Christmas is mentioned is a 15th century carol called "Hail Father Christmas, Hail to Thee." You go, when was? You'll type that in. It's totally untrue. The line is actually from a 19th century translation of a medieval Old Norman carol, and only the translation talks about Father Christmas or any personified Christmas figure. So I would not even call that a translation. It's published in a book of old carols, and then it has the French, and then it has what it calls a translation, but it is in no way a translation. I don't know why they called it a translation. A lot of times whenever you translate songs or poetry, they just try to get things to line up. But this guy took like massive liberties, even with it being poetry and a carol, and just like added stuff. And so people not being able to read the French like thought that this was authentically from this time period and from this, but it wasn't. Now, Sir Christmas as a personification of Christmas did exist, along with other figures with different names, as early as the 15th century, the 1400s. But Father Christmas started out with the same sense, first appearing for the first time in an allegory in 1645. So basically, it was an allegory that had two figures representing two different things, where they're arguing back and forth about whether or not Christmas should be celebrated. And this figure, who was an old man, is addressed by another character by the name Old Father Christmas, but he wasn't Father Christmas. It's like old Uncle so-and-so, like Uncle so-and-so. If you talk to an older man with respect, you might call him Uncle so-and-so. You might have, an Uncle Bob who isn't actually your uncle, right? You call all older people father out of respect. And in this, it's only a one-off mention that he's been called Old Father Christmas, and it's in this conversation out of respect, right? So that really didn't pick up with any speed until the 19th century, when he was definitely a clear St. Nick stand-in. So 1770s, he starts to appear more often. He's really heavily allegorical for Christmas at this time. And then he kind of picks more Santa Claus characteristics in the 19th century as the St. Nick stuff starts spreading between Germanic and English-speaking people and moving around more. Others are similarly derived. His sidekicks in this culture appear for the first time later still. There's no St. Nick sidekick that exists in tradition until St. Nick himself appears in that area. So they're all 19th century, with one exception, Krampus, that I'm going to talk about in a second. But if you're talking about the export areas, his buddies, they're all from the 1800s, and they all appear after he does as his assistant, sidekick, etc. Ded Moroz, the Russian Slavic Father Frost, he started off as a personification of one or two. He just picked up the characteristics of the folk St. Nicholas as well. And he got his own fairy tales after that, and his own literary stories after that, starting in the 19th century. So first you kind of have this personification of winter, then he picks up the St. Nicholas characteristics, and then he gets these stories that get attached to him, because he's kind of like far removed from any identity as St. Nicholas by the time he first appears in Russia. There's no reason to believe that there was a pagan snow demon behind any of Father Frost's stories. They're all literary stories from the 19th century, made up by like actual authors who are writing things. So question is, but Krampus had to be pagan. All right, guys.
Go
ahead.
I remembered that I was supposed to show this
Dang
before. So we'll do it now.
We'll do it now.
We'll take a quick And oh,
My mother said
13
this to me
moose,
because it was
you
funny.
broke, or 31 moose, you broke my thing because your weird name interfered with the bot. So I had to restart it. Once it restarts, it will put the thing on screen. There we go. All right. So we have this from Cultish,
Yes.
quoting a conversation between two people, Matthew Black and the Messianic Secret. Matthew says, the thing is, Die Hard wasn't a Christmas movie originally. The script was changed by Constantine in 336 to line it with Sol Invictus Festival, to which Messianic Secret responds, it was declared a Christmas movie at the Council of Nicaea. I can't believe I have to get angry about this.
So this is literally the quality of historicity that you get from all of these claims. It really is. So it requires the time travel and everything else, and randomly blames the Council of Nicaea for things that had nothing to do with anything, and decides to throw in Sol Invictus. Like it's awesome. I love that. That my mom sent that to me, and I cackled like a moron because that was so much fun. So
Yeah, I appreciate that. Of course, we know it's not really the Council of Nicaea, it's the book of the Council of Nicaea, if you really want to get it right. All right, so Krampus.
yes. So
He's got to be
Krampus
pagan, right?
got to be pagan
Gotta be.
because he looks scary,
Gotta be.
right? He looks like
Yeah, he's like the
demonic and stuff,
evil
so it's gotta
Santa
be pagan.
Claus or something,
So,
right?
in reality, and I checked this ridiculous book that was trying to prove that these various things are pagan, right? Because they've in the late 19th century trying to do this folklore thing, right? No, no, no. Krampus was a direct descendant of masked animal devil characters in the same Christmas mystery plays. They would even get lines where they'd like heckle people and stuff or be shamed or whatever. These devil characters and parades would also terrorize children against being bad over time because a lot of these Christmas pageants, they were like on these traveling carts. So you'd have the carts would go through the town and maybe to I'm not sure how people watch them. So I'm assuming that you'd have everybody a tableau, like ta-da, and some sort of thing, and then you'd actually go to a place where you could have the actual play presented. And during the parade portion of it, these devil characters would go out and terrorize children against being bad and things. Krampus, as a name figure, together Saint Nicholas, is from the 1700s. He is in fact a devil and has chains to indicate this. At some point, Saint Nicholas got added to Catholic mystery plays, and this is totally muddled in typing, but the Catholic mystery play tradition added a Saint Nicholas. Particularly on his very festival, there would be a St. Nicholas mystery play that was introduced. There, he's in a scene with the devil in a competition over whether certain souls go to hell or heaven. The popularity of this play was said to peak in the 1700s in the Alpine region of Germany. The first mention in German literature is 1762. So before that, there's no mention of him. This early Nicholas would reward good students in these plays. So like after the play, they would do the play, he'd argue with the devil over souls, and then he'd go around and say, "Oh, can I take you to heaven, small child? Have you been good in school?" And this also really shows you kind of how late it is for school to be something that is assumed that children would go to, because children did not just go to school until quite late. So some people are stupid enough to think that the birch branches, which Krampus runs around with like treats in one hand and birch branches in another to like beat or threaten bad kids with. Birch branches have always been used to like as switches, right? When you spanked kids in Germany, you would do it with birch branches, and they're like, "Oh, this must be part of a pagan initiation rite." Yeah, which pagan initiation rite? Please name it.
Krampus is the ancient god of potassium deficiency.
Sounds about right. This makes as much sense, right? So, like, which pagan initiation rite? Please name it. Please describe this pagan initiation rite that used birch branches. I know that college students haze each other by whacking each other, but no, no, it's just a switch for beating bad children with, at least in theory, right? The best attempt that you can make is to argue that the Christians of the Alpine regions chose their devils to be furry because they already believed in furry devils as pagans. So, as pagans, they had believed that devils were furry. They remembered this for hundreds of years without a trace, and then they inserted this into their later practice with this memory of hairy devils, and so it is pagan in that way. So the question is, how much evidence do we have of this? And yes, there are Krampus horror movies, which make as much sense as anything else in this world right now.
Hey, why not? I mean, you could have Santa Claus in a horror movie, right? So anything
You
goes.
take a few chats. I will be right back. I need to refill my. I'm freezing to
Absolutely.
death.
I
I
will
need to refill my water.
definitely do that. Got a bunch of them to take. John Wilson says Muhammad used to get messages by hearing jingle bells. Remember? It's in the amplified version of the Quran. Yeah, it wasn't just bells, it was jingle bells. Gotta remember, this is where Christmas comes from. I need Mary here for that one. Sky Apologetics says everyone knows the Catholic Church made up literally everything and is involved in every conspiracy theory under the sun. Exactly. And if you doubt it, it's because you've been influenced by the pagan Catholic Church. Valid point here from Wright Johnson. He says frequently the pagan sources we have are so late that they've been shaped in reaction to Jewish and Christian ideas, which is very much true. That the very few things that there is some sort of similarity, the evidence seems to suggest it was pagans reborrowing things from Christianity in order to prevent people from leaving their religions for the new religion that was attracting so many people. He also said all attempts to prove Catholicism pagan fail. To make a charge of paganism stick, one must be able to show more than a similarity between something in the church. And that's a very important point here, right? Just because A and B look alike doesn't mean there's an actual connection between A and B. And this is a good point for all kinds of things, not just on this issue. Just because you see two things that look similar doesn't mean they are related to one another. And it certainly couldn't possibly mean that the later thing was, or that the earlier thing borrowed from the later thing. But there's all kinds of possibilities for the relationship. They could be both based on a mutually shared source. A could borrow from B, B could borrow from A. Or when the type of similarities people are usually talking about, they are entirely coincidental. One way this comes up a lot is people are like, all the tall buildings in the ancient world, they're all pyramids. This must be because there was some sort of alien culture involved. And it's like, no, it's called the most efficient way to stack rocks to make a tall building is a pyramid shape. Thus, everyone did it the same way. If you actually look at the pyramids, they don't actually look that much alike other than being vaguely pyramid shaped. So important to remember there's many possible explanations for why two things resemble one another. And I did, now that you're back, Mary, I did want to bring this comment to your attention. Early on, Nicodemus, and I think it was directed at you, said, tell us again how stupid people are that don't believe what you do. And that was never the point, right? It wasn't that people who don't practice Christianity, well, people who don't practice Christianity, I guess, are kind of stupid, but people who don't practice Christmas, no one would suggest that you're stupid for not practicing Christmas. Would, however, suggest that it's stupid to believe in modern myths invented around Christmas that suggest it's pagan. If you don't want to, it's not obligatory for a Christian to celebrate Christmas. If you don't want to celebrate it, no problem. But don't go telling other people that they're being pagans for doing so. That is the actual
what
point.
I mean by stupid is if you read Jeremiah 10 and you think it's talking about Christmas tree, you have literacy problems. You literally do. Like, you maybe you have intelligence and you just don't have practice using it and you're not a good reader or something of that sort, but you have reading comprehension problems if that is the case. So you should not be declaring what passages of the Bible mean if you cannot understand that that Christmas trees are not being referenced when it talks about things being carved.
So Galileo says praying to humans is pagan. Well, I mean, actually, probably not. I mean, it's wrong, but that doesn't automatically make it a pagan practice unless you're talking about ancestor worship, i.e., dead humans. That's not generally something that was done in any cultures. I mean, it probably was somewhere, but it wasn't a common thing for human beings to pray to other living human beings. So I'm not really quite sure what your point is. Anyway, I don't think that one was a joke, right? Because that actually is something that's wrong. But I'm not sure what it has to do with anything that we're talking about. No one's suggesting you should be praying to human beings,
well,
nor
he's trying to claim, Jesus was a man. He pooped. So you're
well, I don't know. I mean, he said idols are statues. Well, not really. I mean, a statue isn't automatically an idol, and not all idols are statues either.
For example, the black stone is an idol.
Exactly. An idol is a representative of a so-called god that serves a purpose of taking your worship. It's not just like any arbitrary statue.
If it is something that gives you special access to the divine, something physical that gives you special access to the divine, that is an idol. So, because the black stone gets you special favors of Allah, it is an idol. It is literally an idol because you believe that your sins are forgiven by it and you're like a newly born baby and you haven't done any sins as soon as you walk around and kiss it. Because it removes sins, it is an idol. So, but Jack Ray appears to be able to not have reading comprehension problems, which is fine. And I am dyslexic as all get out. That's why you'll see some really odd typos sometimes because I don't always see them. So, you can be, but you need to know what your limitations are, whatever they happen to be. Like, don't misunderstand something and then tell everyone they need to follow.
All right. So apparently his comments were serious because he just, Galileo said, Muslims kiss the black stone. Catholics kiss the idol of baby Jesus on Christmas. So first of all, Jesus is God incarnate. So he's not an idol by definition. He actually is God. He can't be a false representation of a false God. And second of all, it's not just Catholics who celebrate Christmas. So maybe you should go back to the beginning of part 1 where Mary, where you basically just prove Mary right that all of these ideas that Christmas is pagan come from anti-Catholic rhetoric that is totally made up. All right. So back to you on pagan devils.
Yeah, if you I have never seen Catholics standing in line to kiss statues of the baby Jesus in a manger scene. Never seen that. That's just very silly. That's not part of Catholic Christmas celebrations, guys. It's just not. All right, so pagan uh, pagan devils. In addition to the Krampus figure, there are also Perchtenlaufen, which are either parades of devils terrorizing children, seeing whether or not they're good, or they're two groups of people dressed in animal-like masks, half beautiful and half ugly, who battle each other. They're called Perchta or Birchta. Most were originally female. This occurs on the eve of St. Nicholas. So we already know this date is downstream from the St. Nick and devil fighting over souls folklore. Like, there's a reason that's happening then. It's happening because there's some existing folklore that's about Saint Nick and devils fighting over souls, and so it's downstream from that. The slam dunk is actually the name. Birchta or Perchta or Birchta is directly from Birchtentag, which is bright day, which is the local name for Epiphany, which is St. Nicholas's Day. So they are figures of bright day figures. So all of the people claiming that Perchta is a Germanic goddess, they're just liars. These are figures that only exist with association to the Epiphany. There's no German goddess named Perchta. There is no German god tradition about anything with that name or those characteristics. The first reference to Perchta in Google Ngram is from 1690 in the form Birchta. It's 1713. The play is from 1762. So the Perchtelaufen and then Perchtelaufen, which is the parade or fight, is only from 1827 in Google Ngram in German. So this is Google Ngram's German dates. And all the corpus of stuff that's been digitized in German, these are the earliest dates that these words appear. So something inspired the creation of the Krampus Perchta figure. And Perchta is definitely from Birchentag. Going into the details of the female Perchta, she would ask girls whether they've done all their weaving chores during the during the year. If no, they would be threatened with evisceration because they're Germans, and that's what German childhood is about. And if yes, then they're praised, right? She also asked whether anyone had eaten meat on Epiphany Eve, since that was a fast day, and she would threaten those who had with punishment. And she would threaten anyone who worked on Epiphany or on the feast of St. Thomas for some reason. I don't know why she told people if they work on St. Thomas that she'd get them, but she would. She also threatened animal abusers, anybody who had mistreated their animals during the year. So in reality, Germans during the 1600s and 1700s were prolific creators of fasting spirits who would run around punishing people who did not keep the Catholic fast days. So they kind of imagine these folkloric figures who were the personification of the fast day, who were devil figures who were empowered to punish anyone who disobeyed the fast. And this might have been heavily because the fasting days were not being kept in the same way by the Protestants. And so in the face of the Protestant pressure against the fasting days, they kind of invent these folkloric figures that are there to come and get you. So Quatentimberman, because Quatentimber is a particular fasting time, and the female equivalent, and Frau Fasta, Mrs. Fast, were others. So they all did the same sorts of things. La Befana, the so-called Christmas witch of Italy, was another one of these characters. Befana comes from Epiphany, same way. It's the same, and she was also from northern Italy, and is almost certainly directly related to the Birch Day figures. So all of this together is personification of fasting spirits with kind of this folk belief that God would let devils get you if you don't fast right, in kind of this generic folk way, right? Chances are the devilish spirit of Epiphany Eve and the folklore about St. Nicholas inspired the plays, which then further inspired the big elaborate parades or play battles. So you have kind of the idea of these figures Then you have the play, and then only after that point, quite a bit after the point, you get these play battles for the first time. Now, these folkloricists in the 1800s imagine that these things were ancient, even though they were like brand new. They were from the very same century where people were writing about this, but they are looking for paganism under every stone. They're looking for these ancient folklore, this, that, and the others. Like, quite honestly, almost all of our fairy tales, they're going to date from the 1600s at the earliest. A lot of them are from the 1700s or the 1800s. They're pretty new. All of our fairy tales are not super ancient. They're new. The thing is, if you don't fix folklore, it disappears. You don't have this enormous continuity back into the ancient past. Things are in flux. People don't remember. They tell stories for a while and they forget them if there's no reason to do so. So there's nothing historically pagan about any of this stuff. You may object to folkloric figures. You may object to the theology behind the idea that God is going to let the devils get you if you don't do all your weaving or spinning or you don't fast. That's fine. You can object to it. You can say it's bad. You can even say that it resembles paganism in some way, but it has no authentic pagan root. It came about in a 100% Christian context. This is also true of Halloween, which people don't like to hear. Halloween came about in a 100% Christian context because of Christian folk beliefs, and also a long history of shall we say, vigilante justice is a big part of the history of Halloween too. Halloween is connected to the KKK guys. They come from the same root. You might not like that, but it's true. Not paganism, but they both come from the same thing. So I like that. Toilet paper is pagan. Paper comes from trees. Trees are pagan, so toilet paper is pagan. Yeah, this is about the same level of argumentation you goofballs use.
All right, so Dr. M, for once, perhaps the first time in my memory, made an actual relevant point. He said Epiphany
Except
is
he
January
didn't, because he
6th.
wasn't listening, because I've made this point like 60 times.
It's fine. It's fine. It's actually valid in principle, so perhaps we need to explain it. Epiphany is January 6th. St. Nicholas' feast day is December 6th. He didn't actually ask a question, but why, right? Mary, you said that his feast day was Epiphany. Why did you lie? It's actually December 6th, not January 6th. So you want to explain it again?
No, the St. Nicholas feast day was celebrated on January 6th. It was associated with Epiphany.
So it's been changed.
It might be now 6th. On December 6th. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is. That sounds about right.
But it was associated with Epiphany before, and all of this stuff was associated with the Epiphany stuff. Like these St. Nicholas stuff, the St. Nicholas days, they revised the calendar several times because they wanted to like move people for various reasons, times that were too dense. They wanted to thin out, and they wanted to extend all of this stuff. So let's keep going.
Yeah, well, since we're paused already, let me just take a couple of these so we have like some, so we're not here all night. So, I'll say that to the end. Sir Dr. Whitemeat says Thaddeus is ignoring the very logical argument of Daz, who sadly seems to have left. Do you know the dollar, the US dollar, has a pyramid with an eye? That symbolism of the pagan tree. It's all connected. Conspiracies and such. And let me take one more of these super chats from Trinity Matrix.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Just like this in 1 second, which brings a super chat of Jack Ray.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Jack and Trinity Matrix were having a super chat spam fest and donating just like that. So thank you to both of you. And one more comment before we get back. Coming soon, Pirates of Potato Island, the movie, this Christmas, starring Dr. Joker Nike, Meme, Lily, Ketchup Talak, Holes Kadi, and many speakers Corner Abdul Potatoes. Be on the lookout for that in theaters near you, everyone. Back to you, Mary.
All right, so let's talk about how we actually get to Santa Claus from St. Nicholas. So Manhattan is where this happened. So if you want to say that Manhattan is the Whore of Babylon, then okay, Santa Claus is from the Whore of Babylon. I might be amenable to an argument of New York City being the heart of evil or something like that, but this is in historical time. No, you can't argue that. So Manhattan, that island, is where we get the name Santa Claus. The first reference that we find in history is last Monday, the anniversary of St. Nicholas, otherwise called Santa Claus, was celebrated at Protestant Hall at Mr. Waldron's, where a great number of sons of that ancient saint celebrated the day with great joy and festivity. This is from Rivington's Gazetteer for December 23rd, 1776. Another reference to the same thing was found, I think it was like the 12th of December, it's totally the wrong day again, in 1793. So notice it says, otherwise called Santa Claus. It was an indigenous corruption of the name, so the folks in Manhattan began calling St. Nicholas Santa Claus at some point. We don't know when. Sometime before 1773, they began calling him Santa Claus, okay? So this was a patriotic rebranding of societies of English Americans away from the name Sons of St. George. So this is why the day is not really the Saint's Day. It's also why you had sons of that saint, right? Nobody cared. Another joking society was St. Tammany, originating in Pennsylvania. It's named after Tamanind, a leader of the Lenape tribe, who lived in peace with Penn's colonists, had famous perpetual peace treaties with William Penn whenever he set up Pennsylvania. And so he was chosen to be an emblem for people who want to identify only as American. So they would call themselves, very often in Pennsylvania, and it spread other places, they'd call themselves Sons of St. Tammany, jokingly, even though they didn't think that he was an actual saint. It's just to go after things like Sons of St. Patrick for the names of the people of Ireland, that they no longer wanted to call themselves Sons of St. George, meaning that they had allegiance to England, but they wanted something that sounded American. This Huguenot named John Pentard, he made St. Nicholas into the patron of Manhattan with the founding of the New York Historical Society. He made it up. Because St. Nicholas's had a particular form and was popular there in general as a Santa Claus figure, right? He was a founding member in 1804. He projected his identity of Santa Claus and of St. Nicholas being important there. He projected this back on the Calvinistic Dutch, who would have massively disapproved of the whole thing. They did not celebrate any of this. So, in a lot of sources, you will find things saying that the Calvinistic Dutch settlers are the origin of Santa Claus influence in Manhattan. This is not true. This was totally made up by this guy named John Pintard, who wanted to have a less Pennsylvanian and more authentically New York patron for his neighbors, right? Washington Irving, he joined the club, and although he was a satirist, he imbibed this mythology and then satirized it, okay? He falsely attributes New Year's Day gifts, established New York City practice, as being part of the St. Nicholas festivities in his A Knickerbocker History of New York. This is in 1809. He made this up, guys. He made this up. And A Knickerbocker History of New York is not a serious work of history. It's satire, it's poking fun at people, and it is making stuff up for fun. He claimed, because it was just fun to claim, he claimed that the cookies given out were originally impressed on one side with Santa Claus and on the other with Rip Van Winkle. This is nonsense. But his book, it was all legend. It was making stuff up. It's not history. It was not a serious book.
Mary,
Yes?
that book was written by someone and published by someone else. Therefore, if you're going to deny it, it's because you believe in conspiracy theories. There's two people involved. You'd have to say it was a conspiracy if you're going to deny it.
Mm-hmm. So, his book also contains the first reference to stockings being hung by chimneys to be filled on St. Nicholas Eve. He also invented his cart and wagon, the cart and wagon of this Santa Claus that rides on trees and gets parked on a roof for St. Nicholas to slide down the chimney and fill them. And this was added in his 1812 edition. All of this was probably made up. Even the stockings were probably made up rather than shoes. Washington saw himself as making the mythology for a new nation. He made it up, and that's what he did. These were charming, made up, pretend stories in the style of more serious things. Okay? Pintard also joined in on this myth making with a poem published in a broadside in 1810, and after this, Santa Claus was firmly established as an American folk figure. Irving's partner and brother-in-law, James K. Paulding, published a number of works that promoted the newly invented legend, including a book called The Book of St. Nicholas. And this was in an article called The Knickerbocker Santa Claus by Charles W. Jones. It originally showed up in the New York Historical Society Quarterly, so he's kind of like critiquing his own society, October 1954. So the key question is whether or not the book has been preserved, perfectly preserved. Indeed, it has. We even have original copies of books, so it must be from a while. Excellent.
Yep. Now we know it's true. Now we know it's very reliable. Not only was there a publisher involved, but also it's been perfectly preserved to this day, all these years later. So this is the miraculous proof. There's no textual variance whatsoever. This is very reliable.
Very nice. So Santa Claus got one reindeer and a sled instead of getting a cart and presumably horses. And first in this poem called Old, and I type of that, Santa Claus, it's an E, it's supposed to be Santa with an E, and 1821. And this is from a book, again, apparently I was falling asleep as I was typing this, a book called The Children's Friend, number 3, and then it had a much longer subtitle, which no one cares about. And so, and there he rides on the ground and on the rooftops, and he's now dressed in fur for the first time and not in a bishop's outfit. It described it all. Before that, he was always dressed in a bishop's outfit, but now he's dressed in fur for the first time. Now, the reindeer, the singular reindeer, became 8 in a visit from Santa Claus, commonly called "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." And I had to call it a visit from Santa Claus so people didn't get at me for calling it "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," which is what's popularly called in 1823. This relied very heavily on the previous 2 sources. So on Irving and on this poem and this children's book. but it added a new twist. He became a fat, jolly elf, tiny creature, so he can like go in and out of of uh, uh, chimneys easily, right? Because he has to be tiny to do that. So now he's an elf, a tiny creature, and he flies for the first time ever. But it's not 100% sure that he's necessarily flying through the air. It could possibly even then be figurative, that he like flies off the roof and then lands gracefully on the ground or something. It's not clear that it's like fly, fly, fly as we think of it now. Rudolph is an invention of the department store Montgomery Ward in 1939. He became famous after the movie, and that's where much of the Santa Claus iconography truly became entrenched. Now, this little picture up here in the upper right of the short guy, that was an early illustration for the Visit from Santa Claus / 'Twas the Night Before Christmas poem. You see how much smaller he is there, that he looks very elven. So, St. Nicholas got a white horse in the 19th century in the Netherlands in another work of fiction called St. Nicholas and His Servant by Jan Schenkman, written in 1850. His servant may have emerged early in the century in just folklore, but his white flying horse was invented then, and his chimney hopping was borrowed from the American traditions, that he's able to like definitely go up and down the chimneys and not just perhaps throw things down them, right? The modern depiction of Santa Claus is from a popular Coca-Cola ad campaign that began in 1931. They wanted Santa Claus.
Coca-Cola is pagan, but Pepsi's more pagan, apparently.
Yeah. They wanted Santa Claus in the corporate colors of white and red. And they took inspiration from a particular Thomas Nast illustration in 1862. And this one, Santa Claus in the upper left, he's encouraging the Union troops there. And they were inspired by that particular depiction and to make what is now the modern Santa Claus. You can see a lot of the elements there transformed. And that one, he, for some reason, looked like he's wearing long johns. But now he gets his fur back again from the story and greater emphasis and things. Milk and cookies being left for Santa is first recorded in the 1930s. Leaving hay for Santa Claus in the Netherlands is similarly recent. It's not ancient. It has nothing to do with anything. So here's a picture of that Santa Claus book in America before 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. And then on the other side, here is our Saint Nick with his servant. The illustration from that original work there. So
that looks like a reindeer to me.
There we go. So last couple of slides, but Odin. If you repeat the nonsense that this has something to do with Odin, you do not have the intelligence to function as an adult and should have a legal caretaker. So here you go. I am calling this. Like, seriously. If you are repeating this, like, no. So the supposed similarities are that Odin flies through the air on his steed Sleipnir, and Santa Claus flies through the air pulled by reindeer or on a horse. In reality, only the American Santa Claus is clearly airborne, and only after 1823. Sleipnir is also a singular 8-legged horse whose mother is Loki and did not fly. He is not a literal flying horse. The flying horse relies on a false quotation and a misunderstanding. So here's the real one quote, the first quote, the false quotation is that Hadding, who was a man on a horse with Odin, hid trembling beneath his cloak, but in intense amazement kept casting keen glances through the slits and saw that the sea lay stretched out under his horse's hoof prints. So this mistranslation usually imagines that far beneath the horse's hooves, there's the sea, but that's not what it's saying. It's saying that literally his hoof prints are on the sea, stretching out in either or behind him, right? So the horse is running literally on water in this. There's also a confusion with the formulaic phrase that literally means air and sea, but it actually means everywhere, such as when a woman raised her arms to open the door, they illuminated the sky and sea, or air and sea, and the whole world was bright from her. That's one example that just shows it means everywhere. The goddess, there is a goddess in another story where she's riding a horse who is so fast that someone asks, what is flying there and faring there and going through the air? So it was previously described as the air and sea phrase, right? But she answers, I am not flying, though I am faring, going through the air. So she's saying that she's definitely not flying, but she's figuratively moving very fast through the air. We have a boar and Loki's shoes that are also able to go through air and sea. So it just means going extremely fast. It does not mean that you are literally flying. And this goddess very clearly says that she is not like literally flying, even though she is going really fast all at once, right? Thus, when Sleipnir is described in this way, he's not actually literally flying through the air. It's like, oh, she flew around that corner on the car. It's that kind of figurative speech, very clearly. So, yes, it's Muhammad's flying Barak, someone says. I like that.
Mm-hmm. The original Rudolph.
And yes, Sleipnir has 8 legs, which is why he is so fast indeed. That is specifically why, like, it's supposed to be the fastest horse ever. That's what it is. I misspelled again. Goodness. So the similarity is new. Again, misspelled. Sorry, I was very tired. Sometimes the folkloric figure of Santa Claus rides on a mount after 1800s, and so does the medieval Odin. Like that's, you're comparing something that developed after 1800 to a medieval recounting of a figure. It just makes no sense. So here's another one of the funniest ones. Wikipedia makes this comparison. The Dutch Santa Claus has a black helper who helps him find out if people are good or bad. And Odin has 2 black ravens as helper to find out whether or not people are good or bad. The figure of Black Pete, Schwarze Piet, is from the 1800s. He didn't exist before then. Like, are these people, again, getting pagan things beamed into their head? 1 is not 2. A human is not a raven. Memory and thought are the ravens, and they literally fly around the entire world every day to report back everything to Odin, not whether children are good or bad. Black Pete doesn't even run around finding out whether or not kids are good or bad either. He doesn't listen at chimneys, as is claimed in that particular passage. He just carries the presents of St. Nicholas and threatens to beat naughty kids with a stick. In proper Dutch fashion. Here's another one that says it's Finnish shamanism somehow. Here's the argument. Flying reindeer are inherently a circumpolar shamanistic figure. So Santa is a Buryat shaman from Mongolia who uses fly agaric or fly agaric. I don't even know how to say it. It's one of the mushrooms. He uses a mushroom to get high. He uses magic mushrooms to get high. And the reality is that they literally are not. A particularly moronic man named Mircea Eliade originated the 8-legged steeds are typically shamanistic, and that this has something to do with Santa Claus argument. He is able to find a total of 3 8-legged steeds in all of folklore, mythology, and history. 3. Sleipnir, who is not shamanistic, a funeral song from central India, which has nothing to do with shamanism, in which the pallbearers are figuratively called a 4-headed 8-legged horse. So there's no 8-legged actual creature there at all. And then exactly 1 Buryat story from southeast Siberia, not all the way to Mongolia, about a woman who was waiting for the birth of an 8-legged reindeer who would carry her off to marry her shaman spirit ancestor so she could get possessed and become a shaman. So we have 2 different types of 8-legged animals from 2 completely wildly different cultures, one of which is in southeastern Siberia. And notice that one of these is like a divine creature. The other one is just a creature born to an ordinary reindeer, but with a birth defect that shows that it was possessed or influenced by God spirit, right? And this is supposed to show that Santa Claus, who doesn't have and has never had an 8-legged steed, or any steed at all before the 19th century, is really a shaman. So yeah, later on, if you go to magic mushroom sites, they add in magic mushrooms because, of course, they do, because they are high on magic mushrooms, and so think that they've got like special insights from the spirit realm. So I like your 2,000 or 30,000 foot high Santa on jet engines. Shows that jet engines, it's pagan because it has wings, and also the Pegasus has wings, and so really if you have Santa in a plane, then it's really about the pagan Pegasus. Like, this is the level of sense these people are making.
Yep, sounds good to me. And I do want to clarify that apparently Daz came into a stream about Christmas not being pagan, made many comments related to paganism, but was never ever talking about Christmas. As we just claimed, I'm pretty sure at least one or two of his comments did mention Christmas, but he now says Christmas isn't pagan. Love, brother Daz. So just wanted to get that clarification out there, everyone. Daz does not think that Christmas is pagan. He just thinks that the Celtic church borrowed pagan symbols, and that was his real subject all along. And very confusingly, he never told us that. And this, we assumed that he was on subject. So
Yeah,
there you go.
any claims about Celtic Christianity borrowing from paganism are also totally false. Everything that you find in Celtic Christianity, you find in other Christian traditions, did not originate in Celtic environments. It just, like, you could make an argument that you can argue that St. Bridget is based on a pagan goddess, but the problem is, what pagan goddess do we have any evidence for that has the the uh, the the traits of Bridget? Like, where is this pagan goddess? And you go, oh well, she's just disappeared into Bridget. And you're like, well, then how can you say that that was ever pagan? Like, what's your source? You just start with the assumption, and then you make the declaration, but that doesn't give you evidence of it. So that is kind of the core issue of those kind of declarations. Yes, it did take a long time for a lot of things to be written down, so there was time for things to become more legendary and legendarized. There's absolutely no reason to believe that there was a pagan original that things are based from. And no, mushrooms are not involved in just about every religion. People who do mushrooms think that they're involved in every religion. So no, there is no link. But people who do mushrooms immediately think that the secrets of the universe have been opened to them, and that they know this truth now because the mushrooms told them so.
Reminds me of some crackpot who is a published academic, technically, who decoded the Gospels to all be secret language about the drug cult, magic mushroom cult that Jesus was involved in. I don't remember the guy's name, but he doesn't deserve to be mentioned by name. Anyway, but according to people like our friend in the chat, this is beyond question because it's published and goes even beyond Hislop and is actually technically an academic who published this theory. All right, so you want to sum up all of our findings about these relationships between clearly pagan things and Christmas, which you so desperately want to deny by using things such as logic and order of events.
Yep. And I think that the one where they're trying to use Odin / a particular funerary poem in South India, and this one particular legend about one particular woman who was a shaman in Siberia and trying to draw connections. Like, these are three authentically pagan things that literally have no contact with one another or no reference to one another either. It's just like, and he did use his Ovaltine decoder ring. That's about the level that we're at here. So
I think he was technically talking about the guy I was referencing, but it applies to everything you said as well.
yes, it does. And so I think that this is my this is my final slide. Back. And this is a nice timeline I found from one guy's website who was talking about the different timelines that show how there's no room for things. So, and oh, by the way, whenever he says 354 is the first and only attestation of Sol Invictus Festival on 25th of December. I still haven't have time to look it up, but I believe that Aurelian, at least in the sources that I had, which may be false and may be assuming something, said that Aurelian declared the existence of the new Sol Invictus Festival on the 25th of December. That he declared it, but yes, the only reference we have to any reoccurring festival is on that Christian source that said that this is the birth of the Christ, which the pagans will call this, and yet Christ we know is the true Son, and referencing Micah. So, like, that is the only source that we have that shows for certain. It's the only source that we have to show any sort of reoccurring festival on December 25th that is linked to Sol Invictus, or Invictus, if you prefer that pronunciation. And yes, I do use Celt and Celt interchangeably a lot of times. I don't know what I've even been saying here. Keltoi is how you would pronounce the Greek. The Latin would also have a hard KC sound. But in English pronunciation, traditionally it turned into a soft S over time. So, Daz, I'm telling you that most of the things that you're told were pagan.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to look into his actual
Yeah.
claims, which he said he would email me, and I said that would be great.
So the
So it was a misunderstanding in the chat because I assumed he was talking about Christmas, since he came into a chat about Christmas and didn't specify what he was talking about, but apparently he never was. So I actually appreciate that he clarified that for us.
No, I'm mispronouncing. Anyway, there is a singular cycle that exists out of Wales that has some Celtic mythology. There are a few reports from some of the early Romans, and then there are some. But the problem with these is that they're recorded by Christians, because by the time they wrote them down, they were Christian. And so things got kind of hit with a Christian stick sometimes. But there are things of early battles over cattle, because all the Indo-European folks were like primarily cattle herders, and cattle were the big thing. So there are these cattle rustling stories and things that have some pieces of paganism in them. And from anything I've read, I just have not found anything that is I have not found anything that is authentically pagan that then came into Christianity. There are a lot of folk beliefs, but I don't know that any of them are authentically all that ancient, because certain things reoccur, like a belief in the spirits of the drowned possibly coming up to kill people. How ancient is that? How many times does it reoccur? You have the Rusalka that appears in Russia. You have La Llorona, which appears everywhere in South America. If you go to any Hispanic heavy area and you ask them what the river of La Llorona is, it's always their river. It's their nearest river. It always is. And it's like, how ancient is that? And is it pagan, really? It's folklore. Is it pagan? Probably not. So
All right, so we got a bunch of comments here. Like, I mean, actually a bunch. So do try to be brief, but I want to get through as many of these as we can and take some of these super chats. So gonna be a minute here. Um, so Samuel Tahid came in, and I think they were of the people who interacted, they were the ones that they provided the most serious comments, I would say. He said, I honestly think all of these traditions come from Nordic mythology.
Then you're
I hope,
honestly wrong.
right.
Like they have no, there is no Nordic source for any of this. You can feel that all you want. You can believe that based on nothing, but that's based on nothing but like the smell of someone's fart that you really appreciated. That's what happened. Somebody farted something and you went, oh, yeah, that's convincing to me. There is nothing described in any of these sources that are like that. And actually, that's what my big next stream next year is going to be on, is on all the Nordic stuff, all the Yule, and how it's not that ancient. Like nothing actually authentically ancient goes from there. What Yule is described as is nothing that we have to. Do you make oaths over drinking bowls in your Christmas? Do you make? Is it centered on oaths over alcohol? Do you swear to each other over alcohol? Because that's what we got for Yule. And the other event that happened during that time that's celebrated by some people is Mother's Night. That's Mother's plural, not Mother singular. So there was some sort of night that was marked somewhere near the solstice that had something to do with female spirits. Do you do something in particular for all the female spirits? Like, do we have a big boar hunt? People go, oh, well, the Christmas ham might have something to do with it. No, literally, the feasting food of winter is always going to be pig, and a ham is preserved meat, and that the ham is from a pig that was killed a long time ago. It's not a whole pig. You kill the pig. The particularly fatty areas can be preserved for longer, even in wetter climates if it's cold enough. And so the ham was hung and was aged, and then you had it at Christmas. It was the preserved feasting meat that you had then at your disposal. What else would they eat? Just tell me, what else would you eat then?
Yeah,
you
so
could eat mutton, but it isn't good as a feasting thing, and usually you'd kill them in the fall too, and mutton is old and people don't like it. It's not a good feasting thing. What would you eat if not that? Given the time of year in that area, what else would you eat?
So Samuel said that early on. I hope that they caught enough of the program to learn one important lesson. They made this, so this is, they put it in quotes, so I assume they're quoting something. In ancient Germanic and Norse tradition, the evergreens were often decorated with small carvings of the gods and food in hope of encouraging the tree spirits to return to bring the spring. So I asked him what the source of this was, and he never told me. I bet I could put these words in Google and figure it out, but it's probably like some website or something. Certainly a modern source, right? It's making a claim about ancient times. And the lesson here is that if you want to actually support any of these claims, you need a primary source, because anyone can say anything about the past that doesn't make it credible, that doesn't make it true. And the reality is there's not one primary source to support any of this stuff. Mary's looked into it. I've looked into it. Inspiring philosophies looked into it. None of these people who make these claims have ever brought a single primary source that provides any credibility to any custom of Christmas being borrowed from pre-existing pagan religion. The only source that's ever brought to suggest this is wrong is the passage from Jeremiah, which has nothing to do with this. So I need to see some evidence that any of this comes from paganism. I hope that's the main takeaway people have, is that there are no primary sources, and anyone who disagrees with that anyone who wants to claim Christmas as pagan needs to bring a primary source.
Yeah, this is either originally from history.co.uk where they farted it out of their backsides, or it's from dublinia.ie, Viking Christmas traditions. They're lies. They made it up. They farted it out of their backsides. They invented it. They are liars. People
So
lie.
strictly
They might not
speaking,
deliberately lie.
right.
They might not be intending to lie.
It is a lie, but
Feeling that they must have encouraged us. Tell me who says that they believe that tree spirits left over winter. Tell me a source that believed that particular trees had spirits like that, even in Viking culture. It didn't exist. That belief didn't exist. The people who believe that individual trees had spirits are the Romans and the Greeks. The Greeks believed that an individual tree would have an individual spirit. The Vikings absolutely did not even believe that. So they're already lying to you. They're already just farting stuff out because I heard something once and it sounded kind of convincing. So now they're going to repeat it because that's what people do.
Yeah. So in my definition, lying requires intent. So you can say something that's false without lying. But the point is, someone made this up. Someone was lying, even if it isn't the exact source. And it's repeated because people are lazy. They see something that sounds cool and they repeat it. Like I said, I have heard in church from multiple different pastors over the years that such and such was a pagan custom that is now part of Christmas and it's okay. And it's just not true. It's simply not true. That says most is folklore passed down through the generation. So I think he means
it's not fixed. Just because it's a folklore, whatever. Okay, you know the myth,
right?
About,
so this could be before Mary. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. So I'm not actually sure if he means the myths around Christmas are folklore that's been passed down, or the traditions themselves. But either way, folklore is not a reliable source of truth. Now you can say what you wanted to say.
Well, he's saying that it's reliably ancient just because it's folklore, but it's not. Think of all what we have Urduman legends that are rooted in the 20th century. The AIDS needles myth. You have to check your candy for Halloween because people put stuff in it. Do you know how rarely that's happened? One person has ever been convicted and he did it to his own kids to try to kill his own kids. And he was working off the myth that people did this to children's Halloween candy. There are massively powerful, they're mental memes. Folklore is mental memes, and they arise and spread and die like other memes to show for things to be truly have continuity. You really have to have a literate society or a society that undergoes incredibly little change, neither of which you had at this time. You didn't have that in the Middle Ages. Things were changing. Things had shifted. You don't have continuity with the pagan past. So you do not have a way to authentically hand down any kind of pagan beliefs. The rare things that I have found, like the kitchen witch, which totally startled me, that this was actually authentically pagan, that some people are still doing, although they don't realize that it's like the only authentically pagan thing that they do, right? That this kind of thing is just, it's a freak. It's not the norm. Most things arise, they're repeated for a while, they morph out of shape. If it's oral, it changes massively and people forget about it, falls out of favor. Now, the fact that kissing people under the mistletoe became a big thing. It became a big thing. Why? Because it got into 2 best-selling books. That's how it became. And now it's in like Christmas Carol and all these reinforcing things that we have that keep it going, right?
Yeah, so I was correct that Daz was not saying that it was reliable for this reason, but thank you for that because people would say that. He's saying that there's no writings on the Scandinavian folklore true stories or not, most are fables. So he's saying that it is made up, right? He's not suggesting that makes it true.
So next year, I will deal specifically with Yule itself, what Yule was, exactly the quotes and all the rest of the stuff that people make claims about. Yule has these associations, and just showing how little to Yule is having a feast. Yule means is literally a name for a feast. A feast for ravens was called a Yule, and then the word for raven, right? Um, and making oaths over alcoholic drinks and eating a sacred boar of some sort, which you probably hunted earlier in the day, although we don't have any source for that. That's what you got for anything called Yule in the entirety of anything else. And we can trace all of our modern traditions back to particular times and places that show that has no continuity with anything pagan. So yeah, I have finished up my slides going into that next year. Next year I'm going to hit Easter this coming year.
I put this up.
I will hit Halloween too. So
and maybe Valentine's Day, since we got a challenge on that. I put this up because you wrote "I'm done" in the chat as you're like going on another long explanation.
No, I was saying that I'm done in terms of slides. Somebody
Yeah,
said,
I know.
She's got more slides. I'm like, I'm not. You're not seeing those today. Those are another 40 nearly slides. So.
Yeah, so we did 40 last time, roughly. 40 this time, roughly, and then she's already got 40 ready for the Christmas celebration next year. Super chat from Trinity Matrix.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
No excuses from Trinity Matrix. You daughter of Allah, I'm guessing. Thank you very much for that donation. Johnson Bra said, it's pagan to be misled by all the Christmas snazzy jazzy stuff and forget about the real Bible and Jesus Christ, my Lord. I agree with the sentiment. I mean, it would technically be pagan, but I agree with that sentiment 100%. People are distracted by all the commercialism of Christmas, and that is definitely wrong. Nina said it's been a fun stream for Thaddeus today. It was indeed a fun stream for me, and I hope for the audience as well. Undeveloped Team says, is it pagan to be a carpenter? Good question. Good question. I mean, you work with a chisel. You make things out of wood. Sounds like Jeremiah. Sounds more like Jeremiah than Christmas does, or a Christmas tree does. We'll have to leave that burning question to another day, or just use your common sense. Hutchie says, I mean, I can see that people who pour burning brandy over Christmas need to repent. Clearly pagan. I have no idea what you're talking about, but if there are people pouring burning brandy as part of their Christmas celebration.
No, that's something that people do with puddings, Christmas puddings.
Well, yeah, I figured there was a word left out here. Christmas pudding, I guess. I still think it's a joke, though. Mary said, if we still ate chestnuts, they'd say that's pagan, which Jack responded with, I'd rather eat Brazil nuts, almonds, or walnuts than chestnuts. I've never had a chestnut, but
they're a pain in the butt. I don't understand why people used to do this. They like, have you had roasted chestnuts? Like, no. Peeling them is really hard, and it just tears my hands to pieces. I'm like, they obviously did not have enough to do around Christmas. But honestly, at this point, I honestly think if we were still eating roasted chestnuts from vendors on the street, people would be declaring that this is pagan somehow.
Right says Christians place a star.
Says yes, he meant Christmas puddings, so I was correct. It was Christmas puddings.
Well, thank you. Wright Johnson says Christians place a star atop the Christmas tree because it was a star that guided the Magi to worship the newborn infant, and then quotes Matthew. I'm not 100% sure that's why it became part of the Christmas tradition.
Yeah, it did.
But it's certainly more plausible.
Before that, it was just toys, so you'd have like a kind of a doll up there. And then you're like, well, it's Christmas, so an angel or a star, the angels declaring in the sky or the star guiding people. So yeah, it's Christmas symbology completely. Whenever it stopped being like a toy.
Blue Light says macadamia nuts are the best type
Ugh,
of
no.
nuts. I don't know about that.
Pecan,
I
if
like,
you call it pecan, we can't be friends. So you have to
yeah.
stop
Well,
calling
I was gonna say I like peanuts. As boring as that is, walnuts are good. I don't know. Jack Ray, the British bombers used a sort of tinsel called window to dazzle German radar in World War II. That is
Ha!
pagan. Pagan. A super chat from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of spicy apples, apparently. Thank you for that. Which brings us to this super chat.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Says thousands of apples? I guess they're for making cider.
We are proud of that.
Thank you very much
Nice.
for that. Sir Dr. Whitemea with a very important question. Would it be pagan if a pagan copied a pagan custom, or would that make it double pagan? Questions. I think double pagan by the logic of what we've seen from Christmas's pagan crowd. John V. Roses are red. IP is blue. Christmas trees are pagan. They're coming for you. And we know that this must be true because it is a surah that no one can match.
There we go.
So therefore, this is the best evidence we've seen all night that Christmas trees are pagan. Which might actually be true because we haven't seen any evidence whatsoever.
I know, right? Like, oh, they used to. What? Why would they think that? Just where did the tree spirits go in the winter? I'm just curious. Like with these people's minds, like, and why would cutting evergreens get them back? I should like my stream. If you haven't liked it yet, don't be lazy like me and actually like the stream. So.
Yeah, make sure to like this one because this is one of my favorite streams ever, I think. Jason says, start a Christmas tradition, and then wait for people to start making up pagan origins for it. Sounds about right to
there you
me.
Go.
Got some more nut discussion. Carol B says her dad loved chestnuts, but I give them a pass. I don't like the taste. Sweet, mushy, hot nut. Why? Well, I don't know what they taste like, so I'll take your word for it on that.
I made it myself just to see, and they're fine. They're fine. But, like, they're really hard to peel.
Jason says hazelnuts is where it's at. Zane says salted beer nuts. End of discussion. Snoopy says pecan pie. It's that time of year. So lots of theories about the best types of nuts. And Houston, in regard to the apple tree, super chat thing says, only if it's from a girl apple tree, referencing Muhammad's thought that there are boy trees and girl trees. Very good reference there, Houston. All right, let's take a couple more of these. Snoopy says, guess that's why they make fruitcake this time of year for all the special people.
Nice. You know, this is terrible. I've always been so scared of what fruitcake looks like even as a kid, that I've never had it. It probably actually tastes good, but I've literally never tried it.
I mean, if you like fruit, then I'm sure you would definitely like fruit cake because it's like really sweet to tasty fruit. However, if you think cake is way better than fruit, then you'll probably be disappointed, which is why people always make fun of fruitcake. More K asked, did King Arthur celebrate Christmas? I don't know if this was serious or a joke.
Well, King Arthur, if he existed, was most likely a Romanized Breton, which means that he was, because this was at the time when or they had actually been Christianized. So he most likely did recognize Christmas as a feast day. And unlike what the fantasy writers like to pretend, King Arthur would be the Christian figure and the pagans would be the Anglos and the Scots. So he would have been Christian and then the Anglos
All
and Scots
right, thank
not.
you. I would
That's
have guessed
why
that.
Wales was where Christianity survived in the interim after the pagan Angles and Scots invaded and killed so many and then assimilated the rest. Christianity died from the invasions in most of England, and yet in Wales people were still Christian. So because King Arthur would have been a Christian.
Well, good to know. I would have guessed that his time would predate Christianity arriving in England, but I'm wrong. Houston says Festivus is pagan.
Yes, there you go.
And Johnny says Christmas has become commercial things. They're removing Christ from Christmas. I agree. Yeah. No one is suggesting that there is nothing wrong with anything associated with Christmas. Just don't make up ridiculous reasons about it being derived from pagan gods to justify your objections to the commercialization of Christmas.
All right. Well, we need to wrap up pretty quickly because my oldest son is home and my enormous guard dog has forgotten him, is trying to eat him in the background. So
Yeah, you can go if you
we'll
want.
get through.
I can run through. Undeveloped team, fruitcake looks the same way, going up as it does coming down. Yikes. Fruitcake is pagan. Don't eat. Send it all to me. I will appropriately dispose of it.
Nice, Daz. I appreciate that. But yeah, Daz, you really should apologize to people you were really rude to in the chat. That was kind of unwarranted.
So I got
Not
some
being
comments. Yeah, I agree with that. I got some comments on Muslim Santa, Peter too. This is so wrong, but
Oh gosh,
I
that's
have
awful.
to say it anyway. The Muslim Santa only visits little girls. He was the original. He started this, but then other people contributed. John V. Muslim Santa has 6-year-olds working for him instead of elves. And they're also married to him, the 6-year-olds. I got a couple more on that later on, which we'll get to here in a second. Blue light, moon, Christmas is nice and all, but where is it found in the Bible? It doesn't have to be found in the Bible in order for Christians to celebrate it. Super chat from Trinity Matrix.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
So thank you for that, for definitely not making any excuses today. This is by far the most super chats I've ever had in a stream. I'll do most of them right at the end so that people can leave if they don't want to see them. But I disperse a few in with these funny comments. So I got like 20 or 30 more funny comments to get through. But Mary's gone, so it shouldn't take too long. Una says, cats are pagan. Well, there was a point in time when people actually thought that, which is true, right? That the saying goes that the cats remember the time when they were worshipped as gods and they want to get back to that time.
And we're proud of that.
Jack Ray, chickens are pagan because they're always bowing to the crowd. Wait, do they bow or do they pray 5,000 times a day? More Muslim than you. And then he said, chickens are always trying to get their zabiba from all that hitting the ground. Indeed, indeed. Chickens are more Muslim than Muslims, in fact. Johnson said, Mary's talking all night and not saying anything at all. Well, she was definitely talking all night, but if you think that presentation was saying nothing at all, then I must conclude that you are not paying any attention to it. Jack Ray says stuttering.
Why stuttering?
Why are you stuttering? Why are you stuttering? It's because you're speaking falsehood. And with that, a super chat from Jack Ray.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
To say stepping up, stepping up, stepping up, stepping up, and Allah will pay off all your debts. He said stepping up because that was at the start of the super chat war. Morkay, the Grinch stole Christmas, but we beat him and we got it back. Oh, I got to we're proud of that to that one, I think.
And we're proud of that.
I thought that was really funny. Una says, don't forget the French response to Krampus, Pierre Fruitard, who whips naughty children. I'm not familiar with that legend, but sounds interesting. John Howe came in and he said, Christmas is pagan, pure and simple. I asked him if he was joking, and he just said a couple more comments along the same line, so I think he was not joking. John, in the unlikely event you see this, I suggest you watch the rest of the stream. Morkay responded to that. Why is it not called Pagan Miss? And it's called Christ Miss, not Pagan Miss. So why is that? And then John V said, scaring children is not pagan. According to pagans, very sus. Krampus is definitely very sus, because that's what a pagan would say. How dare you say the same thing as a pagan? If the trajectory of this stream continues, it's going to go into next year, but it's all good. Yeah, but Mary's not here anymore. See, so I'm just taking them rapid fire. And Mary says, love you all, got to go. Yeah, says, give Allah alone. Daz, you just made my point. I don't know if this is directed at me. Oh, no, I think it was directed at Nina in chat, so never mind. I was like, I don't know what point of yours I just made, but it wasn't directed at me, so never mind on that. Is Mardi Gras paganism? Good question. We'll have to do that at the start of Lent next year, maybe. And Mary said no, but also not good, right? So again, to clarify, things can be bad and not be pagan. Things can be good and not be explicitly Christian. For something to be pagan, actually pagan, can't just be something that pagans have done at some point, and it can't just be a bad thing that pagans have done at some point. It has to actually be associated with religious ideas of pagans in a meaningful way. Like, well, we were wearing a shirt during our services, therefore shirts are pagan, but it has to be actually associated with worship or the deity in some deity or deities, depending on the religion, in some way. John V is kissing the statue of baby Jesus. Have you circle it 7 times is okay. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. To which Morkay says, hodging around the Christmas tree. I think we need to get someone to record that to the tune of rocking around the Christmas tree, hodging around the Christmas tree. Super chat from Trinity Matrix.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Trinity Matrix proving him right by making a super chat with a super sticker. You are amazing in just 1 second. Thank you very much again. Houston is absolutely right. OnlyFans is not pagan, but it's also not good. Interestingly enough, it didn't. The original concept of OnlyFans was not to be a pornography-like website. It was originally, the creators thought that they could convince celebrities to like have people pay them for access to the celebrity, not sexual access, just access in general. Like the celebrity would post something special for their fans and they would pay money to go and see it. So it morphed from being not so innocent to being basically a pornographic website. I'm sure there's a few things on it I don't know from personal experience, but I'm guessing there's probably a few things that aren't pornographic, but generally, yes, it is not good, but not pagan. Sale of God, beard suits you, Mr. Reasoned. Thank you very much for that. My wife likes it. That's the only thing that actually matters, but I'm glad you like it as well. No need to associate like a Muslim shirky jerks. All righty then. And Allah stole 8 goats from Santa to carry his throne. See, so another way, another example of the Muslim Santa, perhaps. Galileo said something completely right here, despite his other comments about Catholicism being pagan. He says Christ Mass, the original, before it was conjuncted and shortened to Christmas, that's what it was called, Christ Mass, is to celebrate Jesus' birth. He is God in human body. God used to reside in the tabernacle and later in the Jewish temple. Hanukkah originally celebrated the new Jewish temple. I mean, technically it supported the rededication of the second temple during the Maccabean period, but close enough. And of course, God doesn't just reside in the human body. He becomes human, but absolutely right about the true meaning of Christmas. Real question, are reefs pagan? So I'm sure Mary would have a long explanation here and have all kinds of information. There's no, so I don't think that a reef was ever used in any kind of pagan worship as a religious practice. Reefs, of course, existed in ancient times and were used by people who were pagans to celebrate various things. And obviously, most famously, the sporting events of the Olympics, which predate Christianity. The participants, or the victors anyway, received reefs. But as far as religious connections, I don't think that there are any. John V on the Muslim Santa says he would you would have to leave out kanafa and camel urine instead of milk and cookies. Well, thank you for that lovely picture. He also said that the Muslim Santa has 6 camels and a goat instead of reindeer. I guess the goat in this picture is Rudolph. He's taking the place of Rudolph because he's a little different than the other camels since he's a goat. Does Muslim Santa gift all the good girls with a niqab and the help of his trusty camels? I think so. I think he probably gives the good girls a niqab because they're approaching the age where a man might want to climb on top of them. Definitely not the age of puberty or anything like that, but if they're, like 6, 7, 8 years old, they're right about ready for a man to climb on them. So they need the niqab because, little girls like 3-year-olds, they don't need a niqab because they're exempt, but those good girls who are in grade school, they're almost marriage age, so they definitely need a niqab soon, and I'm sure Muslim Santa will be happy to provide that from them. Super chat from Jack Ray.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
I wonder if there's an apple. He didn't technically use the word apple, but the tree he's referring to in that clip is the apple tree from the other one. They're both from the same lecture. And note that he says, this is what we are teaching the children. This is how we're convincing the children to be good Muslims and give lots of money to us when they grow up and they have some to give. Got to start them young if you are in Mufti Menk's mosque. Sale of gold. Santa was first at the mosque before Muhammad, and Muhammad was upset about it. Jack Grave points out that there is the only Quran website to go with the OnlyFans website, where the girls are very naughty. They remove their sleeves and you can see their bare arms. Ooh, very tantalizing. Santa only works on Christmas Day. No, I think he works, well, yeah, because I guess the elves do all the work the rest of the year making the toys. So lazy bastard. Employing slave labor from the elves all year long, and then he works one day a year. Santa Ibn Claus. That's the Muslim version of it. Yep. Well, almost the apple. Yep, exactly. Almost an apple. Muslim Santa can make an awesome Christmas movie. Coming to a theater near you when they decide that Christmas movies are not inclusive enough, they need to include some Muslims. I'm sure that they'll have Santa bin Laden. That's very scary indeed. In regards to the conspiracy theory of Mary for discounting utter nonsense because that happened to appear in a book, Houston says the actual conspiracy involved the book by Dr. Keith Moore. I don't know if it's a conspiracy. I think that he was just smart and knew that if he claimed that Muhammad was the most influential man to ever live, he'd sell lots of books. He was not a historian. He left out some actually very important historical figures in his top 100. I mean, I would give Muhammad top 5 for sure and most influential, maybe even number 2. But Jesus is certainly number 1, and all other lists of people trying to create a list of the most influential people in history list Jesus as number 1. It's not even close in reality. Not that influence has anything to do with how good or important a figure is. Muhammad was very influential, assuming he's the founder of Islam, which makes him one of the worst. Even ignoring his actual character would make him one of the worst people to ever live. And then you throw in his character, he probably is quite literally the worst person to ever live. Carol B., I read that Emmett Moore actually stole that poem from its original author and presented it as his own work. The original author was a Dutch-American farmer. I don't know about that, and Mary's not, the encyclopedia isn't here, so people will have to do their own research to know whether that's true or not, but I wanted to put that out there. Super chat from Jack Ray.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public, and I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Hey, Mary's back in the chat. Mary, if you have information on whether Night Before Christmas was stolen from another author, let us know about that. Mother of the People of Chat has returned. Indeed. Indeed. Maybe there are other lists that put Muhammad as number one. I've never seen it. I've never seen one. The vast majority put Jesus as number one and attempts to, I mean, it's subjective opinion anyway, but attempts to make it objective have come to the same conclusion. Yeah, Jackra, you're not trying to let the stream end, are you? Yeah, I mean, I only got like 20 more super chats and like 20 more other comments. We could be ending any minute, people. Zayn, Allah does not know Mary, which is proof that Allah does not know best, because Mary is quite literally the best at this, and Allah doesn't know her. He also doesn't know the Marys of the Bible, hence our Marys named Too Many Marys. This is more about the Muslim Santa here. He gifts them with arranged marriage and sanctioned domestic battery. That comes right after they get their niqab, because they need their niqab. And then after they get that, they also get an arranged marriage with the license to beat them. Mary, welcome back.
Hello. So yes, I heard this seems to be like an attempt to Dutchify Santa Claus some more, and it's just not true. It really was Moore's, even though it was published anonymously. It's his. So he was the author. I don't know why people are determined to like make it more Dutch somehow, but I guess because the early myths claimed that there was like this Dutch origin, but it's not.
Excellent. And since you're back, I'll ask you the other question. I said that if Mary was here, I'm sure she'd have much more information. Are wreaths pagan?
No, wreaths are decoration. Like wreaths in terms of wreaths that go all the way around. Even if you're talking about laurel wreath, look at how they were made. They were made so that they only went around the ears. They look totally different. Wreath as a circular decoration is very recent. Very recent.
Okay, yeah, a complete wreath. And I said that, of course, people use some sort of wreaths as decoration or to mark things in the past, but I was not aware of any connection to any religious ceremony. And it sounds like you aren't either. Very good. Super chat from Nick.
You got wreaths that were made of laurel that went part way around your head as a sign of victory, but
yeah,
a laurel wreath has literally no connection to an evergreen wreath. And in fact, Paul uses it as a symbol for the fight as if you mean to win the crown. So that's literally referring to something that happened then. But he obviously doesn't mean, I want you guys to win some pagan crowns. No, I want you to be victors in Christ, is what he's saying.
So Dr. Whitemeat said a list that Muhammad actually is first on is list for hell, Satan improved. And assuming that you earn disproportional punishment in hell, which I think is questionable, but assuming that it is true, then I think Muhammad is probably right at the top of the list of most deserving of punishment and earning the most from all the billions of people that he has led astray.
No, we definitely have biblical proof that you do have different levels of reward as well as different levels of punishment. So just like you have different levels of reward, who gets the most punishment? Those who have just caused the little ones to stumble. So who has caused more little ones to stumble than Muhammad in every sense? He has deceived the young in faith and tricked them So yeah, he's probably gonna be number one. He's gonna be suffering more than any other person because he absolutely knew and could have repented and did not. And so he deceived billions to hell.
And Nina said he's also number one on the list of top pedophiles. I think that's probably actually not true because he only had one victim, and there are certainly pedophiles with many victims. So that's probably not actually true. Hutchie says Muslim Santa will never be made, sadly. It would be impossible to cast to satisfy every woke Hollywood demand, especially causing spontaneous combustion.
I can't wait for the hijabi Mrs. Claus. That's going to be hilarious because you know that they'll do it trying to be inclusive.
Indeed. Islam is like Santa getting lost at the North Pole. It's definitely very lost. Definitely very lost. Let's take another one of these super chats. This one from Trinity Matrix.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So all of them have equal odds of coming up because it's just a random number, right? But that one seems to be the one we get the least. Good old Ollie Dimwit telling you that their missions are going to end. They're just going to run out of money, and they don't know what to do. You got to step and make donations. And I believe in that video he said something like, "We're looking for 10 generous individuals to give $1,000 a month," or something like that. Something absolutely ridiculous on the ask. Johnson said, "All that pagan money." Yep, guys, you made this into a pagan stream by donating pagan money. I mean, just look at a dollar or whatever your local currency is. It has a picture of a human being on it. It is as pagan as you can get with all those images. And you're just like sending it all in here. Ollie Dollar wants some of it, and you just gave it all to me. This is just so wrong. So wrong, people. Can't believe what you did to this stream, making it all pagan. I'm glad you're here, Mary, because Huck Path came in right at the end and had this amazing argument for the truth of Islam. Let me read all of it. Let me read all of it before you start responding. What do you think of Muhammad's final sermon? If you guys review it, proves Islam. I asked him how it proves Islam. It proves Islam because he passed and left best final sermon to ever exist. Statements like all humanity is of Adam and Eve, and non-Arab has virtue over non-Arab, nor white over black. It was phenomenal, bro. I challenge any final sermon to beat Muhammad's. And I said to him in the chat, I agree with one thing. The fake final sermon is definitely better than the fake words of Allah in your Quran. He is attributing he's saying that Muhammad's final sermon is judged by the same criteria of the Quran, that it must be from God, aka Muhammad, because it cannot be surpassed. Not that Muhammad actually said the stuff attributed to him in this example in his final sermon, but I'm just going to grant that because he just made Muhammad into Allah as his proof for the truth of Islam. Mary, your thoughts?
Yep, pretty much. And the thing is, you don't find Muhammad's sermon in there's nothing that is a coherent thread that goes through a section and then moves to the next topic and then moves to the next topic. Instead, you get all of these fragmentary sources. Why don't you get like an outline of like something coherent that's together? Why do we have to put it together? Why? Because tons of people wanted specific things to be Muhammad's last words. It's literally what happened. So different people with different theological stakes attributed different statements to Muhammad, And some of them ended up sticking and being passed on because they were decided to be nice enough. But you notice how different in character so many of them are from the more reliable and authentic sayings and actions of Muhammad. So the best of you that you shouldn't beat your wife excruciatingly is from this final sermon. They needed to add that because otherwise you don't have any limit for how much wife abuse you could have, because there never was a time that Muhammad ever said a man was wrong for beating his wife. He never said a particular man was wrong for a particular wife beating, ever. Even though women who had been beaten came before him all the time, he never said, hey, you should stop beating her like that. So you need to add that in to make it something that isn't transparently abominable to like everyone. You need to add in stuff about, that you're all from Adam and one isn't over the other, even though Muhammad himself taught that he was from the purest and best family, from the purest and best tribe, from the purest and best clan, and so on and so on and so on. And that Arabs are not better than non-Arabs except in piety, because he taught from the beginning always that Arabs are going to be the most pious, that they are inherently better. They're not better because they're Arabs, they're better because they're better, and Allah just recognizes the betterness of Arabs. That's what Muhammad taught. So if you want things that kind of contradict stuff that he says all along, to try to fix some of the most obscene abuses and ridiculous things he said, then yeah, you can run to the clearly fabricated final sermon. But that's just silliness. That's extreme silliness.
As Houston says, last sermon by committee. All the versions that Muslims quote are modern compilations of fantasy writers imagining what Muhammad would say in his last sermon. No one ever quotes the version from Al-Tabri because it doesn't say any of the nice things that you want it to say, strangely enough. And a couple of people pointed out, as far as last sermons go, Houston says, have you heard the German general's speech in Band of Brothers? I think that is better. And Bauretter said, better than Joseph Smith's King Follett discourse. And we got some competition for best last sermon, just saying. Wright Johnson says, ultimately, Christmas is about celebrating the birth of our Savior, Emmanuel, God with us. He is the reason for the season. Merry Christmas. Amen to that. I agree completely. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
We seem to get that one a lot today. Just 1 second for your donations. Although he wrote wassail a sale, so that definitely took more than 1 second. That took at least like 5 seconds to type out. Plus, then he had to click the button and whatnot. So, proven false. Cannot make that donation in 1 second. Cheeky Shaky says, this summer, Dylan Mulvaney is Muhammad in Islam, the movie. Look for it soon from a Hollywood producer near you.
Dude, I would pay for that.
For real.
And yes, we have Rachmaninoff in the background if you can hear that, because my eldest is home.
Just a tiny bit. Just heard a tiny bit of music. Definitely couldn't have identified it.
I'm about to be doomed because we're about to pull the piano away from the wall and my entire house will shake when he plays.
Jim AB says, never forget that Islam was copied from old Jewish and Christian religion. If one falls, all fail. That's some bad logic there. So, in fairness, if Christianity and or Judaism was false, then Islam would be false since it affirms the truth of them. However, if Islam's false, that has no bearing on the truth of Christianity, because it's not like Muhammad accurately copied actual Christian doctrine. He just copied some stuff, distorted it for his own purposes, and so forth. Muhammad is as true as Santa, but far from equal Santa, rather opposite Santa. Well, I think Muhammad was a real figure, but appreciate the thought nonetheless. Wright Johnson says, after centuries of the church being persecuted for not observing pagan holidays, where is the proof of influence? I haven't seen any. Again, someone bring a primary source. I'd love to see it. Oh well. The love of God was not impressed by Hakpaf, nor was anyone else, except perhaps Muhammad, since he thought that was a good argument. My poetry is really good. It must be true. No one else is impressed. Zane says, wrapped presents under the green Christmas tree represent red cap mushrooms growing under trees, etc. So you see, Christmas is all about mushroom culture. I can't deny it. You make a very convincing argument. Dr. M said that he did define straw man in the chat. So how dare you block him for not, or time him out, I mean, for not defining straw man. He said it's a misrepresentative of a misrepresentation of a position, which is
only partially true. That's part of it.
Yeah, maybe that's like a C or a D on defining straw man. It's not completely false. It's not an F,
but it's also not entirely
not,
true at all.
It also shows he has no understanding of what a straw man argument is.
Well, just like he has no understanding about literally anything he talks about. So, big surprise there.
Yeah, so an actual straw man.
And by the way, I gave him.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I gave him 2 requirements: define straw man and give me an example of how I straw manned an argument. Because I never did. I said exactly what they suppose, that Christmas trees have something to do with druids having, that's connected to druidism. And then later he tried to say that, because they're trees, that doesn't matter because it's a tree, which is possibly the stupidest. He straw-manned his own position, which is that if anything is a tree, it has to do with that. That is not the argument that they make. They don't make an argument that's that stupid. They actually claim that it literally has to do with evergreen trees being taken in and decorated, not just tree, pagan, because that is extra special stupid. But it's just not true. It's just not true.
Indeed. So just to be clear, I think probably just about everyone listening does know what a straw man is, but just in case, and since Dr. M almost certainly is not still here, won't give him the answer away to him. A straw man is intentionally creating a weaker version of your opponent's argument. So it isn't just misrepresenting. It isn't attributing something to them they didn't say. It's distorting the argument in a particular way to make it weaker, but it at least relates to the actual argument being made. And what Mary actually said is, you're a moron. You're deficient. If you only a complete fool would believe in Alexander Hislop and so on and so forth. She didn't make any attempt to define his position. She just said that only an idiot would follow that work. So,
I mean, I did say that he drew on Herodotus, who learned things by games of whispers, and then he formed connections that didn't exist from there. That's what he did. His argument is based on the accuracy of Herodotus and the accuracy of his interpretation and the accuracy of all the connections that he makes. Since Herodotus was absolutely in error, and we know this without a doubt because we have the original sources, we can see where he got the things that he was wrong about. We can see how the game of whispers worked and how he got confused.
You literally said, when she said it wasn't a fir tree, it was an oak. You literally said that doesn't matter what type of. You said I'm pretty sure this is word for word. The species of the tree does not matter. Oh my goodness. So, hey, Dr. M, since you apparently are still here and apparently listening, repeat back the definition of straw man. Let's see if you can finally get it right. And then after you repeat the definition, give an example of how you were straw manned. All right, almost done here.
Yeah, he literally said later on, whenever it was a different slide. It was a slide about Nicholas, Saint Nicholas, chopping down a tree that people said was possessed. And Dr. M literally went and said that it's a tree, so it doesn't matter. And that actually, he argued that showed that he would have been against Christmas trees.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
fairness, he
strawmanned his own position. He made his own position weaker and dumber, because the actual position is that literally there were evergreen Christmas trees that were part of pagan rituals. That is the actual argument. It is an untrue argument. That was the argument. And he goes, well, it was a tree, and these pagans saw it was possessed, and Nicholas chopped down a possessed tree. Therefore, St. Nicholas would have been against Christmas trees. That was his argument, which is spectacular, because he made the kind of argument that the chat has been making the entire time, making fun of people like him.
All right, so legitimate question here. Who influenced whom? Did Christianity influence pagans to begin to adopt a more public and concrete celebration, or did Christians Christianize a pagan event?
There was no pagan event to Christianize. There's nothing there. There was no public celebration on that day that had to do with anything related to Christmas. And Christianity did not influence pagans to begin to adopt a more public and concrete celebration. That doesn't even make any sense. There were no pagan celebrations in parallel with Christmas, except the Sol Invictus, which was probably Aurelian's attempt to dunk on Christians, and Mithras at the same time. Like, it was probably Aurelian trying to be a jerk butt about it and make them all pagans again. So It just didn't exist.
Yep, I agree with that. There's now, in general, right? In general, there were things in the pagan mystery cult religions that were borrowed from Christianity, but doesn't seem to be anything related to Christmas. Because, I mean, frankly, almost all of our Christmas customs are very late development, so it would be very strange if they had connections to early church or competing religions of the time. Malik Wartso said, do you think the MLK speech is more eloquent than Quran 49:13 and the anti-racial sermon is MLK a prophet? Now, I don't know what 49:13 is off the top of my head, but I guarantee it's more eloquent. I have actually seen people in like all seriousness suggesting that if the canon wasn't closed, that Martin Luther King's speeches would be a good candidate to add to it. So obviously
he plagiarized them, so then that would truly be like for
in any case, certainly great speeches, but it doesn't take much to beat the Quran. I did not say that tree has anything to do with Christmas trees. I was trying to specific claim that the reason it could have to do with Christmas trees is because of its species. What?
And that is particularly that. Yeah, he absolutely did. Because he's saying, I did not say that tree has anything to do with Christmas trees. I was responding to the specific claim that the reason it could not is because of the species. That's literally the same thing. Saying that because it is a tree, it's related to Christmas trees. It's literally
Yeah.
what you were doing. It has to be, the entire myth has to relate to conifers, to non-deciduous trees. Otherwise,
Oh my God.
you need a brain transplant. The
He
the
definitely needs
idea
a
is
brain
that you bring
transplant.
in green things. It is pagan to bring in green things in wintertime. So if it is an oak tree, what do oaks up in northern Europe look like? There are evergreen species of oak. I will grant you that. But what do oak trees look like in the wintertime in Germany and England and Norway? What do they look like? Are they greenery that is, you cut down a tree and bring it in? Would it green up your space and represent green life and pagan something or other? Like, seriously.
So you said he needs a brain transplant, and I agree, because I told him exactly what a straw man is, asked him to repeat that back to me, and he still couldn't do it. He said a
No,
straw
he
man is
doesn't
when
know
you
what it
argue
means.
against a misrepresentation of a position. That's partially correct, but it's incomplete.
And it's not
incomplete. That's not, like, just attributing a position to someone that they don't actually hold is not a straw man. You got to, it's much more specific than that, okay? All right. So try again, Dr. M. Tell me the full definition of a straw man, or we're going to have to conclude that you're incapable of even absorbing the simplest of sentences and repeating it. Pagans and progressive agnostics continue to twist the definition of good words and godly symbols. Just look what they did to Noah's rainbow. They even changed what a woman is. Yeah, stop letting people take everything.
and that
and make
includes
this stuff
Christmas trees, because Christmas
right.
trees are, don't let pagans take Christmas trees, for heaven's sake. It is
Mhm.
thoroughly a Christmas image that came out of an act of Christian charity and entirely belongs in. If you want to make all of your ornaments out of special baked dough that's lacquered as symbols, and do all very specific symbols of Christ and everything else, go for it. Don't let the pagans have the Christmas tree. They have spent since Christ rose from the dead, pagans have been doing nothing but trying to steal our God and steal anything even remotely associated with Christian religion and claim it and say it's theirs. And it never has been. They are mimics, they're thieves, and they shouldn't be allowed to get away with it.
Houston says the Sermon on the Mount was a better speech. Yes, but it wasn't a final sermon, so you can't compare. And we're only talking about final sermons. So you'd have to say Jesus' words at the Last Supper if you want to make a direct comparison. Wright says the truth is Tertullian wrote as early as 190 to 220 that Christians hung more wreaths and laurels than the pagans, who hang it for the gate gods at their door. By the year 221 AD, 3 Christian writers had independently calculated the date of Jesus' birth as December 25th. Irenaeus, as we've just said, identified the date of his annunciation before the end of the 2nd century. Hippocrates used a different method, but determined December 25th as the date of nativity. So want more details on any of that? See part 1, where Mary covered all of those. Zane says, is Xmas religious? So I don't know if this is actually a question about the abbreviation Xmas, or
But it's
if
also
it's about
Christian.
yeah.
So there's an old history.
Let me handle that one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if you're asking, is Christmas religious? Sure. People attach religious significance to it. People want to celebrate Jesus' birthday. Absolutely, it's religious. If you want the Xmas, turns out that although about the claimed that it is an attempt to steal Christmas and de-Christianize it. In fact, the abbreviation comes from Christian literature. Christ being represented by a chi, the Greek letter that looks like an X, plus rho, which looks like a P. So if you see XP, that is abbreviation for Jesus Christ. So XP, or Chi-Rho technically, Mass is where Xmas abbreviation comes from. And interestingly enough, it actually, the first recorded usage of Xmas, I believe, actually predates the first recorded use of Christmas in English. So it's not like some new modern creation or attempt to de-Christianize Christmas or take Christ out of Christmas. In fact, it is the exact opposite.
Yeah, that's the nomine sacra, special abbreviations to avoid writing out the name of Christ is a particularly comes from Jewish traditions into Christianity, and it's 100% Christian to replace Christ's name with something out of piety to show how holy it is that you're even avoiding doing something as common as using it like to write it down on something. So all of those who are like, oh, I'm being all snarky by doing this, like it just shows how ignorant they are.
We've been going so long, my wireless headphones died, so I had to switch to the wired headphones. On the longer streams, I have like the charger here, but I didn't anticipate going so long that I would need it, so I don't have it here today. Almost done though. LDI says, is there any day of the year that can't be linked to a pagan god in some way? I don't know for the matter of fact, but probably not. I'm sure you could probably link any day to something related to some pagan god.
Or you can try, because really, I mean, all the connections to Christmas are so absurd to begin with that they're so tenuous that if that is your standard, that level of tenuousness, yeah, like any day. Oh, look, this is approximately the date of spring planting. Oh, look, this is approximately the date of harvest in this area. Oh, look, this might not be the grain harvest, but it's about the time of the olive harvest. It's about the time of the wine harvest, like anything.
Absolutely. John V, I heard Muslim Santa's workshop was rated for child slave labor. Probably. Jason says,
No, they keep the girls for sex. According to Muslims, the only reason that you would keep females alive is because you were having sex with them.
Jason says, Ali Dawa is using pagan tape. This is the proof that Ali Dawa is actually a pagan, you see. Trinity Matrix Super Chat.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Sale of God. Oh, thank you very much for that super chat. Sale of God says Saint Nicholas is the inspiration for us all, but his inspiration was Christ. And yeah, as long as you're pointing to Christ, there's nothing wrong with Christmas. If you're viewing it as a commercialism or pointing to anything besides Christ, then yeah, that's a problem. Sale of God also said, I love Christmas. It's all about being good and feeling good and sharing that with others. Without Christ, we would be lost at the North Pole while searching for Santa Claus. Amen.
I like it.
Super chat from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
There you go, Jack Ray. You've tried many times to make a comment about apples and get that to come up. I don't think it ever worked before, but this time it does. When it rains, it pours. Cider? No alcohol.
Like that.
Non-alcoholic one for me, please. And you see, this one was a $5 super chat, whereas most of the others were $2. So that's why it worked this time.
Don't tell him that.
The Charlie Brown Islamic Christmas special. I got a rock. Oh man. And I love Christmas because for kids happy, because since my birth, that's my tradition. I'm not saying that birth of Christ, which part of Bible Jesus have birthday. I mean, it's probably not the literal birthday of Jesus Christ. I mean, there's only 1 out of 365 chance of that, but we pick a day and we celebrate, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I think that the fact that the 6th was considered to be a day is actually a mark in because most of the discussion that we hear are from areas where we have writings that were well preserved outside the influence of Islam, because Islam destroys everything. So we don't really have the reasons why people were discussing the 6th. Not that it appeared very controversial, but the fact that that was also a tradition along with the 25th is kind of a hint that it's probably getting the season right. Also, the argument that, the shepherds weren't out taking care of sheep then because it had to be lambing season. I want you to look up what the dominant variety of sheep was in that area. The old breed. It's called Awasi sheep. And when do they lamb? When is their peak lambing season? Their peak lambing month is January. It's January. January is peak lambing month. So if you're arguing from Spanish sheep breeds and not the Levantine breeds that were actually in the area, then you're making mistakes. You need to argue from like the actual sheep breeds and how they reproduce in that area naturally. And in that case, you just played yourself, spring arguers. It would have to be winter because January is the peak month.
To Dr. M, Webster's defines strawman as, quote, a weak or imaginary opposition, such as an argument or adversary set up only to be easily confuted. This is the same as my definition, just with more detail. No, it's not the same. Your definition did not include the crucial component of a weaker version.
Yes, a weaker version. And while you did not set up the straw mans to be knocked down, your arguments were of the straw man level of goodness, of detail, of depth. Like, if someone wanted to straw man the position, they would take the positions that you seriously, without shame, take, which is hilarious. And that's why I say you straw man yourself, because you are setting up the straw man for someone else to knock down constantly, thinking that you're actually making a good point, which is so embarrassing.
And I'm still not convinced that he actually believes anything he says, because I swear every single time he adopts the dumbest possible position, I could make better arguments. I'm sure that anyone could make better arguments for Islam or against Christianity or anything. He like always takes the weakest, stupidest, most made fun of version and says that's his argument. So I'm not actually convinced that he's not doing that on purpose. But anyway, I accept that definition. Now tell us where we strawmanned you. I want a specific example of where we strawmanned you. I won't hold my breath. Almost done, people. Catholic 3 DOD says, I'm going to sleep with Santa Claus's sister. Her name is Cynthia Claus. I have no idea why you said that, which is why I pulled this up, because I was like, why did you say that? Super chat from Jack Ray.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
With catching up in the super chat war, I think Trinity Matrix did win that in the end. Still got several more from her. It sounded like maybe you wanted to comment on sleeping with Cynthia Claus.
Maybe his last name is actually Claus.
Could be. Oh, yeah. That could be Catholic 3 DOD's wife, I suppose. Anyway, John V says Muslim Santa, instead of leaving gifts, he says Allah has given me your wife. Oh man, that's so bad. Did he give the wife a dream, perhaps? Yeah. Oh goodness, this Muslim Santa just gets worse and worse every time you guys make a new joke about it. My birthday is 9 months and 3 days from Valentine's Day. LOL. Okay.
Well, but Valentine's Day is not involved because your birth is actually counted from before ovulation, whenever they're doing 9 months. So you can calculate it if you want, but I don't think it's possible that you came that late.
Yes, Dr. M, a misrepresentation could be a weaker version, or it could just
be a stronger version.
Yeah, it could be equal, or it could be stronger. Misrepresentation is not specific enough. Straw man specifically means weaker version, not just misrepresentation.
Yep, a steel man is a stronger version.
You still haven't told us where we strawmanned you. I want to know where we strawmanned you. I don't give a crap about you arguing your definition is correct, because it wasn't correct. It was true. It was just incomplete. Now, tell me where we strawmanned you. If you don't do that in your next comment, I'll know you can't, because we didn't. And you were just using a term that you didn't understand. Super chat, Trinity Matrix.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Yes. Refer to keep saying you are amazing from a super sticker over and over again, and Allah will pay off all your debts. I trust you don't have any debts, though, considering how many super chats you made today. You better not have been making super chats if you're in debt. Let's put it that way. John V, let's say for the sake of argument, Christmas stole pagan traditions, so we don't celebrate as a pagan. And I agree. And refer to my comments at the beginning. I used to believe that some of these things were borrowed from pre-existing culture. I wouldn't have said, pagans, but pre-existing culture. They were just cultural things, and they were continued on. Problem is, it's not true, which is why I'm against people saying it. Not because I think that it would somehow invalidate Christianity, even if it was true. Self Gold said, did Christmas tree come from Germany?
Yes.
All right, short and simple.
So Alsace is currently. Let me do a Dr. M argument. Well, Alsace is now in France, so it came from France, even though that area was always historically Germany. Today it's France, so it's French. There we go. That's a Dr. M level of argument here, because Dr. M declared that there's a significance in the fact that the Hallstatt culture, from which the Celts are considered to originate, is in modern day Germany. So this is his level of quality of argument.
So Dr. M, this is an example of a straw man. You said, I thought St. Nicholas chopped down a Christmas tree or its predecessor. That was a straw man. It wasn't a straw man.
And I didn't say that.
Well, one, that's not what Mary said about you. And two, that wouldn't be a weaker version of the argument you actually made, because the argument you actually made is the species of the tree doesn't matter, which is not a strong argument.
Your actual argument, let's just clarify how stupid his real argument is. His real argument was local people thought a tree was possessed by a demon, and St. Nicholas chopped down a tree people thought was possessed. And that shows that St. Nicholas is against Christmas trees, which no one has ever said were chopped down by Satan. And the species of the tree doesn't matter.
You're being far too generous to him. He actually didn't argue any of that. Literally, the only thing he said is the species of the tree doesn't matter. We interpreted that he was trying to connect it to what was actually being said for some reason. But maybe he just meant that it doesn't matter what kind of tree you chopped down. Why did you specify it was an oak tree? I don't care what kind of tree it was. He didn't actually technically say it was related to Christmas. We just assumed that he was competent enough to make an on-topic comment, and thus we assumed that he was saying that this was somehow related. See, we might have actually been making a stronger argument than the argument he was making, which was just complete and total nonsense that had nothing to do with anything. So there you go. Switching it up here, a different super chat from Solitary Emmy, who just came in a little bit ago.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
So thank you for teaching me about Xmas. I used to be annoyed, but I now know, even though some people may try to remove Christ from Christmas, they can't. So appreciate that super chat, and I'm glad you found that information useful. The reason I insisted I take that one is because I did a lot of research and actually wrote an article on this subject. I'll post a link to that in the comments for anyone who wants to So apparently all Dr. M was trying to say is that your argument about the type of tree is a bad argument. You weren't making an argument about the type of tree.
I wasn't. I was just saying that historically speaking, that tree was probably an oak tree because whenever we know what the sacred groves were, they were all oak trees. It wasn't an argument. So you were pathetically attempting to strawman me by saying the type of tree doesn't matter. So you were pathetically attempting to make an argument that my supposed argument about the type of tree was a bad argument. So you were strawmanning me because you were saying that I was making an argument that St. Nicholas wasn't talking about Christmas trees because it wasn't an evergreen tree. No, because St. Nicholas wasn't a time traveler. Dude, St. Nicholas does not fly through time 1,000 years plus in the future to learn that people are chopping down firs and spruces and putting symbols of Christ and the garden and the tree of life and the tree of good and evil and all the rest of that stuff into their Christmas plays. He's not a time traveler, so that's why it has nothing to do with anything. It wasn't an argument. It was just a statement of fact about the history of the early stories concerning St. Nicholas. It goes back to my point earlier on that something that a lot of the monks and early saints did was chop down trees that people thought were holy while they're still pagan. And then later, if these groves survived, a lot of times people would come to believe that they were possessed by demons, whether or not that was true or not. Just like Muhammad's cave is possessed by a demon who squeezed Muhammad, they thought that what they had been worshiping are messed up and were scaring them now. And so they would ask a priest to go and take care of it. That's what happened.
Mm-hmm. So Dr. M has taught us all about strawmans today from both sides of the coin. Nina said that it's not their eyes that are blind, it's their hearts, to which I said you misspelled leather strap. It's not the leather straps that are blind. Sorry. All right. Super chat, Jack Ray.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Thank you again. Don't be Krampus my style. See, I've got says cats chew leather straps. I am actually through all of the. Oh my God, Dr. M, why did you mention the type of tree is not part of your argument?
He really is that stupid. That is just shocking to me that a human being can be this stupid. Is anyone else just amazed by this? I'm just curious. Did anyone else for a second think that I thought that the Bishop of Myra time traveled to the future and was cutting down evergreen trees or something that people otherwise wanted to take into their house? Like, no.
I think here's what happened.
Special.
I think here's what happened. I think that he heard that Nicholas chopped down a tree. Well, from you, not from anyone else. Like, he never heard it before, of course. And then he automatically, because he is dumb enough to make this kind of argument, assumed that anti-Christmas people make the argument that St. Nicholas was opposed to Christmas because he chopped down the tree. And then you were responding to that imagined argument by saying it's not a fir tree, it's an oak tree. I think that's probably what happened here.
Yeah, that's extra special. He really cannot follow a linear thought process.
I never said or even implied in any way that he was a time traveler. No shit, buddy. You're totally misunderstanding everything. Her argument was that St. Nicholas is not a time traveler. And that thus, any people who say that St. Nicholas being associated with Christmas is pagan, oh my gosh.
Yep.
He like literally, he either is intentionally misrepresenting everything to get a rise out of us, or he literally does not understand language or logic.
Well, I have watched Muslims leave Islam and their IQ rise like by 20 points overnight. It's astonishing. Suddenly all these people who you're just like, how can you guys feed yourselves? Like, find your mouth with a spoon. That must be like, take all your energy. And I think that they just spend so much time forcing themselves not to think at all, that to be able to stay in Islam, that as soon as they leave, like suddenly their brains are released from the prison around their minds. That's, one of the reasons that I think that there's like some genuinely demonic things, because people aren't this dumb. Like, they aren't this dumb.
I have to agree. Thaddeus got tired and mental restraints have gone. Thaddeus lost it for real.
And we're proud of that.
Yeah, it's late. Sorry about cursing on stream. All right, I just got 4 more super chats and then 2 comments that I saved for the end. So rapid fire these. Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples. One more time. King Beanie, what is his crown? Or maybe Bene, referring to Benny Hinn, or I don't know why you said King Beanie. Oh, maybe it was from when you were talking about the bean. That's probably what it was.
King Beanie. So it's.
I said beanie the first time, but I didn't understand the reference. But
King of the Bean. Yep.
Yeah, King of the Beans. Yep. Yep.
Well, I would assume it's a Christmas cracker crown. So, but they didn't have those back in the day.
Hey, time travel is possible, as we've learned. I'm so old, I know the chicken became before the egg because I was
there. Days I feel like that.
Hopefully the debate was finally ended this year, and next year we won't have to listen to all the killjoys shaming other Christians for celebrating Christmas. I mean, good luck. Yeah, Jack Wright confirmed King of the Bean. Sorry, I didn't get the reference. I read it as Beanie, and then I'm like, maybe that's a typo. I don't. But then I remembered we did the Christmas bean. So
Yeah, he's just being silly. King Beanie, see, King of the Bean.
Yep.
Yeah.
If I read it while we were talking about that, I'm sure I would have got it, but I forgot.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So I wonder what's up with this super sticker. Thank you for all of your donations, Trinity Matrix. Is this guy like a Godzilla pair or something and like smashing the city? I don't know. I really don't know what the super sticker is, but thank you. Zane says the god of apples is Allah, and also rape and murder and pedophile. Yeah, it's sad but true. Sad but true. One more, two more from Trinity Matrix. The first one.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Give those who give, say the 2 angels. John V, however, prefers thousands of peaches, not apples. And you see the song Peaches is stolen from Mufti Menk's apples or something. I don't know. Mary says that most Muslims are scared of me. I think most people are scared of you, Mary, to be honest.
And it's nice growing up because adults very, very nasty to children that they're afraid of sometimes. Very nasty.
Yeah, and Trinity Matrix has abrogated Nina from the leaderboard. I think it's probably time that I expand it, though, because there are more than 10 regulars who are here all the time, and it's only the top 10. So maybe next time it'll be 20. We'll see. We'll see. Last one, finally.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands and thousands of apples today. Thousands of super chats as well. Thank you very much for the Godzilla pair. I don't need a sermon. I need reality, Jesus. So listen to sermons because of Him. And I want to end on this comment from Mary, which I'll let her explain here in a second. But first, just a quick announcements. I'll have my Bible study on Friday as we prepare for Christmas on Monday. I think I'll probably not do anything else this weekend. Definitely went on the 24th, 23rd Saturday. Probably not. Probably do nothing else this weekend. And we'll be back we'll be back before the New Year, but we'll be back after Christmas. I don't imagine we'll be streaming Tuesday, Mary. Is that correct?
I've got one prepared if you guys want to be there. So you guys tell me, do you want to be there on because I've got I want to get poor Muhammad born. He's still not born yet. So I've got stuff to do.
Well, he will be born in this one? Because that would be funny if it was the December 25th, Jesus' birthday, December 26th, Muhammad's birthday.
It's either the rest. I think it's his family all being born and growing up. I think that's where I am. I don't think it'll be him being born.
Yeah, so not 100% certain, but possibly we'll be back on the 26th Tuesday after Christmas. What a stream. I had so much fun. A brilliant stream. Thank you for the stream. Gonna make it Friday for sure for the Bible live study live stream. Definitely. I hope to see you guys there. Yes, I got your email, Caleb. I've been so bad. I haven't responded to any emails in like a week, but I will do that. I'll use this time where I'm not streaming several days in a row to finally catch up on email. So Mary, you said, I prefer to remember the accomplished work, not the act of the work during Christmas. You want to explain as we close out what Christmas is all about?
So Christmas is about Christ coming to reconcile creation to God. It's about the coming of the second Adam who will fulfill all the promises of the singular seed that will crush the head of Satan and destroy death. In Genesis 3, you will find prophecies, including the curses and the promise of redemption. And one of the curses is a curse that, by the sweat of your brow will you eat from the fruit of the earth, basically. And that thorns and tares will grow up, and it will be very difficult. And Christ, in his suffering, was crowned with a crown of thorns. But I don't want a crown of thorns on my door on Christmas, because on Christmas I want to keep my eyes on the finished work, on the new heaven, the new earth, the completed reconciliation, where the thorns are no more, and one day neither tears nor sorrow will be anymore either. And so by having an evergreen wreath, that is part of the promise, the future, and the resurrection, and the reconciliation of in the resurrection and in eternal life.
Amen. Thank you for that. Oh, I left the cat cam on and there was no cat. You guys just saw the blanket that the cat lays on for a while there. All right. Thank you all for joining us today. We'll be back soon. Until then, God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord as you celebrate Christmas with your family this coming Monday. Take it easy.